All right, we'll be back on the record in case number 2007-00134. Let the record reflect that all parties are present and represented by counsel, it appears. Okay, I think when we adjourned yesterday, Mr. Fitzgerald, you were in the midst of your cross-examination of Ms. Bridwell. Would you like to continue?
That'd be great, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Morning, Ms. Bridwell.
Good morning, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Yesterday I gave you a copy of a report that had been provided by Mr. Mundy in case 93-434, which had been filed in response to the Attorney General's supplemental information request, and it was captioned, "Preserving Our River's Future Through Environmental Solutions." Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize that report? Do you recall seeing it before?
No.
Okay. Any reason to believe that it was not a report generated by Kentucky American?
No, and let me say I just don't recall seeing it before. There was a substantial amount of documentation over the last 18 years. So
I'm certain, and I appreciate you taking time to read it. Do you recall that the company indicated that it had selected as the best alternative for Lexington and surrounding counties' water needs a 55-mile pipeline to purchase treated water from Louisville Water Company?
yes.
And that it had done so after, quote, deliberately and responsibly reviewing the numerous options?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall also that the report indicated quote, the pipeline will provide the treated product to our existing and new customers without additional construction to increase plant capacity?
I believe that is in the text here, yes.
Okay. Is it still the case that a connection with the Louisville Water Company could avoid the need for expanding your treatment capacity and replace the need for the 20 MGD proposed Pool 3 plant?
If the connection was sized appropriately, yes.
Is there any reason to believe that the connection could not be sized appropriately?
No.
Okay. The report concluded that, quote, providing customers with cost-efficient, high-quality, abundant supply of water is of primary importance. Kentucky American continues to support the construction of the pipeline as the environmental solution to the water supply deficit in our community. Do you recall reading that?
Yes, but if you could refer me to which page you're
I'm
looking
sorry,
at.
I believe it's the last page and the last paragraph. It is, in fact, the page 7.
Okay.
Do you see the previous sentence where it says, without question, Kentucky American Water Company is driven by the same factors our community leaders faced in 1930?
Yes.
Okay. Are those goals still the same, to the best of your knowledge, as an employee of Kentucky American, cost-efficient, high-quality, abundant water supply?
Well, absolutely. I think that's the whole purpose of our application.
Okay. Yesterday I gave you also a copy of, I'm sorry, we won't go there right now. Pardon me. Could you, when we talked yesterday about demand, I appreciated your breaking down for me the different types of demand we're looking at, the average, the peak, the drought. What I forgot to ask is what is the factor that Kentucky American uses to determine growth in demand when you're projecting out through your planning horizon? Could you explain for me what that is?
Okay, I thought I explained this yesterday, but certainly I can go through it again. The only growth calculation is put in is the base of the projections is the University of Louisville, the Kentucky State Data Center population projections for the state and the different areas, and we use the base of the population projections in each county that we serve as the base of the model, and that's what drives it's really meeting the needs of the population that is expected to occur in the areas we serve.
Okay, and am I correct that per capita use is down, but there is an expected growth in demand based on population growth?
That's correct.
And is that 0.5 MGD a year? Was that the factor that you've been assuming?
No, not at all.
Okay, what is the, there was a 0.5 MGD, is it every 5 years?
No, there's not a 0.5 MGD.
Okay, well,
as part of our, I think that has been the calculation that R.W. Beck assumed, but that was not what's assumed in ours. Now, that may be the results. I have not looked at what the growth is in the model, but the model's based on the population growth, not a specific MGD growth.
Okay, is there a certain per capita utilization that you're using to multiply against the population growth?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, and I would refer you back to the response, the Attorney General's data response that we provided a copy of the model. I don't have that number off the top of my head. It's a 5-year trend of per capita usage calculated on the actual per capita usage for 5 years.
For the previous 5 years?
For the previous 5 years.
Does it take into account the fact that per capita usage has been declining?
Well, between the historical 5-year trend, plus, yes, it includes a factor that separates out the new customers that would be impacted from the plumbing code changes that have been put in place since 1996. So there's actually a difference in the per capita usage depending on whether it's a new customer or an existing customer.
Existing, okay, that's very helpful. Yesterday, I also gave you a copy of the Bluegrass Water Project update dated June of 1998, which I believe is contained in the record of case 2001-00117. It's the one that looks like this. Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, it appears that the text is very similar. Yes.
Okay, and I believe that everybody already has a copy. If anybody needs one, I think Mr. Slender gave out a copy that had some carrot marks on it. Mine is a clean copy.
Mr. Fitzgerald, is that Louisville Water Company Exhibit Number 2?
I believe that is, Mr. Chairman.
For purposes of identity. Okay, go ahead.
And my, did you have any role in producing this?
I may have reviewed it. I did not write any of it that I recall.
Okay, you were project manager during this time for that project?
Yes.
Okay, so I assume that at some point you had approved its release?
Well, again, like the information that was provided, the text is very similar. I'm sure at some point I was given an opportunity to review it, but I don't recall specifically. It's
okay.
been about 11 years. There was a lot of documents I reviewed since then.
Undoubtedly. I got very intimate with them last weekend, so I understand, having lived with this for over a decade. In the report, and I'm paraphrasing in the interest of time, but if council needs me to, we can find the exact language. It's indicated that the finished water produced by Louisville Water Company is compatible with Kentucky American, or was found to be at the time.
Yes.
Is that still the case?
To be honest with you, I don't know.
Do you know of any changes in treatment methodology that might render it incompatible?
Yes. Kentucky American has changed some of its treatment processes since 1998.
Okay, and have you had occasion during this, before or since this case has been filed, to inquire as to whether there's a possible compatibility issue?
Well, no, because that was not the issue as part of this case that we were dealing with. Ours was putting together an application for the Pool 3 plant.
But you're aware that Louisville Water Company has intervened and that they suggest that there is another alternative that should have been considered or should be considered.
Well,
certainly. That is a more least cost alternative.
Certainly, and we asked the Louisville Water Company if they had done any water blending studies, because that was what we had performed in 1998 and 99 in anticipation of a connection. And as I said, we were aware that our treatment process had changed, and I'm not aware of any water blending studies that have been done since then.
And you haven't done it?
No.
Okay. It was also indicated that and I believe this was in response, you would have as good a sense as I would of this. At the time, there were issues about the quality of the Ohio River relative to Kentucky River. And in response, there was a discussion in here that the rivers, looking at, I believe, 146 parameters that have been tested, that the rivers were considered, at least by the authors, to be of comparable quality?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether that's still the case?
I have not done any analysis to that effect. No, I know in 1999 there was a perception in central Kentucky that the Ohio River was of a poorer water quality than the Kentucky River, and that was part of the analysis that we were doing at the time. But to my knowledge, a similar analysis hasn't been performed.
Okay. And are you aware that of any concerns that have been raised by the Environmental Protection Agency concerning the ability of Louisville Water Company to deliver water that meets the Safe Drinking Water Act requirements?
Certainly not.
Okay. Would you expect that kind of a problem from a company such as Louisville Water Company?
Well, I mean, I know that they have had a track record of meeting the Environmental Protection Agency's requirements for drinking water. So, no, I would not expect that based on their track record.
Do you recall appearing before, moving from that document, and I appreciate your responses, do you recall appearing before the Franklin County Fiscal Court earlier this year to discuss the water project?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall when that was, roughly, what month?
No, I have my calendar here.
Well, have you been there more than once to discuss the project?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the earliest time this year that you were there to discuss the project?
Well, yes, we met once in the chambers, and then we moved once to the courtroom because of the audience size, but I don't remember the specific dates of those.
Do you recall being asked whether the Kentucky American Pool 3 project eventually contemplated a connection to the Ohio River north of the project?
I know there has been quite a bit of conversation about that at different meetings, and that possibly could be one of the questions that was asked.
Do you recall whether you were asked that question?
No, I do not specifically remember whether that question was asked at that meeting or not.
Do you recall indicating that affirmatively that an Ohio River connection was contemplated for that Pool 3 project?
Well, I think that would be an appropriate response. So that if you're telling me that was the response that was made and that's on a transcript somewhere, I mean, certainly a Ohio River connection, as I think I have testified to and both Mr. Spindlin has testified to, has been contemplated but is not part of this application.
Not part of this application?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, but it's been contemplated by Kentucky American?
Not as specifically as contemplated by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. I know the early meeting with the Franklin County Fiscal Court, we were still very much in the early design phase. I think at that point we actually had the withdrawal permit in hand, but a lot of the information still wasn't available.
Okay. Were you representing the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission when you were meeting with the fiscal court that day?
No, certainly not.
Okay, so when you indicated that a Ohio River connection was contemplated with respect to the Pool 3 project, were you speaking on behalf of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission? Or as a representative of Kentucky American?
I was a representative of Kentucky American, but I cannot walk away from the partnership with the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission that we have continued. And at that point, the commitment from the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, like I said, I don't remember the exact date, but we were still talking 5 million gallons a day. If they had asked for more, 15 million gallons a day, would there still be a need to contemplate an Ohio River connection? Surely. I mean, that has been part of the record, that it was contemplated, and at this point is not deemed necessary.
At this point in time, using your current planning horizon?
Through the year 2030 and beyond, yes.
Okay. So when you indicated that it was potentially a portion of this project, you were relating what you anticipate beyond that planning horizon?
Now, I think you're misrepresenting it. Now I've said that it was contemplated, not that it was a portion of this project. And
Okay.
I said it had been contemplated, that it was not, and I think it's very clear that it's not a portion of this project at this time.
I don't think anyone debates that. I'm just trying to understand. You weren't contemplating it as an alternative to the Pool 3 project. You're contemplating it as a future component.
Potentially.
Okay. Getting back, if we could, to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission's involvement in their partnership in the project, you heard the response from Mr. Rowe, I believe you were in the room, to the questions from Mr. Salent concerning wheeling of water from one source through the system for delivery to another source?
Certainly.
Okay. I'd like to ask you a slightly different question, one that CAUSE has posed 3 times in 3 different sets of data requests. Does Kentucky American believe, to your knowledge, that the Public Service Commission has the authority to order it to wheel water through its system?
I believe we've answered that in the data request.
I believe you haven't, and if you have, refer me specifically to it. But I didn't ask if you had answered it in the data request. I'm asking you, to your knowledge, does Kentucky American believe that the Public Service Commission has the authority to, now I understand you're not an attorney, and I'm asking you to your knowledge, does Kentucky American believe the Public Service Commission has the authority to order it to wheel water through its system?
Mr. Chairman, I think clearly that's a legal question that can be briefed and argued, and I don't think this witness she's great, and she's a great engineer, but she's not a lawyer by training, and I don't think she's qualified to express a legal opinion.
Mr. Chairman, I've asked the question 3 times. I did not make a motion to compel, because I assumed that at some point in time I'd be able to get a straight answer out of Kentucky American. I believe we're entitled to that answer.
Well, I mean, it does appear to me to be a legal question, but I guess if, she's on the stand representing the corporation, if she is able to answer it, then I think she should. And it would be helpful, even though it may be contained in an answer to a data request. I'm not sure if it is or it isn't. I've got about 30 volumes of books this thick up here, so I don't know if it's in there or not. And if you know the answer to that question, Ms. Bridwell, it would be helpful to answer it. If you do not know the answer, then just tell us.
We have not researched the issue. Certainly, the commission has jurisdiction over our rates and service, and that's, to the best of my knowledge, my ability to answer the question.
All right.
So the answer then is you don't know?
I think that's a summary of what I just said.
All right, thank you. We talked yesterday about the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission seeking $60 million in state and federal funds to participate in the Pool 3 project.
Yes.
And if I recall, you indicated you had not seen a breakdown of the proposed allocation of those funds.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. Were you at what has been affectionately called the High Bridge meeting?
No, I was not.
Okay. Did you read, I had the occasion to read any of the minutes? Actually, I'm sorry, that's the wrong document. Do you receive copies as and please, is Kentucky American a member or a partner with the Bluegrass?
We are a
Water
partner.
Supply?
We are not a member.
Okay. Do you receive copies of letters or minutes of meetings from the Bluegrass Water Supply Company?
Generally, yes.
Okay. What I would like to do is, and Mr. Chairman, this is not part of the record, so it will need to be marked and hopefully admitted to the record. I have here a letter dated March 19th of 2007 and bearing the logo of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. If you would take a look at it and while counsel do.
Thank you. Mr. Fitzgerald, let's mark this as CAWS Exhibit Number 1 for identification, just so we can make sure in the record we know what we're talking about.
Thank you.
And then if it's admitted, we will go ahead and strike for ID. Go ahead.
Mr. Bridwell, have you had a chance to look at the letter?
Certainly.
Do you recall having seen the letter before?
Like I said, there's been a lot of correspondence back and forth. It looks familiar. So.
Okay. Do you see on the first page well, generally, is it fair to say this letter is a letter to Governor Fletcher from the chairman of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
That's what it appears to be.
And is introducing the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission's participation in this project?
Yes.
Okay, do you see the proposed breakdown of the $61 million project cost to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission at the bottom of the first page?
Yes, it appears to be a $21 million of the water treatment plant, $20 million for the transmission line, and $20 million for the grid costs.
Okay, do you know whether that that proposed breakdown has changed?
Well, I don't know how they came up with the 21 and the $20 million for the transmission line and the treatment plant. That does not represent 20% of the share of the estimated cost. So, but there may be some other factors in there that the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission has taken into account that I'm not aware of.
Okay. Does it appear that at least part of the funds that they're seeking would be dedicated to? You'd mentioned yesterday that some of the cost is the grid cost that is not part of this project.
The General Assembly that they're asking the $25 million, it appears that certainly that is more than simply the grid costs that they have listed here.
Okay. And that $25 million is part of the $60 million that they were seeking?
Again, I'm not sure on the timing of that, of the $60 million that they were assuming that all of the $60 million would be for only this phase.
Okay. If there's no objection, Mr. Chairman, I'd move for admission.
Any objection?
Cause number 1.
No, sure.
All right, hearing none, the exhibit then will be admitted.
Thank you. We had also discussed yesterday the question of whether Bluegrass Water Supply Commission would be able to participate, or believed that they would be able to participate in the absence of this infusion of $60 million. You indicated you were not at the Highbridge meeting?
That's correct.
Did you have occasion to read any of the minutes of the meeting?
I don't recall having reviewed the minutes. It was at a very busy time as part of our application as well. I did review the presentation that was made and have a couple conversations with different members, but that was it.
Okay. Do you recall in reading the minutes any indication that from Mr. Azevedo that without this money, the money being the $60 million, that the water would not be affordable?
I think I just said I don't recall specifically reviewing the minutes, so I don't recall if there was something in the minutes that Mr. Azevedo specifically stated.
Okay, you reviewed the presentation.
I reviewed the presentation.
Okay, and the presentation was the one that was made by?
I don't know who made the presentation. I just saw a copy of the presentation.
Do you recall receiving copies of the minutes of the January 27th, 2007 Bluegrass Water Supply Commission meeting?
I'm sure I got a copy of them. I'm trying to remember if that was the meeting that was held at Broadway Baptist Church in Lexington, then I was in attendance there.
You have a wonderful memory. That's exactly when it was and where it was. What I'd like to do is to provide you a copy of those minutes. Again, Mr. Chairman, this is not part of the record. This was in response to an open records request that the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission's.
I think it is part of the record.
I was going to say, it is part of the record. We furnished this as one of our responses to one of the initial data requests.
Perfect.
But I can't tell you which one.
Perfect.
But it is already in the record.
And it doesn't need to be marked.
Your Honor, I think it would be convenient for all of us if the exhibits are marked for identification only during this hearing. Now, I'm not suggesting that if it's already a part of the record, it needs to be introduced, but simply referring to it with an identification number will help us all. We kind of lost track of that yesterday.
That'd be fine. Could we mark this then as cause 2 for ID? And this end.
Can we get a couple more over here if you've got extra?
I have a question, Lindsay. If we mark these, and we don't introduce them, we're going over the ones that we didn't introduce are going to be thrown out, right? I'm not going to have them in the record. It's going to look strange. I'm going to have Exhibit 1 and maybe Exhibit 5, and somebody will say, where's Exhibit 2, 3, and 4?
You're absolutely right. The ones admitted will not be sequentially numbered unless we do something different, which doesn't cause me any problem.
Yeah, that's quite frankly the reason that I didn't do it yesterday, and the reason that I tried to make sure that we identified the title of whatever was being handed out and where it could be found in the record. You know, data request so-and-so, subpart so-and-so, and I probably didn't do a very good job of making everybody do that. I think that is a problem in terms of trying to keep the record clean.
Like maybe A, B, C, and D.
Well, that's probably a good idea. Let's just call this exhibit, cause Exhibit A for identification, and then we'll do the identification documents with letters, and we'll do the actual exhibits with numbers. Is that okay with everybody? Sure. That's a good idea, Connie. Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Fitzgerald, this is cause Exhibit A for identification.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bridwell, have you had a chance to look through the cause Exhibit A?
Yes.
Okay. Would you turn, please, to page 5? Could you explain to me, who is, if you know, who is the program manager that's referred to on that page?
Brian Lovin is an employee of O'Brien and Gear Engineers and has been retained by, O'Brien and Gear Engineers has been retained by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission as what they've referred to as the program manager. They basically do technical review for certain issues that have come in front of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, is my understanding.
Okay. And so the recommendations that are listed there that purport to be the recommendations of the program manager are those of O'Brien and Gear?
That's my understanding, yes.
And do you have any reason to think that these recommendations are not accurately reflected in the minutes?
No.
To your knowledge, were the minutes approved by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
I believe so. I think I was at the attendance at the next meeting where they were approved. I don't recall any corrections to the minutes.
Okay. Do you note there on bullet point 3 what the estimated minimum based on an estimated minimum purchase amount of 5 MGD, what the calculated unit cost to the commission would be of water from the Pool 3 project?
I mean, it's listed here as in the range of $245 to $255 per 1,000 gallons.
Okay. Do you know what Louisville Water Company, in their proposed alternatives, are suggesting they could deliver water at 1,000 gallons at a 5 MGD?
Well, I think there's a purchase price listed in Mr. Heitzman's testimony of $1.71 a 1,000, but that doesn't incorporate all of the costs that would be required by the BWSC.
Okay, and to your knowledge, has there been any assessment done, either by yourself or by the BWSC, of what the cost would be per 1,000 with those other costs included?
Well, yes, actually, Mr. Lovin had prepared a number of analysis of that for the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission before making his recommendation, and that was presented at a previous meeting that I believe was part of, again, the minutes were part of the record. I think it was September or October of 2006, possibly.
Had Louisville Water Company made the more?
They had not made the most current proposal. It was the proposal based at that time. Now, whether or not Mr. Lovin has made an updated analysis since that time, I am not aware of.
Do you think it would be prudent for the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission to make such an analysis before they make a commitment?
Well, I believe Mr. Lovin actually provided a copy based on Mr. Heitzman's new concept of their review of the new proposal and indicated they didn't feel like it had changed substantially enough to make an updated analysis.
Do you know how much time was put in on that review by O'Brien and Gear?
No, I do not.
If there is no equity participation by Bluegrass Water Supply Commission in the project, how does that change the calculation of the cost of the project to ratepayers? Have you made that calculation?
Again, I believe an attempt has been made by Mr. Miller as part of one of the data requests. I don't recall which one, and he would probably be a better person to answer that.
Okay, thank you. So then, would be better to ask Mr. Miller what the cost comparison would be between Pool 3 and the Louisville Water Company alternative in the absence of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission's equity participation? Kind of a follow-up question.
I'm not sure I followed exactly what you were asking.
In the scenario that there's no participation by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission,
right,
what the relative cost would be between to the ratepayer of Kentucky American of this project and the Louisville Water Company alternative? Kind of a follow-up to the previous question. Do you want me to ask Mr. Miller?
Well, I mean, I guess again, I'm not sure I'm understanding. I mean, Mr. Miller, you can ask Mr. Miller whatever you'd like, but
the rest of the questions I have here under your name are going to Mr. Miller.
I'm not sure. I mean, I guess from the ownership issue, or
from the absence of the part of the cost of this project, if there's an equity participation by Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, will be paid by the commission.
Yes.
Not only of the plant, but also the pipeline.
Right.
In the absence of their participation, my question was, what will the impact be on the ratepayers? And you indicated Mr. Miller would be the appropriate person.
Certainly the impact to the ratepayers. As far as the capital cost estimates, I mean, I have developed those. So
my follow-up question was whether that impact to the ratepayers had been compared to the Louisville Water Company alternative, not only capital costs, but life cycle costs?
Again, I don't know whether we have done all of that
That was my
impact on
question.
all those different alternatives.
Okay. I'll follow up with Mr. Miller. To the extent that he doesn't know, I may ask that be made a data request, a supplemental data request. I asked yesterday, well, how long have you been an engineer with Kentucky American?
18 years now.
And in that time, you have worked on projects, pipeline projects?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been engaged in a project in which Kentucky American was obligated to provide some level of environmental documentation under the National Environmental Policy Act?
Other than the preparation in 1999 of the transmission line that we were contemplating, I don't think we have been involved in a project that has, I'd have to go back through the records, but I don't recall having worked on a project that had that obligation, other than the original pipeline project.
So I asked yesterday whether a contribution of federal grant money from the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission could potentially implicate the National Environmental Policy Act. You indicated you didn't know?
That's correct. I told you I didn't know.
What about the National Historic Preservation Act? Are you familiar with the requirement to consider impacts on historic or cultural resources under that law?
Again, we reviewed this in 1999. I remember the conversations about it, but no, I'm not familiar specifically with the National Historic Preservation Act.
In response to the Attorney General's first request for information, do you have that available by any chance?
Yes.
Okay. Item 22. Yeah, take your time and just let me know when you're ready.
Did you say item 22?
Item 22 would be,
Okay.
it was in the first request for information. Reference was made to your testimony that the Louisville Water Company pipeline option had been selected. This was in, I believe, 1998, from 50 alternatives. And the AG asked whether a similar analysis had been conducted of the proposed Pool 3 option.
Yes.
And the response was to refer to the 2004 Water System Regionalization Feasibility Study.
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, did O'Brien and Gear, the authors of that 2004 study, update the Louisville Water Company proposal when they evaluated it against the proposed Pool 3 project?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, they did. And as part of the study, they looked at a number of different ones. They did it as part of the study, and then they did some clarifications after the study.
Okay. When I asked, did they update, did they go to the Louisville Water Company and ask them to update the numbers, or did they just make assumptions regarding those numbers?
No, they took proposals from the Louisville Water Company. They took a first proposal that they presented as part of the cost analysis, then they took a second proposal that was addressed in a public workshop, and then I believe there's actually some correspondence in the data request that they believed that their presentation on the second proposal from Louisville Water Company was not clear, and they were clarifying that in November of 2005.
When was the report released?
The report was released in February 2004. Like I said, they took a proposal and two different proposals in 2003 from the Louisville Water Company, and then they updated in I believe it was in 2005, some information about one of the proposals.
Okay, and the 2004 study,
Yes.
is it fair to say that it identified the Louisville Water Company option as the least cost alternative?
No, and that was what the clarification
The question is,
was.
did the 2004
Okay, can she please explain her answer?
I think Mr. Fitzgerald, you asked her a question, she answered it, and then she was trying to explain it, and I'm going to give her the right to explain it, and then if you want to follow up with an
Certainly,
explanation.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but let me clarify my question.
Yes.
Did the 2004 study indicate that the Louisville Water Company option was the least cost alternative?
The Louisville, the 2004 study identified the Louisville Water Company in the pairwise comparison as having the least cost ranking. However, O'Brien and Gear came back and they said it was very obvious from the information that had since been publicized that people had misunderstood the information about the Louisville Water Company proposal. And they stood by their recommendation that actually the Louisville Water Company was the second lowest in cost. And that, actually, that letter of clarification is in the record at this point. I believe it's in response to the Public Service Commission's first data request, item 6.
And that's the 2005 letter?
It was a 2005 letter clarifying the information that had been presented.
Okay. Thank you. And again, I apologize. I did not mean to cut you off, but I was trying to get an answer before the clarification.
I understand, and I think that's unfortunately been a common misperception of a lot of people.
Have you participated in pipeline projects on behalf of Kentucky American or any other company where condemnation was required?
No, actually, in 18 years at Kentucky American Water, we have not used condemnation on any pipeline.
You've never had to condemn property?
Not in the 18 years that I've been there, no.
Yesterday, there was a request for data, and I'm not going to ask you to go through it right now because I assume it's going to be provided. Have you had any indication, or are you aware of any indication from property owners along the proposed route for the Pool 3 project pipeline that they do not intend to grant an easement?
I know that has been expressed to us, yes.
Have you made any projections of the time element involved in undertaking a condemnation action?
No, not at this point. Like I said, in 18 years, we have been able to successfully, even when we have been told that previously, we've been able to successfully negotiate or find an alternative.
Okay, so at this point, you've not made any projections on how much time it might take to begin, prosecute, and address any potential appeals of the condemnation?
Not at this point, no.
Have you factored that in your cost? I noticed that legal was part of the cost for these projects. I think part of that 25% cost. Does that legal include potential litigation associated with acquiring easements?
We have not done a detailed analysis of what the legal estimate would be. Certainly, we're paying legal bills right now as part of this project. So that has all just been captured as one line item.
Okay, so to your knowledge, there's no specific component of that legal fee that addresses the cost of prosecuting condemnation actions?
No.
And you don't know how much time a condemnation might add to the acquisition of the easements necessary for the construction of the pipeline?
No.
To your knowledge, will blasting be required as part of the construction of this of a component of this pipeline?
I don't know specifically.
Have you asked for a geotechnical investigation to be done by engineer or blasting consultant to determine whether blasting might be required?
We have done a geotechnical investigation as part of the preliminary engineering.
Okay, has that been provided as part of the record?
I don't know if it's part of the application or not.
Could we request that be made?
I can find out whether it's part of the application. I mean, I know the specifications that were used in the bid documents were included as part of the application.
So at this point, you don't know whether blasting will be required?
I don't know off the top of my head whether it would be allowed or not. I mean, it's certainly up to the contractor on developing the methodology, and if there were some terms or some specific restrictions put around it, I don't know specifically. Mr. Svinlin would be a better person to ask that question.
Mr. Ingram, does Kentucky American have any objection to supplying the geotechnical report if it's not already of record?
I assume not. Let me, where's? Sure, we'll supply it. But not all of it. We will certainly supply that, and we'll consider that a hearing data request.
Okay, Mr. Fitzgerald.
That's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Ingram. To your knowledge, shifting gears a little bit to the Pool 3 project, Has there been any environmental assessment or environmental impact statement done on the possibility of raising the elevation of Pool 3?
That would be undertaken by the Kentucky River Authority, and I don't know, to my knowledge, there hasn't been any done.
Okay. Now, there was one, do you recall that there was one done when the Pool 10 was contemplated to be raised?
I think that, I don't know if it's been completed. I know that was one of the considerations that they were undertaking.
And would you assume, based on your knowledge, that one would be required or one would be undertaken by the Kentucky River Authority?
No, that's what I just don't know, specifically whether there would be one required depending on, I think that was one of the debates about the crest rates versus permanent raising, about whether one would be required. I really don't know.
Who was debating that?
I think that was a conversation going on between the Corps and the Kentucky River Authority, but I have not been involved in that other than as attending some meetings.
Mr. Fitzgerald, I'm going to interrupt you a second. I want to ask you a question that is concerned me just a little bit, and Mr. Fitzgerald's question with respect to raising Pool 3 jogged my memory. The proposed water treatment plant at Pool 3 that's the subject of this application, is that in the floodplain?
No, the treatment plant is not. The intake station is, and that was one of the criteria on the siting of it, was that the intake station is in the floodplain but built up above the floodplain level, and then the treatment plant sits on the top of the hill above it, so that it would be out of the floodplain.
What if Pool 3 were raised? Is there any possibility that if it were raised X feet, that the water treatment plant would suddenly come into the floodplain?
No. There's a few 100 feet difference, and what's being contemplated is either crest rates of a permanent raising of somewhere between 3 and 6 feet. And, it would be raising the elevation of the pool at a level that it normally is flooded anyway during high water events. Not flooded, but just during high water episodes. The river levels jump 10, 12 feet on a regular basis just in the wintertime.
All right. Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thanks, sir. To your knowledge, let me ask it this way. What actions has Kentucky American taken towards implementation of the Pool 3 project in advance of approval by the Commission?
The actions that I think that have been identified as part of this case, we have optioned the property. We've done investigations on the property itself for the treatment plant, the booster station. We have completed design. We have identified the route. We have secured a number of the permits and applied for the rest of them that are required, and those are pending. We have begun easement negotiations, I think was discussed yesterday, and we have bid the facilities and are waiting on approval of this commission before we award any bids.
When you say investigations, do those include physical investigations of the treatment plant property?
Certainly.
Okay. Is there actual site work going on in terms of site disturbance going on the Sandlin property?
No, there was a geotechnical investigation that I think required some clearing just to get the access to, but the Sandlin property, to my knowledge, has not had any physical work done to it as part of this project.
No dozer work out there?
Not that I'm aware of. Now, I know they had to get the trucks in, that they had to do a little bit of dozer work to be able to get the drill trucks in.
Am I correct in assuming that Kentucky American is separately accounting for all of these expenditures?
That's true.
Since it is spending the money in advance of approval?
Yes, there's a system in place that captures all of the charges of this project.
Okay, and that these costs, in the event that the project is not approved, will be borne by the shareholders, not the ratepayers?
I'm not sure about that. I will not agree to that, Your Honor. That would be a subsequent decision to be made in a rate case.
Well, the question was asked of the witness. I don't know if she can answer it or not.
I can certainly address how it was done previously. There is an obligation to have a certain amount of preliminary work prior to filing a certificate of application. And, certainly when that was done previously, we sought, inclusion of that. I don't know that Mr. Miller might differ on the term of that in our repayment from the ratepayers for those costs previously.
Oh. We've rounded the corner and we're heading for home here. I'd like to wrap up by asking you some questions for clarification concerning the data request. I'd like to start with CAUSE's second supplemental data request, if you could get that out. Wonderful. If you will look at number 6 in the second data request, supplemental data request, you were asked, or Kentucky American was asked, whether payments to the Kentucky River Authority for Pool 3 withdrawals had been included within the calculations of the project cost?
Yes,
And the answer was no.
that's true.
Has Kentucky American, is Kentucky American assuming that there won't be any charge for the withdrawals?
No.
So they're assuming that there will be some cost.
Yes.
You know what that cost will be under the various scenarios, under the 6 MGD or the 20 MGD scenario?
There is currently a withdrawal fee from mainstream users. I believe it's 5 cents a 1,000 gallons is the current withdrawal fee.
Okay, and have you calculated that out based on the anticipated withdrawals?
I think Mr. Walker has included it in his analysis since then.
Okay, but and have you supplemented the application to reflect that?
No.
Okay. Is there a reason why not?
Well, I mean, it was included now in the application. I mean, I guess it's part of the additional analysis that has been included, but certainly the O&M costs that were included in the application, actually, I mean, some of them have been updated since that time, but have we specifically gone back? And I guess it's part of the record at this point, so I'd have to ask my lawyer whether we need to actually do an amendment to the application. I'm not sure.
No, I'm sorry. I was unclear on my question. I'm having a hard time, and it could be just, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a water expert, and I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn last night. But I don't understand why, when you know you're going to have to pay for withdrawing that water, that it wasn't included as part of the cost of the project.
Okay, as I said, it has now been included as part of the analysis that Mr. Walker has done that is included in the record.
Okay. In number 10 of the same second supplemental data request.
Look, can I come back on that just a little bit?
Sure.
So, and certainly to the extent that a base load from this plant on Kentucky River Authority withdrawal fees is simply offsetting existing loads from our current plants, there's actually no change then in the withdrawal fee because it's the same fee we're paying. So the only time there would be an increase in the withdrawal fee is on a day when we have increased demands over what we would currently withdraw from the Kentucky River. So we have not made that calculation for those of how often or trying to estimate what years that would occur.
Okay, well, help me to understand then. My understanding is that the purpose of the Pool 3 project is not to offset your existing load, but is to address the anticipated growth in demand for the drought and peak needs and for treatment.
It's a supplemental for the additional, but when you're referring to, did we include the cost of the 6 million gallons a day base load? I mean, currently, right now, as I told you yesterday, our average day demand in 2006 was 42 million gallons a day. We have treatment capacity of 65. So where we're producing 6 million gallons a day at a new plant in 2010, all that's going to do is, for water quality purposes, essentially reduce the output of the existing plants. So the withdrawal fee on a daily basis is not changing because we're just shifting where along the Kentucky River that it's going. So I guess to try and make a calculation of 1 or 2 or 3 days during a year that this plant would be used on a peaking capacity and what years those would occur is going to be a minimal fee from the Kentucky River Authority.
Okay, then, is it, if I understand your testimony then, are you telling me that the only times that you will need this plant to supplement as opposed to replace existing capacity is 1 or 2 or 3 times a year?
As long as there's not a drought incident, yes.
And for that, we're going to charge an extra $10.14 a month on the average bill.
The whatever alternative, whatever additional facilities have to be built to meet those needs, yes, would be included as part of the bill.
Okay, and for those 1 or 2 or 3 days a year, you haven't included the calculation of what the cost would be.
And again, that's in the immediate and in the near-term future. And of course, certainly as we've talked about, as the growth of the system, those will occur more frequently. But how often that will occur, we haven't tried to make a calculation of that.
Okay, thank you. Number 10 in the second supplemental data request, you indicated that Kentucky American had not considered the alternative of building a pipeline to meet and connect to the Louisville Water Company line at Kentucky Highway 53. In this, and I'm paraphrasing, in this case.
Yes.
Okay. Your response was, regardless of the point of the proposed connection, there's been no indication that Kentucky American Water's cost would decrease, and therefore no need for additional consideration.
Yes.
If they're proposing to move their connection point at their cost closer to Lexington, are you telling me there's no decrease in cost to Kentucky American? Or am I misunderstanding?
Well, at the time that this data request was presented, which I don't remember the exact specific date of this, but it was the 16th day of July, there were not specifics from the Louisville Water Company on what was being proposed that was necessarily a change from any previous analysis.
Well, understanding now that there has been a change, or let me ask this, has there been a change in their proposed location? Have they in fact moved the point where they're willing to build and pay to closer to Lexington?
They have indicated now in the rebuttal testimony filed by Mr. Heitzman a change than what was previously reviewed by Kentucky American, and that analysis has now been performed and submitted as part of the testimony in this case.
Okay, and in that analysis, has the cost decreased to Kentucky American because of moving that point closer to Lexington?
The cost that would be presented by that alternative has, I guess, potentially decreased because we haven't, I mean, it's a different analysis than what was done previously, but it is still not the cheapest cost to Kentucky American's customers, and that's in Mr. Walker's testimony.
Okay, so then this is no longer accurate. You have, in fact, now gone back and looked at the new alternative?
That is correct.
Mr. Walker's prepared to explain why Kentucky American believes it is?
He has done the analysis on the costs.
Has he
Yes.
provided that? Is that supplemental?
Yes, that's part of his, no, that's part of his rebuttal testimony that was filed November 13th.
Okay,
Yes.
then we'll follow up with Mr. Walker. Thank you. Has Gannett Fleming or any other consultant to Kentucky American done any hydrologic studies of the potential impact of the proposed pipeline on springs or wells along the pipeline route?
Yes, we have looked at one specific location that we had a question about, and I believe we have done a review of it. I don't know the specifics on it. It was kind of a peripheral issue that we were discussing.
That's for one landowner, right?
I don't know whether we looked beyond that one property or not.
Okay, so you don't know then whether there has been an assessment done of the potential hydrologic impact of the pipeline construction on wells and springs through the entire extent of the route?
Again, no, I don't know what the specifics of that. Mr. Svendlund might be a better person to ask that question of.
Okay, if you look at number 14 of the second supplemental data request.
The cause supplemental, second supplemental?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
Why hasn't Kentucky American studied the Dam 9 improvements?
And maybe this, I guess, the study of whether Dam 9 specifically can be improved or not is the responsibility of the Kentucky River Authority. Now, I'm aware that they have looked at some issues regarding Dam 9, but as far as whether Kentucky American has undertaken that investigation, I think the answer is pretty clear here. We don't own the dam.
Kentucky American's parent company owns a number of water supply dams, is that correct?
I understand. I mean, Kentucky American owns dams, and so I'm sure American Water does own some dams in addition to that.
To your knowledge, during these many years of investigation of water supply alternatives, has Kentucky American ever published a report or a study concerning the potential of partnering with the Kentucky River Authority to build necessary improvements to Dam 9 in order to address supply?
I do not know that we have ever had that conversation, or much less published anything regarding a partnership with the Kentucky River Authority on facilities on the river.
I mean, your existing treatment facility is at Pool 9, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with Mr. Ormsby's work over at the Kentucky Water Resources Research Institute?
Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar that his suggestion is that the problem is not a flow problem with the Kentucky River, but is a storage issue?
I believe that's the characterization he has made.
Okay. And do you disagree with that?
No.
Okay. Why wouldn't Kentucky American have contemplated looking at additional storage in the very pool that you have historically drawn your water from?
Well, and let me say, again, I know that the Kentucky River Authority has looked at raising Dam 9, and there are some significant issues there. But as far as the details, I mean, we have not studied that issue. We have been assured by the Kentucky River Authority and some of its members that there are a lot of problems with attempting to raise Dam 9.
Or to minimize leakage as a way of increasing storage?
I think actually that we participated in a study with the Kentucky River Authority on the leakage and the potential for reducing the leakage through that, and I believe the reconstruction of the dam is currently supposed to take care of a big part of that problem.
Am I correct, if you move to number 18? Oh, I'm sorry, let me just ask this one last question regarding the Dam 9. If, hypothetically, Kentucky American Water Company were to contribute capital to the to either reconstruction or crest gates or some alternative that would increase supply availability during the times of need for your system, were to contribute that to Kentucky River Authority, would you be able to include that contribution within your rate base? Do you know?
I really have no idea.
Because, I mean, the dam would still be owned, theoretically, in my hypothetical, by Kentucky River Authority.
Yes, but I mean, Kentucky American certainly has situations where it's made payments to other utilities as part of for their capital facilities to supply water, and I believe that's included in rate base. I'm not sure. Again, that would probably be questions that Mr. Miller would be better equipped to answer.
Okay. Am I correct in this? I am far past my competence in asking this, and I may ask it inartfully. But in looking at the available water in Pool 9, part of the consideration is the Division of Water's requirement that a certain minimum flow or a certain minimum quantity be maintained for water quality purposes. Is that correct?
I believe that is their, I think that's their goal in the restrictions that they place on Kentucky American for withdrawals during Pool 9.
And that is called, called the 7Q10, which is the design low flow condition?
That's a condition that they use during the analysis, and that certainly is one of the trigger points on the conditions of Kentucky American's water withdrawal permit.
Have you had discussions with Mr. Ormsby concerning the minimum flow and in his position on whether the Division of Water should require that minimum flow during drought conditions?
Well, again, the Division of Water does not require that minimum flow during drought conditions. In fact, the permit actually allows us to take water even if there's no flow coming into the river at Pool 9.
Does the permit require that you at all times maintain a minimum amount of water available for water quality purposes?
No, actually, it doesn't. It has a restriction on the amount of withdrawals that we have based on the flow coming into the river, period, into the pool, period.
My understanding is valves have been installed in a number of the dams on the Kentucky River upstream from where Kentucky American draws water. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the effect of those valves, is it fair to say that it allows the shifting of water from one pool to the next, even in the absence of flow over the dams?
Certainly.
Okay. And that the effective utilization of those valves would be to augment flow in the lower pool?
Certainly.
And that augmented flow would be in part available to Kentucky American to the extent that there was additional flow into Pool 9?
Certainly.
Were the valves operated this summer?
Yes.
And have you done an analysis of how much additional yield was, or how much additional water supply was made available to Kentucky American as a result of the operation of the valves?
This summer, no.
Right. Have you done so during any year where the valves have been operated?
No, I believe that Kentucky Water Resources, Dr. Ormsby's organization had done the analysis in 1996 on what storage would be available through the opening and the release through those valves, but no, there hasn't been a study since that time.
Okay, that was theoretical. At that time, they hadn't been installed, right?
That's true.
Okay, so there's been no study of the actual impact of mitigation of the deficit in water supply since they've been operated?
If the Kentucky River Authority or the Division of Water has undertaken that, I'm not aware of it.
Okay, so then, is it fair to say then that we don't know, based on actual experience, what the water supply deficit is after the application of those valves? Let me rephrase that, because that one confused even me. Dr. Ormsby had projected a deficit in supply in his in the study that the KWRRI did, and then projected that the operation of the valves could reduce that deficit in Pool 9.
Yes.
And that was a theoretical reduction.
Yes.
Based on projections. Am I correct that no one has gone back then, to your knowledge, and done an assessment based on the actual operation of those valves of how much the deficit was reduced through their operation?
No, I don't think they have. Of course, we haven't had a drought of record recur, which was the standard that Dr. Ormsby was also utilizing. So certainly the incremental impact, I mean, the configuration of the river has not changed. So, but whether that information has been confirmed that Dr. Ormsby presented or not, I don't know.
Do you recall how many times the valves have been in operation since they were installed?
I know they were in operation in 1999, and then again, I don't know if they've been in operation since then or not. I'd have to check with the Division of Water.
Weren't they in operation this year?
Well, in this year, in addition to this
so
year. I don't know if they, at least twice. I don't know if there were other years that they were opened.
Okay. If you would turn to number 18 of the second supplemental data request.
Okay.
Believe it or not, we have, I think, less than 12 questions left. Do I understand this answer correctly, that the only efforts that Kentucky American has directed at commercial and industrial users in terms of conservation under your current plans is that you meet annually with them?
That's what we're doing now. As I think I mentioned in perhaps in my rebuttal testimony, we had talked to them initially after the drought of 1999, and again early in the conservation initiative program, a lot of the industrial customers had indicated they had already undertaken significant amount of conservation. And so, yes, at this point, this is the only component as part of the conservation program that's directed at industrial and commercial customers.
Okay, so there's no audit program
Not at this time.
you conduct? Has there been any since?
No.
In question 24 of the second supplemental data request from CAUSE, you indicated in response, I should have asked you this when I asked about the hydrologic study, that normally water main construction does not impact groundwater supplies.
Yes.
Is that your opinion, or is that, what's the basis for that assertion?
I mean, that's fairly normal, I guess, from both my opinion as an engineer, having laid a lot of pipeline and reviewed a lot of pipeline being laid in the industry.
Okay. Would that, is that conclusion a categorical conclusion, or would it depend on the nature of the hydrogeology of the area in which you're laying the
Oh,
pipeline?
certainly, if there was a hydrogeology that would be impacted by the water line, I mean, there is an opportunity, I guess it could, depending on the hydrogeology of the system.
So, for example, if I'm in an area of shallow groundwater flow that is secondary permeability, fracture flow, as opposed to a deep aquifer, in the former situation, it might be more possible that there'd be damage?
It could be.
Could you turn to the first data request that CAUSE supplied? Question 1D, that's the question with 1,000 parts.
1B.
1B.
Yes. Boy. I believe so.
B as in boring. Let me know when you've got it there.
I've got it.
You indicated that the most likely option for the next increment of water after the 25 MGD in Pool 3 would be the, quote, construction on the Kentucky River, but a raw water line to the Ohio River could be an option.
Yes.
Okay. Is that construction that you're referring to there your anticipation that there will be some construction by Kentucky River Authority on Dam 3, or are you contemplating some other construction?
I mean, not necessarily. Certainly, as I indicated, the conversations with the Division of Water have been anywhere from 25 to 40 MGD may be available without restrictions from Pool 3. And until we actually get to that point that we're asking for it, it's going to be difficult to, and what the situation is on the Kentucky River at that time.
No, I understand, but the word construction here, you don't construct additional capacity. It's either 25 or 40 MGD is available, which is what you were talking about. But I'm asking, when you referred to construction on the Kentucky River as being where the next increment of water will come from.
No. I was referring to the construction of additional treatment capacity or a raw water facilities to withdraw those. That's not referring to specific construction of Kentucky River enhancements.
Okay.
I apologize if that's
So if
not
it turns
clear.
out that the 25 MGD is, as your filed testimony indicated, the more recent suggestion by the Division of Water is that it may be 25 that's available. Assuming that that is the case, construction of additional treatment capacity isn't going to help you there, because there would not be the water supply there to treat.
Let me make it very clear. The Division of Water has certainly not said that there would not be additional water. It's just whether there would be any restrictions placed on those additional water during periods of drought. And Kentucky American would certainly have to reevaluate at that time if there were restrictions upon anything above 25, what those restrictions would be and how that would impact the potential for any available supply.
Right, but those restrictions would be put in place at the very time that you'd be wanting to operate this plant. Is that correct?
Possibly.
Okay. And I don't mean to replow that ground, because I think we thoroughly discussed that yesterday, but I was just trying to understand what construction meant.
Okay.
Assuming that there is not available additional available supply without restriction above 25 MGD, is that where you would contemplate an additional supplemental source of raw water?
Yes.
Okay. And you haven't done that at this time, other than preliminarily, is that correct?
That's correct.
But Mr. Spenlin did do an aerial mapping north to the Ohio from this plant, did he not?
Well, yes, because at the time we didn't have a withdrawal permit, we didn't know what the Division of Water was going to grant us.
But that same aerial mapping would help in terms of potentially routing an additional line to the Ohio.
If at some point in the future, I mean, the problem is that that becomes very dated within the very near future.
We asked, this question has been asked, and you may not be the person to answer it, but I didn't quite understand. Is a 42-inch line necessary to move 25 MGD of water?
Well, and again, I believe Mr. Spenlin might be a better person to answer this, but I can tell you one of the considerations, you certainly could move 25 million gallons a day through a smaller line, but there would be a substantial difference in cost on energy usage, how many boosters would need to be located along the facilities, the pressures that would be involved along that to operate, and thus the pipe would have to be designed differently. So Kentucky American felt like the optimal size of the pipe at this point was a 42-inch pipe.
Okay, now you currently move water from Pool 9 and from Jacobson into your system.
Yes.
Okay. What size lines do you use?
We have parallel 36s that come out of the Kentucky River Station on treated water moving into, and then very shortly there's an additional 30 that takes some additional water off that 36, one of the 36s.
What are those parallel 36s? What do they typically move in terms of MGD?
The Kentucky River Station is rated for 40 million gallons a day or up to 45 million gallons a day in the summer months.
So then would I assume that in summer months they are each moving about 22?
That probably one of them moves a little bit more and one of them moves a little bit less, but yes, that's a potential there. Those lines have been designed to carry that water.
Okay, so then one of them might move up to 25?
Yes.
Can a 42-inch main accommodate more than 25 MGD?
Certainly.
Do you know what it can accommodate up to?
No. And again, that's going to be on how it's designed to accommodate. Certainly there's booster stations and pressure considerations that have to be done as part of the design if that's your intention to operate it at higher levels.
Okay, but you could add those along at some point?
Well, you can't go back and, I guess you could. You'd have to go back and replace components of pipe. The pipe is designed to operate at certain pressures, and the more water you're putting through the pipe, then the higher the pressure it's going to be. So there is certainly, if it hasn't been designed to accommodate that, then you would have to actually literally be replacing pieces of pipe.
Do you know what the pipe is, what the line has been designed to accommodate?
I believe it was up to 30 million gallons a day.
Up to 30 and no more?
Yes. And I probably should say right there, we need to confirm that with Mr. Spenlin.
Well, if you believe that up to 40 MGD is available in Pool 3, why would you design the line to only accommodate 30?
Because, again, if there is a cost associated with that additional water available up to 40 MGD, that's one of the things that's going to have to be looked at, and certainly paying for facilities, including pipeline facilities at this point, to accommodate water that, you're asking your customers to pay for facilities that are not going to be utilized. And so adding additional capacity in the pipeline through the design of it is asking them to pay for facilities that you're not going to be utilizing.
And you're assuming that all of that cost is going to be paid. In your answer, you're assuming that the customers are being asked to pay for a potential incremental cost that might accommodate future expansion of that plant.
That's true.
Last set of questions, focusing on this year. Is it true that Kentucky American was approached, or do you know whether Kentucky American was approached about the possibility of connecting to the Versailles water supply system?
Yes,
Were you part of that conversation?
yes.
Do you recall what Versailles offered that they would have available to you?
Oh, I apologize. Versailles has not approached us or offered a connection to us.
Okay, have you approached them and discussed a connection to them?
We had a meeting with Versailles with other representatives of the BWSC about the potential for a connection in the interim.
Okay, and in that discussion, did Versailles indicate that they had potentially available to Kentucky American Water 3 to 5 MGD?
They indicated that they have treatment capacity that is not being utilized of somewhere between 3 to 5 MGD. But
Okay.
certainly the availability of them to pump that water out of the treatment plant, much less get it to Kentucky American system, is still questionable.
Okay, did you, well now, I'm sorry. They believe they have available treatment capacity that is not being utilized.
Yes.
Okay, and did they estimate, or did you estimate the cost of connecting to that system? Specifically, I believe at the Bluegrass Parkway in, is it Huntertown Trace?
Huntertown Road.
Huntertown Road.
I don't remember if the estimates were actually fully developed. I think we did do some, I know Kentucky American did a cost estimate on what the connection would require to take the water into our system.
Okay.
And whether or not Versailles actually completed an estimate on what it would be required to cost them to get. I know there were some pumping issues. There was certainly a gradient issues. Of course, the issue with Versailles is the reliability of their source and that the facilities don't meet the full needs of Kentucky American, much less any of the partners of the BWSC.
Okay, I appreciate all that, but I'd like to kind of focus on one piece at a time, okay?
Okay.
They have available capacity, treatment capacity of 3 to 5 MGD.
Yes.
Okay. And the connection between your system and theirs at Huntertown Road and Bluegrass Parkway is the estimate of 200,000 to 400,000. You recall that number being?
I really don't remember the numbers on it.
Is there some documentation that you could provide to the commission regarding what the cost estimates and any analysis that was done on technical issues associated with interconnection?
Certainly, we can provide any analysis that was previously done.
Okay. Similarly, does Frankfurt have available treatment capacity that is not being utilized?
No, actually, I don't believe they do.
You don't? Okay. And do you know whether they could, whether they have available water supply that could have been provided to Lexington?
When you mean available water supply?
Available treated water that you could have.
I just answered that. No, they don't. That was one of the issues, and I think we've actually talked about it in our testimony, that the BWSC was looking at an interim connection between Frankfurt and Louisville in September of 2005. The representative from Frankfurt informed the BWSC that the capacity that they had previously indicated would be available was not available.
Do you know whether there's been any study of the potential for expansion of Frankfurt's treatment capacity?
I believe Frankfurt Plant Board has undertaken a study.
Okay. And let me understand, the water withdrawal amount that you requested of the Division of Water for the Pool 3 plant is for all but 3 months is 6 MGD?
Yes.
Okay. And are you anticipating needing that immediately?
And again, Mr. Finland may be a better person to answer these questions, but the anticipation of the 6 million gallons a day is the base load that would be the optimal operation of the plant when it came online. Certainly, as I've indicated, on a daily basis, that water, you're simply shifting the base load from existing facilities because there is a minimum amount that needs to be operated through the plant to keep it operating for water quality purposes.
And what's the minimum amount that needs to be operated through there?
I think we had looked at something like 4 million gallons as a minimal amount. When we were looking at the design of the facilities, the 6 million gallons appeared to be the most efficient minimal amount. Certainly once we get the plant up and operating, if there is a way to reduce the cost by reducing that operation, that's certainly something we will be doing.
So, and I guess I don't quite understand. Did you undertake any assessment, any technical assessment of the ability to augment your supply by up to 5 MGD from a connection with Versailles?
No, as I indicated, that Versailles is on Pool 5 of the Kentucky River that is still dealing with the same issues about not having the downstream flows and the supply available at Pool 5 that would potentially be during a drought.
Okay, and were they on restriction this summer, do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, could I break for about 2 minutes to consult with my client? Sir, I believe we may be done.
Why don't we do this? We're at our morning break anyway. Why don't we extend that from 2 minutes to about 12 minutes? We'll come back about 25 till the hour.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gridwell, thank you.
All right, we're back on the record in case number 2007-134. Let the record reflect that all parties are present and represented by counsel. Okay, Mr. Fitzgerald, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we are done for now. Thank you, Ms. Bruno.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm going to vacate this chair here.
Mr. Fitzgerald, it occurs to me that somebody that has questioned so closely his competency to ask questions in this case sure did a good job and asked some pretty probing questions, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Mr. Bain, I think you're next. Okay. Mr. Barbary, do you have questions?
I've got a few.
Okay, come.
I didn't know that there's a river authority there. I had not.
I get skip Jack, I guess. I'm sorry. Mr. Hughes, do you have any questions?
Thanks.
Good morning, Ms. Bridwell.
Good morning, Mr. Barbary.
Can I assume that you're familiar with Mr. Rubin's pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
I have read through it.
Okay. And this is more of a general question than a specific one. Do you have a significant number of issues with how he's performed his analyses with respect to his rebuttal testimony?
To be honest with you, I didn't get into a lot of details on how Mr. Rubin performed his analysis. He seemed to come to the same conclusion that Kentucky American had. The analysis differed from the conclusion that, the analysis itself differed from the one that we put forward. So in that sense, yes.
Mr. Rubin, and I'll paraphrase, seems to have concluded that there's a great deal of cost sensitivity to how much water would be utilized. Do you agree with that statement?
How much water would be purchased or utilized? Yes, definitely.
Could you please briefly explain the concept of take or pay?
My understanding generally is that you either take the water if it's 1 million gallons a day, or you pay for it even if you're not taking the water.
Okay. Now, with respect to it's my understanding that the Louisville Water Company's proposal, there's a 2-to-1 ratio on a take or pay. Is that accurate?
That's my understanding.
Now, is it accurate to state that the 2 is actually the ability to reserve up to that amount of water if it's necessary?
That's my understanding.
So in order for that to be available for you all to use or someone else to use, you'd have to agree to purchase at least the one variable to that too. In other words, if you needed 20 million gallons you'd have to agree to purchase, whether you really need it or not, 10 million gallons. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, is that you have to purchase half, essentially, of the amount that you want to reserve.
All right. I guess this is my question from that. If the Kentucky Americans Pool 3 proposal was not acceptable to the commission and you were forced to consider a Louisville Water Company solution with this 2-to-1 concept, how much water do you all believe you would need to acquire at the beginning of the relationship?
Well, since the facilities that we are currently contemplating constructing require 20 million gallons a day, it's our understanding that we would need to, at a minimum, purchase 10 million gallons a day, and if the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission was included as a 25 million net gallon a day, that we would need to purchase 12.5 million gallons a day.
And I don't know if you know the answer. I'd be curious. If you don't end up using the water, what happens to it? Do you just...
Well, the idea is that you pay a fixed amount for a minimum purchase, whether you actually physically take the water or not.
So you don't physically take the water if you don't need it?
Right, but you still have to pay for it.
Okay. I think we covered this pretty well with the last questioning, but just so it's clear for the record, you all did not come up with the actual growth numbers for population. You got those from somewhere else?
That's correct. We use the Kentucky State Data Center, the official demographer of the state.
If you were to acquire, if Kentucky American was to acquire water from a pipeline solution, would that eliminate the necessity of having additional treatment capacity?
If we were to purchase the equivalent amount through a finished water, it would eliminate the need for additional treatment capacity, yes.
I'm going to ask you a question about the pipeline, or the pipe sizing, and I don't know whether you'd be the appropriate person to ask this, or whether it be Mr. Finland. You were asked a series of questions about the necessity of the 42-inch pipeline for a 25 million gallon a day situation. Are your answers the same at 20 million gallons a day?
I mean, yes. I mean, I think the situation, the difference between a 36-inch pipeline and a 42-inch pipeline, I mean, I don't think you're going to drop down to a smaller size just simply because you're looking at a 20 million gallon rather than 25.
I think that's all my questions.
All right, Mr. Wucher?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Bridwell.
Good morning, Mr. Woodger.
Just a few questions. Let me just confirm something that I think Mr. Fitzgerald brought up. The original figure in the application regarding the cost of operating the plant, that did not include the Kentucky River withdrawal fees, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In terms of easements that Kentucky American has to obtain in order for it to locate the pipeline, what is the width of the easement?
Well, it varies depending on the location. Kentucky American's standard is 30-foot easement with a temporary construction easement depending on the terrain, the situation. With this size pipeline, you might be able to go down to as small as a 20-foot wide easement if the situation was appropriate.
All right, well, let's step back a second. The standard one is 30 feet.
Is 30
And then you talked about a construction easement, so at least when the pipeline is being laid, how much, what's the width of the construction easement? How much is added on besides the 30 feet?
Well, it depends on each individual property and what's available. Generally, again, if you're looking at an easement, that the permanent easement would be adjacent to a road right-of-way and you would have some access from them, you would be looking for a temporary easement either 20 to 30 feet beyond the permanent easement for construction.
So, and I recognize it's going to vary given the terrain and the situation, but you're talking about an easement, at least for construction purposes, of being 60 feet, and the permanent easement being 30 feet?
Yes.
Generally.
Yes. Mr. Rucci, let me make sure I understand, when for construction purposes, the 60 feet includes the 30 feet of the permanent easement?
Yes.
Okay.
There was some discussion early on about the contract that had been negotiated between the Louisville Water Company and Kentucky American, I think was executed back in November of 1998.
Yes, sir.
And there was some discussion as to whether that contract existed or not. Is it your recollection that the contract was never submitted to the Public Service Commission for approval?
No, actually, I thought I recalled that we actually, Kentucky American initiated sending the letter, sending the contract to approval from, to the commission, and I believe the commission's, and again, I'm going off of memory, I haven't seen any documentation. I thought they sent a letter back asking that it be submitted as part of the certificate application for the case.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
In order to add more paper to the record, but also to clarify it, I'd like to go ahead and have two documents for marked as commission staff, Exhibit 1 and 2, that can be entered into the record.
Thank you.
These four for the back table.
Can I get one, too? Okay. Okay.
Yes. Do we have one more order?
Oh, my goodness. Would you like mine?
I believe everyone has been distributed a copy. And just to affirm your recollection, if you look at what's been marked as Commission Staff Exhibit Number 1, which is a letter dated December 1, 1998. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is that a letter to the Public Service Commission submitted on behalf of Kentucky American by its counsel, Mr. Ingram?
Yes.
And that letter is simply tendering the contract for commission approval and filing? Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you would go ahead and turn to what's been labeled as Commission Staff Exhibit Number 2, is that a copy of an order that the Commission issued in case number 98-339?
I believe so, yes.
And is the substance of that order essentially a rejection of the contract with the instructions that should be filed at such time as a application for certificate for the proposed Louisville Water Company, Kentucky American Pipeline is tendered to the Commission?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a moment about the I-64 corridor. In your testimony, and I think in response to cause, you indicated that there had been some conversations by Kentucky American with the Department of Transportation about using the right-of-way along the I-64 corridor. Did Kentucky American ever make a formal request in writing requesting the use of that corridor, the right-of-way?
Yes, we did not make a permit application, but I believe it's actually in response to one of the data requests. We provided the documentation in believe it was 1998, we sent a letter to then State Highway Engineer Mac Yao, and got a response back from him.
What was his last name?
Yao, Y-O-W-E-L-L. And I think that was included in a supplemental data request because it was not available at the time we submitted the first data request.
Okay, because your testimony only reference, your rebuttal testimony only references being towed, so but there is in the record, to your recollection, there's in the record an actual letter. Now, there's a letter from the Department of Transportation rejecting the request?
I think the letter is actually from the Federal Highway Administration to Mr. Yao, and then there was a memo that basically was a summary of the conversation we had with Mr. Yao subsequent to his getting the memo from the Federal Highway Administration that essentially rejected the plan to use the I-64 right-of-way.
Okay. Let's turn for a moment to the 5 million gallons of capacity that the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission is considering purchasing. Do you know which members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission that 5 million gallons of capacity will be used for?
No, at this point, I know there was some conversation in the meeting last week. Certainly, the members were aware of the position that Frankfurt Plant Board had taken, and originally they had been included as 1 million gallons out of that 5 million gallons, but certainly at this point, if they're contemplating an additional member, there are certainly needs of other members that are currently not being addressed with that 5 million gallons.
Okay, so when at least the agreement that was entered back in February of 2007 regarding the design cost, at that time, Frankfurt was envisioned as purchasing or using 1 million of that 5 million gallon capacity?
That was my understanding. I don't think it was included as part of the agreement, but I may be wrong on that.
But that's at least at the time, that was the assumption that Frankfurt would be using that amount of, that 1 million gallons of the 5 million would be allocated to Frankfurt's use.
Yes.
And has Kentucky American received any indication from the Water Supply Commission that the 5 million gallon amount is going to change as a result of Frankfurt's apparent decision to look to Louisville instead of to Kentucky American?
No.
Now, of there are 9 members of the Water Supply Commission, is that correct?
I believe there's actually 10 now.
Okay, there's 10. And except for Lexington, all of those members operate some type of water distribution system?
Yes.
Okay, of those 10, or of those 9, how many have an actual connection to Kentucky American system?
Let me reference those 9. I know Georgetown does, Winchester does, Nicholasville does. I think that's all, just the 3.
Okay, I take it Cynthiana does not have a direct connection?
No.
Does it have a connection to Kentucky American through the Harrison County Water Association?
Well, they have a connection with the Harrison County Water Association, and we have a connection to the Harrison County Water Association, and I believe the Water Association is a fully integrated system. So it's fully connected. I think it's valved off separately, but yes.
Okay, so for purposes of getting water from the proposed water treatment facility to Cynthiana as a member of the commission, that is currently feasible using the existing systems. There's already a tie-in.
I don't know if that has actually been looked at. Certainly, there would be some water available through the existing systems, but I don't know whether that connection was specifically looked at or if an additional connection was contemplated.
Okay. Do you know if there's been any contemplation of having a direct connection into Kentucky American system as opposed to being connected through its wholesale customer?
I think they were actually looking at a connection. I'm going back to my testimony. At one point, they were looking at a connection from Georgetown to Cynthiana.
Okay. What about the city of Paris? How were they going to connect?
The city of Paris and Kentucky American actually have facilities that I believe are 1,200 feet apart on Paris Pike. So that was, the anticipation was that the connection would be made at that point.
And Mount Sterling?
Mount Sterling would be purchasing water, it's my understanding, through the Winchester system.
Okay. Does it already have a connection with Winchester?
Don't believe they do.
Okay, so for Mount Sterling to go ahead and use any of the 5 million gallon capacity, it would require some construction
Some
of the
construction,
connection.
yes.
And Lancaster?
Lancaster, I think, was contemplated purchasing water through Nicholasville. I don't believe they currently have a connection.
Okay. I may be missing something here. I'm looking at a map that was done before. Of the entities that are currently members of the commission, is it contemplated that Georgetown would have a direct connection to the 42-inch transmission main from the proposed treatment plant?
I know we certainly cross Georgetown facilities as part of the proposed pipeline route, and that would be one option, is to just have a direct connection from the 42-inch line.
But one would not be required in order to get water to Georgetown?
Well, no, we have a connection with Georgetown currently.
I understand that all bids have now been submitted regarding the proposed projects?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Yes.
Is it Kentucky American's intention to file the final bid tabulations with the commission at some point?
That's generally has been our practice, and I believe that was the understanding, was that next week they would be filed. Did I misrepresent that? I apologize.
Your Honor, I believe the email that I sent to all the parties and the commission on Wednesday indicated we would have preliminary numbers by Monday, and we would be able to tell who had won the bid and an up to bid. The bids will not have been fully analyzed for another, my recollection is 2 weeks. And at the point that all of the analysis has been done, the bidders have been informed, once all of that becomes public, then we will release that as well. But the Monday would be a more limited release, and then only on a confidential basis.
Well, let me put it another way then.
Okay.
Does Kentucky American intend to file the final bid tabs on or before December 21, the current target date for this case to stand submitted to the commission?
Yes.
Let's turn to Dam 3 and Locks 3 and 4 on the Kentucky River. Does the Kentucky River Authority currently own and have legal title to Dam 3?
You know, I believe so, but to be honest, I'd have to confirm that with the Kentucky River Authority.
Okay, I ask that because the Exhibit A to your rebuttal testimony in the budget documents mentioned something about a lease, and it was unclear to staff as to whether that meant that Dam 3 had been purchased or not, or had title to it had been transferred from the Corps of Engineers to the River Authority.
I know the intention of the Corps has been to turn over all of the dams. Now, whether that has taken place or not, I don't know.
Has Kentucky American conducted any geotechnical studies of Dam 3?
No.
Did Kentucky American review any geotechnical studies of Dam 3 prior to its decision to locate the facilities at
No.
Pool 3? Would you agree with the statement that Dam 3 and locks 3 and 4 are past their design life?
I don't know that I'm qualified to state one way or the other. Certainly, the facilities have been upgraded over the years, but they are well past. I guess. I mean, it's documented that they're over 100 years old. So whatever upgrades have been facilitated, I don't know what that has done to extend the design life.
Without trying to put words into your mouth.
Okay.
But I'll try to anyway. At Exhibit A. Page 2 of 4 to your rebuttal testimony. In the proposed capital project plan, there's a statement regarding Dam 3 and locks 3 and 4, and that statement reads, they are well past their design life. Do you have any reason to disagree with that statement?
No, I don't have any reason if that's the representation of the KRA.
And would you agree with the statement that appears later on down on that page regarding the, under the title, additional description / justification, the sentence that reads, to support this project, and I believe it's referring to the construction of the facilities that Kentucky American's proposing, to support this project and ensure that a raw water supply is available for the plant, the outdated Dam 3 needs to be replaced. Would you agree with that statement?
It certainly needs to be stabilized. Now, whether it needs to be replaced rather than stabilized is the choice of the Kentucky River Authority.
Okay, well, when you say it needs to be stabilized, explain what you mean by that.
I mean, this is kind of coming back to, and again, I'm not a dam expert, but it's my understanding there are certain upgrades that
You're just an expert. Thanks for that clarification.
It's my understanding.
Lawyers and dam lawyers.
It's my understanding that you have two choices as far as extending the design life, and one of them is to do actual upgrades to the facility itself, and it may be that the Kentucky River Authority has chosen instead, and it's very clear here that they've chosen instead to replace the dam instead of, which is what they're doing at Dam 9, is replacing the dam rather than actually doing any work on the existing dam itself.
Okay, and is it correct that the design work for that has already started? Or do you know?
Again, I don't know. You'd have to ask the Kentucky River Authority.
Okay. So at this point, would it be correct to say that Kentucky American is not clear on the status of the improvements that the Kentucky River Authority is proposing for the Dam 3 and Lots 3 and 4?
I guess to the extent about at what point they are in the progress of that, no, that would be a fair representation. Certainly, we have been assured by the Kentucky River Authority that they're moving forward on it, but exactly where they are, no.
Okay. I believe there was some correspondence in the data responses to cause that indicate from Mr. Rowe to Mr. Reeder, who's the Executive Director of the River Authority, regarding, I guess, an announcement of Kentucky American's plan and a request that any work be done to ensure the adequacy of Dam 3. Has there been any other correspondence, anything in writing between the River Authority and Kentucky American that you're aware of?
I mean, I guess other than the letter that you're referring to, and then I attended a meeting of the Kentucky River Authority where we discussed the project, either the BWSC representatives of the BWSC and Kentucky American were both there. But as far as periodic updates in writing or that sort of thing, no, there hasn't been any correspondence between the two parties.
Do you know if the funding for the actual construction or the repair work / restoration / replacement, has that been obtained by the Kentucky River Authority?
And again, this was coming back to the questions Mr. Salent had yesterday. It's my understanding from conversations with the Kentucky River Authority that it has been obtained, but I certainly don't want to represent based on how the budget process works, if there is still some question there, but it was my understanding from the Kentucky River Authority that that funding has been obtained.
And the reason I ask is I understand that there had been a significant amount of funding that had been in the 2006 annual budget, but that had been part of some of the items that Governor Fletcher had vetoed. You don't have any knowledge of whether that funding was part of the package that may have been vetoed by Governor Fletcher?
No, that would have to be asked of the Kentucky River Authority.
In terms of proceeding, what impact or effect of any delay in the improvements to the dam would that have on the actual proposed project?
I don't think it has any impact at this point. I mean, we're very comfortable that the water is available at Pool 3, and that certainly the dam is in a condition that it will continue to operate, and that the Kentucky River Authority is moving forward on what needs to be done with the dam itself. That the work on the dam doesn't have to be complete for Kentucky American to build the facilities at Pool 3.
Okay, so there's no concern or there's no additional risk to the facilities if at this present time with the present facilities that are there?
I mean, not than any more than any of the other facilities on the Kentucky River at this point. In fact, if anything, because the Kentucky River Authority is moving forward with their plans on Dam 3, I would say there's probably less risk there.
I believe that's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Bridwell.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Bridwell, do you recall how many days are in the bids that Kentucky American solicited for construction of all of the facilities?
I believe it is 700 calendar days, something like that.
Is 700 calendar days the period of time estimated for construction of the pipeline itself?
Yes.
Are there not 900 days in the bid proposal solicited by Kentucky American for construction of the entire facilities?
Yes.
And when I say facilities, I use that word with a capital F as in the application, meaning the intake, the water treatment plant, the transmission line, the booster station, and the tank.
That is correct.
If my math is correct, then there are 200 more days in the construction period than are necessary for actual construction of the pipeline. Is that correct?
That is correct.
To your way of thinking, is that a sufficient period of time to take care of any contingencies that might arise, such as the institution of condemnation suits?
That was the anticipation, yes.
Did Kentucky American Water Company impose water usage restrictions in the summer of 2007?
Yes.
Do you know for approximately how many days?
I believe it was 60 days, something like that. I don't know off the top of my head.
Would it have been necessary to impose those water usage restrictions if the facilities sought in this application had been approved and built?
No.
Do you believe that the drought of record for Kentucky American Water Company will recur at some point in the future?
I think statistically, it's just a matter of time.
If it recurs within the planning horizon of 20 years, as I understand it from your table 2, the average day demand of Kentucky American will be 55 million gallons of water. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what your customers will want on an average day in 2010.
Yes, over if the drought were to recur that year.
I'm sorry, yes, in 2010.
Yes.
How much water is available in Pool 9, the existing pool, to satisfy that demand?
The safe yield of Pool 9 is approximately 35 million gallons a day.
If my math again is correct, that's a shortage of 20 million gallons of water a day?
Yes, sir.
Can you begin to describe to me the personal and economic consequences to your service area of Kentucky American's failure to meet that demand, about 20 million gallons a day?
I do not even want to begin to contemplate that, no.
Would Kentucky American be able to meet that 20 million gallon a day demand if KRS-2 and its associated facilities, as requested in this case, are online?
Yes.
Mr. Fitzgerald asked you a number of questions about the presence of valves in the upstream dams on the Kentucky River, and by upstream I mean dams, I think 10, 11, 12, maybe 13 or 4 valves, are there not?
Yes. I think so, if I recall correctly.
Would the presence of those valves and their operation have any impact whatsoever on the quantity of water available in the Kentucky River Basin in the event of a recurrence of the drought of record?
I mean, they certainly are not going to have any impact on the withdrawal permit at Pool 9, but where that they haven't added any additional water, it's just now made it available for the downstream users.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. ZA, do you have any other questions?
No,
I'm
Mr. Chair.
sorry, does Louisville Water have any other questions?
Just a few.
Okay.
Can I ask my client one question, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
real quick?
Mhm.
Just-
Lizzie, you didn't ask her if the bid proposal took into account the amount of time to type this transcript. 900 days altogether.
Your Honor, I would like to note one thing before we proceed with my recross. Questions have been asked about bids that Louisville Water Company has not seen, and it'll be filed of record in this case. It's just a note. I can't engage in effective recross without seeing that. At any rate, I simply note it. And with that, I'll proceed with the other questions that I do have. Ms. Bridwell, you were asked some questions about your Table 2. I believe that's to your direct testimony.
Yes.
Yes. And before I go to Table 2, I should like to direct you, if I could, to Exhibit G to the application of Kentucky American in this case. That Exhibit G is Water Withdrawal Permit number 1572.
Hang on just a second, I need to get that.
Certainly.
Okay.
And do you have the Exhibit G to the application in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Is it correct that presently Kentucky American holds Water Withdrawal Permit 1572, which authorizes the withdrawal in January, February, March, April, and May of 6 million gallons daily from Pool 3 in the Kentucky River?
That's the permit, yes.
Yes. And is it correct that in the months of June, July, and August, that permit authorizes the withdrawal of 20 million gallons per day?
Yes.
And is it furthermore correct that in the months of September, October, November, and December, the permit authorizes the withdrawal of 6 million gallons per day?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I could, let me go to Table 2. And if I look at Table 2 and I'm interpreting it correctly, is it correct that your Table 2 to your direct testimony, right?
Yes.
Yes. Indicates that between the years of 2010 to 2030, the supply deficiency in millions of gallons per day is between 20 and 28. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it correct then that the water, that Exhibit G to Kentucky American's application in this case would indicate then that your withdrawal permit would be exceeded in at least many months of the year? Is that correct?
I don't know that that's a correct representation, but certainly the withdrawal permit is only considered to be exceeded if you exceed it for a 15% on a 30-day average, every day for a 30-day average. But yes, I mean, certainly if there was a need to withdraw more than 20 million gallons a day, that would, yes.
And only during June, July, and August are you authorized to withdraw 20 million gallons a day?
Well, again, the Division of Water asks you to submit what you think you're going to use on a regular basis and not what would be happening during a drought. And there's some conversation, there's some language in the permit that says that you discuss with them during emergency situations if there are need for additional withdrawals.
I understand. Now, let's go to your treatment capacity deficit as reflected on your Table 2.
Yes.
Is it correct that your treatment capacity deficiency as reflected on that table is between 10.33 and 21.60?
That is correct.
And does this not exceed the permitted withdrawal rate of Exhibit G, the water withdrawal permit to Kentucky American's application?
Well, again, that would be representative of a peak day deficit. That would be a single one day. So to the extent that the 21.6 exceeds the 20 that's listed in the permit, yes, but there would, again, that would not be in violation of the permit.
Okay. Do your water projections listed on this Table 2, do they include the water supply needs of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
On Table 2, no.
You testified that you would need up to 20 million gallons a day from the Louisville pipeline. Would you need that in year 1 or year 2?
I guess I'm not sure that I remember testifying that I would, you mean, are you referring to Mr. Barbary's comments?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, certainly in 2010, our deficit on our source of supply would be as much as 20 million gallons a day. So that would be year 1
Okay.
If the pipeline was capable of being online in 2010.
Have you read the Louisville Water Company's proposal in this matter?
I have read Mr. Heitzman's testimony.
That's what I refer to as the Louisville Water Company proposal. Okay. Under that proposal, if you took 5 million gallons a day in year 1, isn't it clear that 20 million gallons a day would be available under Mr. Heitman's proposal?
No, actually, from what I read, the proposal was indicating that only 6 million gallons a day would be available at Frankfurt.
Has Kentucky American studied the additional yields to Pool 9 from the installation and operation of inter-dam transfer gates and valves on certain dams? And
Can I come back to that previous question again as well, about Mr. Heitzman's
Yes, you
proposal?
may.
I mean, I guess the other issue, if you're referring specifically to the cost and not reserving the amount if that's the question that you're asking, the full amount, my concern has been if you haven't reserved the amount, then there's nothing that prevents the Louisville Water Company from selling off that additional capacity. And so certainly the 20 million gallons a day would need to be reserved to have it available, if that was
but
what
if
you're
you've
asking.
reserved it, it's available then.
But again, based on the proposal, the 20 million gallons a day was not available in the initial proposal.
And you haven't talked to Louisville Water Company about that proposal, have you?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Ingram asked you some questions about dams on the Kentucky River. And what I was going to ask you was this. Why has Kentucky American not studied additional yield to Pool 9 from the installation and operation of inter-dam transfer gates and valves?
That was studied as part of the Kentucky Water Resources Research Institute study of 1996. There was no need to go back and restudy what they had made available through that study.
Okay. But Kentucky American itself has not conducted. It has relied upon that study. Have you reviewed that study?
Oh, yes, that was part of, that study's part of this case. It was filed as part of 93-4034, so it's been adopted as part of this case.
Could Kentucky American construct the necessary facilities to receive water from Versailles by 2010?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what is required on the side of Versailles to provide that water and whether that could be constructed before 2010.
Of course, you could have started back in 2006 when that proposal was made, couldn't you?
I don't think that proposal was, I mean, it wasn't a proposal, it was simply a conversation.
Did you pursue that, did Kentucky American pursue that conversation?
No.
You've testified about the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission report in 2004, and I believe you testified that there was a misconception of some sort or some confusion with respect to the Louisville Water Company proposal at that time. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission went back to Louisville Water Company in order to seek clarification with respect to that confusion?
I don't think there was a misperception between Louisville Water Company and BWSC. I think it was the information that was presented to the BWSC from O'Brien and Gear was misinterpreted by members of the BWSC. And that was the clarification that was made from O'Brien and Gear was the interpretation of the Louisville Water Company proposal.
You've also testified that Kentucky American was soliciting bids from the Louisville Water Company through the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. Is that correct?
No, that's not how I testified. I believe what we discussed was we were in partnership with the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission while they were having conversations. There was ongoing conversations with the Louisville Water Company.
And are you aware that during those conversations, the Louisville Water Company included a $35 million extension to Kentucky 53 at Louisville Water Company cost in two previous submissions to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission in December of 2005 and October of 2006?
Yes.
And both of those occurred prior to July 26, 2007, obviously, correct?
Yes, that is true.
I just have one more question. In response to some questioning by Mr. Spinard, you agreed that the Kentucky American Water Company considered, or you indicated that Kentucky American Water Company considered about 27 alternatives, including the Louisville pipeline. Are you suggesting that with respect to the current application before the Kentucky Public Service Commission, that is the application that's now pending, the Kentucky American Water Company has no obligation to consider the prior or existing plans by the Louisville Water Company to supply water to Kentucky American Water Company?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, the record will speak for itself, but to avoid confusion, I believe when I was talking about the 27 alternatives, I was talking about the Kentucky River Basin Steering Commission. I want to be very careful about that question.
Well, I guess what I'm just asking is this. It is not your testimony before the Commission, is it today, that the Kentucky American Water Company has no obligation either to go back to Louisville Water Company or any other alternative that might be available and solicit proposals as a way of solving the alleged raw water deficit and treatment deficit confronting the Kentucky American Water Company?
Well, I mean, I guess maybe I have a question back for you, Mr. Salent, but hypothetically, I mean, I don't know when you stopped. The Louisville Water Company presented 4 different proposals to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. Kentucky American previously had already submitted. I mean, how many times do you keep going back? I mean, do you, even while you're turning dirt over, do you keep exploring other alternatives? I mean, at some point you have to say, we've reviewed the alternatives, this is our choice, and this is what we're moving forward with, and that's what Kentucky American has done in this case.
Let me just ask you this way. Is it your testimony before the Commission today, then, that Kentucky American Water Company has no obligation, prior to the time that it filed this application, to go back to the Louisville Water Company or any other source to determine whether or not they could provide you with a least cost, more beneficial solution than the one you're proposing to this Commission?
No, that's not my testimony at all. In fact, I believe our obligation had been to review a number of alternatives, including going back to the Louisville Water Company proposal that had previously been presented.
Would it be your interpretation of that obligation, then, that you should have gone to the Louisville Water Company for filing this case determine whether or not it had a solution which could meet the needs identified in this case?
My testimony is that we did as partners with the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. If you're asking, should we have gone separately? No, I don't believe we should have gone separate while we were working in partnership with the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission.
Okay. Mr. Spinard?
Yes, I have just very few. With regard to CAWS, I believe this would have been CAWS Exhibit 1. This is the letter to Governor Fletcher from Mr. Calkins, dated March 19, 2007. At the bottom of the first page, there's a discussion of an initial $61 million in projects associated with the BWSC. Do you see this? Do you have this in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Part of that discussion includes $20 million for waterline grid segments to Winchester, Nicholasville, Georgetown, and Frankfurt.
Yes.
Is that money that Kentucky American, obviously if Bluegrass Water Supply Commission is looking for this money, that's not money that Kentucky American intends to fund?
No, not at this point. There hasn't been any conversation about that.
Okay, and if the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, to your knowledge, if the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission ultimately does not participate, to your knowledge, are these improvements that are going to have to be made anyway?
Only if there is a desire to make a connection there. I don't see, if they're not participating in the Pool 3 treatment, why those connections would be additionally made.
Okay. In discussing in response to the Commission staff, there was discussion about interconnections between Kentucky American and some of the participants in the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. You mentioned, there was mention that you're roughly about 1,200 feet apart from Paris. Kentucky American is roughly 1,200 feet apart from Paris.
Yes, sir.
Is it the case that even though utilities can, the distribution system of a utility can be relatively close to another, but as a general rule, as the utility gets further out, the lines get smaller?
That's generally the case. With Paris, that's not necessarily the case.
Okay. So what I'm getting to is that basically there are studies that are underway to see what it would take to connect Bluegrass, at least some of the members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, to Kentucky American.
I think the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission has previously undertaken some of that, and we have been talking to them about doing some additional detailed work. Okay.
When you're saying you've talked to them about additional detailed work, is that for all the members of the Water Supply Commission, or is that just on a member-by-member basis?
The focus has been on the 4 or 5 members that would be participating with the initial components.
Okay. And so the initial component is the project that's in front of the Commission at this time?
Yes, the 5 million gallons, the additional 5 million gallons a day.
Okay. Not asking for your legal opinion, for you to give a legal opinion. I'm just asking for your understanding. Okay. And in fact, it'll be even further hypothetical. We're not going to say whether or not the contract's valid, the 1998 agreement. I'm just asking under the assumption that it's valid, or just how it operates. Kentucky American Water Company, it's my understanding is that there is an amount that Kentucky American Water Company needs to reserve. They need to tell Louisville Water Company, and I'll ask Louisville Water Company the same questions. but there's an amount that Kentucky American Water Company would need to reserve under that contract.
To be honest with you, the last time I reviewed the existing, or I guess the prior Louisville Water Company contract, I was not looking at it with that thought in mind. I believe there is a requirement in there to designate a reserved capacity, but again, I would have to go back and look at that. Certainly, that has been what the requirement that's in the idea Mr. Heitzman has put forth in his testimony.
Okay. Well, to cut to the chase on this issue, then, in your opinion, is there a difference between what Mr. Heitzman is proposing through his testimony on the reservation of capacity and the reservation of capacity provisions that are in the 1998 contract?
No, I mean, I think there is a need to reserve capacity either in the prior contract or with the current idea. Now, whether the stipulations or the trappings of that are a little different in the contract than what has been put forward, I really haven't looked at.
Fair enough. Okay. With regard to the current proposal that Mr. Heitzman makes on behalf of Louisville Water Company, is it your understanding that if Kentucky American wants to reserve capacity, and that is to, on any given day that they need it, that they know that water is going to be available, that they have to take roughly half, it's 2 to 1, I guess half, of the capacity they reserve?
I think that was one of the alternatives that was listed in Mr. Heitzman's proposal. There was a second pricing, but I didn't go through a lot of detail on if there was a different reservation amount. I know in some of the previous BWSC proposals, they had said you could make a different reservation amount for a higher rate, or a different ratio amount at a higher rate.
Well, the confusion that I have, and I'll try to get the understanding from Louisville Water Company as well.
Okay.
But the confusion that I have is that one of the things that you state in your rebuttal testimony is that you would have to, your project, let's just say your project is 20 million gallon a day project.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And to get a comparable project from a comparable solution through the Louisville pipeline, you would reserve 20 million gallons a day.
Yes.
Okay. To your understanding, if you didn't reserve 20 million gallons a day, let's say that you reserve 10 million gallons a day, if you go above that 10 million gallons, is there a pricing mechanism that you would pay a premium for the usage above your reservation of capacity, to your understanding?
Yes, and let me say, I know there's been so many different alternatives proposed by the Louisville Water Company that I get a little confused here. But yes, in the one that is in Mr. Heitzman's testimony at this point, it's my understanding that if the water is available in the pipeline and you need more than you have reserved, that there is a funding mechanism, but you're paying a premium for that water that you take in above the reserved amount.
So we'll ask Mr. Heitzman the same question because we want to be clear on that. Is there an aspect, though, of that reservation of capacity that if you do not reserve the capacity, that if push came to shove, that capacity might not actually, that water might not be actually available above your reserved amount?
Well, that's certainly one of the concerns that I have, because I think one of the other filings that Mr. Heitzman or Louisville Water Company has made is they have pitched proposals to a number of other communities along that same route, offering additional water sales. And certainly if they're contemplating selling off capacity in that line, that one of my concerns would be if that water has not been reserved, that the capacity is not available.
Okay. So you may be, so is it your concern that you may be standing in line with some other individuals?
Certainly.
I understand that. Well, we'll clear that up with the Louisville Water Company. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Talley?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fitzgerald, if you think you're going to have questions, you can come on up and sit as well.
Ms. Bridwell, you may need to get the Kentucky America's responses to PSC staff request number 1, data request number 1.
Yes, sir.
I want to go back to an area that Mr. Fitzgerald brought up this morning. When the O'Brien and Gear feasibility study was published in February of 2004, did it state that the Louisville Water Company proposal, or the Louisville Water Company proposal at that time, was the least cost alternative for BWSC?
I'm trying to remember if it actually specifically said that or not. I don't know that I have a copy of it.
Here's a copy.
Where are you, Mr. Talley, in that, in those responses?
I'm getting ready to go to question 6.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm trying to lay the foundation for it.
All right.
But question 6 will be the one that we're going to. Would you look on page 3, or maybe a reference to it on page 3?
Again, I think what is talked about in the feasibility study, and this was what I was trying to get at earlier, and you're right, it's on page 3, is that the scoring for Pool 3 was indicated that it had a second place ranking in cost. And that meant that at the public workshop, the participants ranked it second in terms of cost. And I think what O'Brien and Gear was trying to come back and clarify was that it was clear to them that the information that people placed their weighting on that ranking on misinformation that had been presented at the workshop or a misperception from the workshop. Does that probably answer that question?
Let's hold
Okay.
O'Brien and Gear's clarification letter for just a moment.
Okay.
But in the report on page 3, let's say an outsider who had not been privy to all the discussions, one could come to the conclusion that the Louisville Water Company proposal was cheaper than the Pool 3 proposal.
Yes, if you weren't understanding exactly what this was representing, then
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt the witness's testimony, but I think I want to object to this line of questioning. The cow may to a certain extent already be out of the barn.
I'm sorry?
I said I want to object to this line of questioning. I think to a certain extent the cow may already be out of the barn, but she's testifying based on assumptions of what she thinks O'Brien and Gear thought. I don't think that she can testify as to that she's testifying as to some mental impression or some understanding that a company had who's not here at this proceeding to be cross-examined, and this whole line of question is based upon that assumption. What O'Brien and Gear thought. That is the whole basis for this line of question. What she thinks O'Brien and Gear thought with respect to that issue.
Yeah, I mean, she's testified with regard to this report pretty extensively, and she's an engineer with the company that's filed this application, and I think, and she's also, as I understand it, been the KAWC representative to the Bluegrass Water Commission. Is that correct? And so I think her interpretation of what the report or portions of the report contain are appropriate, and certainly if she tries to go behind what her impressions are and tries to testify to us as to what she believes what the mental impressions of the report's authors were, then I think that probably, if nothing else, goes to the weight of her testimony. But it's a pretty long response to your objection. But I'm going to overrule the objection, and I think it's appropriate for her to tell us what her interpretation of that report is.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Your Honor, if it helps at all, I'm basing it on a letter that was received from O'Brien and Gear.
Okay.
Let's just go to that letter. I'll refer you, and I'm assuming that you're speaking to the letter that was attached to data response to data request number 6 from PSC staff's first information request. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that letter the letter dated October 12th, 2005 from O'Brien and Gear to Don Hassel, who's general manager of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
Yes.
Please elaborate.
Okay, well, I mean, the letter is very clear.
Again, I don't mean to interrupt the witness, and I do apologize. I would just like for the record to reflect that we do have a continuing objection to questions about a letter from someone written to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. Neither of them are here to be cross-examined with respect to the contents of that letter.
All right. The objection is noted and overruled. Go ahead. And it will be continuing objection. Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I don't know whether you want me to paraphrase or simply read, but the first sentence is, the letter is provided to clarify a matter of significance which may not be fully understood. On a number of recent occasions, we have heard some concern that BWSC's approach for regional water supply is not the lowest cost option. And then going further down, they say that without commenting on the merit of this concern, the fact of the matter is that the recommended option of the feasibility study, Kentucky River Pool 3, with a supplemental pipeline to the Ohio River, was both the highest rated and lowest cost. So that was my interpretation of the language in the study. Doesn't say that it was the lowest cost. It was saying that it was the lowest ranking, and that O'Brien and Gear had attempted to clarify this in writing to the BWSC.
Now, let's look down to the second paragraph of that October 12 letter.
Yes.
And do you understand what O'Brien and Gear was trying to say as far as the explanation, or what's your understanding of the second paragraph of that letter and the significance of that?
Well, I mean, and again, trying to paraphrase the letter itself that is in here and having the conversations with O'Brien and Gear and other BWSC members, was that the first offer, as requested, was for a 45 million gallon a day reserved capacity from the Louisville Water Company.
Now, let's stop right there just a second. So when BWSC when O'Brien and Gear was in the process of doing its study for the Bluegrass Water Supply Consortium and the Bluegrass Area Development District, Louisville Water submitted an initial proposal, correct?
Yes.
And that was to where the BWSC members were going to reserve 45 million gallons a day capacity. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, throughout that process, was that something that the members and O'Brien and Gear consistently requested, a reservation of capacity?
Yes.
Now, did you hear the term water that would be available any day and every day throughout those proceedings?
I believe that was a term that was frequently used.
Almost like a mantra, wasn't it?
Yes.
And do you understand that to mean that on the worst day of the year and the worst drought that any of us could remember, that whoever or whatever the source of water was for BWSC members, that the water was to be available on that day, correct?
Yes, and there was not a qualification if available.
Hold on a second. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. You know, Mr. Talley is representing the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. There is no one here from the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission to testify, and I think Mr. Talley is right now serving as a witness for that company.
Well,
or for that entity.
I mean, I understand your objection, Mr. Slint, but you recognize this commission has the authority to issue subpoenas, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And you were aware, I mean, I presume you had copies of these letters that we're talking about, and you understood what Bluegrass Water Supply's position was in this case prior to coming here, didn't you?
I certainly had an understanding.
All right. Sir. And so you had every opportunity, I assume, to request that this commission issue subpoenas for Bluegrass Water Supply witnesses or O'Brien and Gear or anybody that you wanted to question, right? Okay, and you didn't do that? Okay. All right. So with that said, I'm going to overrule your objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, during the various proposals that were solicited by BWSC and O'Brien and Gear on behalf of BWSC, did the proposal say 45 million gallons a day if available?
Not requested, no.
No. What did the request ask for?
The request asked for a 45 million gallon a day reserved capacity proposal.
Or guaranteed capacity?
Yes.
Any day and every day if needed?
Yes.
Now, so the first proposal from Louisville Water Company did comply with that request. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then, I believe VWSC through O'Brien and Gear went back and requested some of the suppliers to sweeten their offer, so to speak, sharpen their pencil.
It gave them an opportunity to provide a second offer, yes.
Did Louisville Water Company do that?
Yes.
And what was the offer, the second offer that Louisville Water Company proposed back during the time that the study was being prepared?
The second offer was an 18 million gallon a day reserve capacity with up to 45 million gallons a day if it was available.
And is that second proposal, the 18 million gallon a day reserve capacity, the one that some people thought resulted in the Louisville Water Company's proposal being the least cost alternative?
I think there was a concern that that proposal was, had resulted in a lower cost without the understanding that it was not what had been asked for.
And was that a true apples-to-apples comparison with the other proposals that were on the table?
No.
Now, is it your understanding from this O'Brien and Gear letter of October the 12th, 2005, that that was what O'Brien and Gear was trying to clarify?
Yes.
I believe that's all the questions I have of this witness.
Okay. All right, Mr. Fitzgerald?
Mr. Bridwell, unfortunately, I do have a couple questions for you. Since Kentucky American announced its proposal to build the Pool 3 project, which I believe was it early 2006?
March 2006.
March
Yes.
2006. From that time forward, has Kentucky American contacted Louisville Water Company to request a proposal from them to deliver 20 million gallons a day, scalable to 25 million, if in fact Bluegrass Water Supply Commission were to participate, for Kentucky American's customers?
No, I think I was very clear with Mr. Salent. We did not contact them separately, and Louisville Water Company did not contact us.
Okay. Did Kentucky American request, since the time it announced the decision to go forward, did they ask Bluegrass Water Supply Commission to inquire of Louisville Water Company to provide a proposal for 20 million gallons a day, scalable to 25 million gallons a day if Bluegrass Water Supply Commission participated, from March of 2006 forward?
No, the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission solicited another proposal from the Louisville Water Company, or there was one presented late 2006, but I don't know what particularly prompted that. It was an updated proposal in December 2006, I believe, for simply 9 million gallons a day. I don't recall specifically if it had some additional capacity in there or not.
Okay, so is it fair to say then, just so I understand, that Louisville, or the Kentucky American Water Company, neither asked Louisville directly or asked Bluegrass to ask Louisville since March of 2006 to provide a proposal to supply finished water of 20 million gallons a day, scalable to 25, for Central Kentucky?
Well, again, no. The Louisville Water Company presented a proposal to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission as late as December of 2005. So, no, there was not a decision in early 2006 to ask for Louisville Water Company another one.
But that proposal was not for 20 million gallons a day, scalable to 25, was it?
It was for 30 million gallons a day.
Right. So then it was not a request for a comparable proposal to deliver a comparable quantity of water to Kentucky American Water Company and to Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Ingram asked you about the 200 days in the construction schedule? Okay. And asked whether, and I don't want to put words either in his mouth or yours, but that let's call it slippage time, is there another name for it, that when you put, what do you call it when you put days in the schedule?
I have suffered so much under that word slippage in rate cases.
Oh, I know.
I would prefer.
In this one in particular, give me a different word.
I think we call it float the schedule. Floating the schedule. Floating the schedule is usually what it's usually referred to.
And you indicated that was there in order to address condemnation actions?
I think it was there to address any actions, any contingency of actions that would be required as part of the pipeline construction.
Okay, and Kentucky American has never had a condemnation action in all of the years that you worked with them?
Not, no. I think we filed some papers with our board of directors potentially seeking, but we have not pursued a condemnation action in 18 years.
Did you, when you put the 200 days of floatage into the schedule, have any idea what the time frame is involved in prosecuting and completing a condemnation action?
I think there were some.
Well, I think you've asked that question in your cross-examination, didn't you? I mean, I want to give everybody an opportunity to ask all the questions they want, but I mean, we'll be here till next July if we continue to ask the same questions over and over. Has that question been asked of you?
I thought so.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize if I'm being redundant, but my question yielded a response that they had never done a condemnation action before, and Mr. Ingram's question seemed to imply that they consciously built that time in there because they knew that's how long it would take to prosecute and complete such an action. Okay, well, and I just want to know why, what's the basis for thinking that 6 months and a handful of days is going to take care of a condemnation action?
Go ahead and answer the question, but I'm going to...
Well, I mean, as I said, there was not a specific schedule developed around contemplating condemnation actions, but certainly based on the historical efforts of American Water over the region and developing the schedule, there were a number of issues and what we call contingencies that float was built into the schedule for issues that could delay construction, including condemnation, and that was included.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ingram also asked you concerning the 1930 drought, if there were a recurrence of that drought, of the drought of record, as it's called, that there would be a 55 MGD demand. Is that correct?
That is our drought average day demand projection, yes.
Okay. What's the statistical likelihood of recurrence of the 1930 drought?
I believe the 1930 drought to the drought of record is slightly more than a 100-year drought.
Am I correct? Mr. Rubin had testified back in the 93 434 case. He had provided a suggestion that it was possibly, I think, once in 130 years.
I believe I've seen anywhere from 120 to 130-year recurrence, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that there was a 35 MGD safe yield.
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that the maximum yield what is the term safe yield? Is that the maximum yield that you could derive from Pool 9 in such a circumstance?
On any given day. I mean, that's the minimum amount. Let me make sure I'm portraying this the right way. That's the bottom amount that would be available during the worst days of a drought. Now, does that mean that there would be more than that available during certain days of the drought? Certainly, but that's the bottom number that would be expected to be available during the worst days.
And that's assuming a certain amount of volume would be maintained for water quality purposes for the river's health?
That I do not know if that was included as part of the safe yield.
Okay, where did the safe yield number come from, and who might know what those calculations
I mean, there was analysis done as part of the KWRRI study. I don't think they actually projected a safe yield. The safe yield study was submitted as part of 93 434 in this case by Kentucky American.
The Kentucky American did the safe yield study, so I would find it in the record?
Yes.
Okay, and you have not gone back and recalculated the safe yield after the implementation of the valves, is that correct?
No, we have relied on the work of the KWRRI.
So we don't know actually what yield is available based on actual experience with the valves?
No, again, all it would do is make that water available. But
Right. Well, to the extent
yes.
that is available in Pool 9, let me back up. Dr. Ormsby's suggestion is that it's never been a flow issue, even during the 1930 drought. It was an available supply issue. Is that correct?
Well, now, I would disagree with that representation of Dr. Ormsby. I don't think even during the 1930 drought, there were a lot of places where there wasn't flow or there was very little flow during the 1930 drought.
We're talking about the flow, if there were a recurrence in the 1930 drought at Pool 9, whether it's a flow issue or a supply issue.
Well, again, I don't want to go too far into misrepresenting Dr. Ormsby's work, because I don't recall specifically that he has characterized it the way that you have described
well, it's in the
it.
record, is it not? Was that not
Dr. Ormsby's study is in the record,
Okay,
yes.
well, that's fine. I won't ask you to characterize it, particularly not as state of mind, but I want to ask you to characterize it. If the 55 MGD demand, and Mr. Chairman, I only have 3 more questions.
You're fine.
55 MGD demand that you're assuming during the 30 drought recurrence, what curtailment of use is contemplated by your customers to arrive at that 55 MGD demand?
It is assumed in the planning phase that at a minimum, probably voluntary and perhaps even mandatory odd even restrictions would be placed during a drought of record to get to achieve the 55
And
demand.
odd even restrictions in what kind of use?
It's, I believe it's outdoor water use.
Okay, so we're talking about the Dust Bowl drought of record, and you're suggesting that the only thing you would impose is that they not water the lawn every day?
Now, again, that's what's contemplated for planning purposes. If you try to, I think I even answered this in a data request, if you try and incorporate additional measures in, then you've taken away any fallback position if the drought is worse than the drought of record should be. So what we're looking at is the standard is assuming that there would be some moderate restrictions during a recurrence of the drought of record based on our planning purposes.
Do you think it's unreasonable in planning for a drought of record, a 130-year drought, that you might impose more significant restrictions on outdoor watering than every other day?
Well, absolutely not. That's what I have just said, is that for planning purposes, you have to have some sort of fallback position. The demands actually may be 58, 59, 60 MGD. At this point, it is a projection, and I have, if you incorporate additional restrictions into your planning, then you've taken away any sort of safety in that.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to balance is incorporating $10.14 more into people's bills every month for an indefinite future, as opposed to what restrictions would be reasonable to impose on demand in a recurrence of the 1930 drought. Okay?
And again, Mr. Fitzgerald, what I've offered to you is Kentucky American's interpretation of the PSC requirements, that the reasonable requirements, the total reasonable requirements of your customer demands being met at all times.
So you're saying that the Public Service Commission believes that you should have people water their lawns every other day during
That is not what I said. That is not what I said. What I said is Kentucky American Water Company's interpretation of the PSC's requirement.
Okay, we'll leave this for now. I appreciate your explanation. Were you at the September meeting of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission in Georgetown?
Which, the September 2007? Yes.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Azevedo indicating his belief that more serious consideration should be given to the Louisville Water Company's current proposal?
Well, no, actually, I stepped out of the room, but I heard about it later. Mr. Azevedo is not a member of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission at this point, but I understand he stood up.
Wasn't he the chairman for a number of years?
No, he's never been the chairman.
Never been the chairman, but he was the representative.
He was
of Winchester?
Winchester's representative.
Okay. Let me ask, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm hard-pressed to understand the relevance of this line of questioning to anything that Ms. Bridwell has been asked before.
Well, I think Mr. Fitzgerald's about finished, so we'll let him continue.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your indulgence. And let me just, for the record, explain the relevance. You have Mr. Azevedo, how many years, to your knowledge, was he the official representative of Winchester?
Well, it would be 2.5.
Okay.
To
And was he
the
not-
commission, now he was representative prior to that, so it would be an additional 5 years prior to that.
fairly say he's played a pretty active role in the discussions concerning Central Kentucky's water supply?
He's been involved, yes.
Okay. And so, is he still with Winchester Municipal Utilities?
Yes,
And they're one of the members of the commission?
yes.
And if, in fact, they decide to pursue a water supply solution that is separate and apart from the commission, it will have a potential impact on the commission's demand for the Pool 3 project?
It could.
Okay, so do you think it's of no consequence if Mr. Azevedo thinks that Louisville Water Company's proposal should be given more serious consideration than it has been to date?
Well, again, I can't speak for Mr. Azevedo, so he says a lot of things.
Okay. To your knowledge, has O'Brien and Gear made an assessment of the current proposal that is of record from Louisville Water Company for the benefit of Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
I believe they provided some information. I don't know if they've done an analysis that updated it. I know like I said, they provided some correspondence to the BWSC that I've seen.
Okay, and finally, do you recall Mr. Lovin of O'Brien and Gear expressing concern at the September meeting regarding the potential traffic impacts associated with the construction of the pipeline?
Actually, no, I don't. That may have been while I was out of the room.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you very much,
Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Bain?
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hughes? Okay, Mr. Barbary? Mr. Woocher?
Ms. Bridwell, I'm totally confused now. So do you have your copy of the final report of the Bluegrass Water Supply Consortium, the February 27th report?
Yes.
Okay. Turn back to page 3 for a moment.
Yes.
All right. Now, second column of that page, there is a statement. It says, it's about halfway down. While purchasing water from the Louisville Water Company was found to be the lowest cost alternative, the consultant team recommended the Kentucky River Pool number 3 alternative based on its highest overall score.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and if you'll go ahead and turn on to page 24 of the report. I believe this is the section of the report where that discusses cost analysis. Do you have that page?
Yes.
Okay. At page 24, which is not part of the executive summary, which was where the previous sentence was found, the very bottom, the last sentence, reads as follows. While purchasing water from the Louisville Water Company was found to be the lowest cost alternative, about 11 to 14% lower, depending on present worth, duration, and interest rates. The consultant team recommended the Kentucky River Pool number 3 alternative based on its highest overall score, which was driven by the first place rankings in implementability, flexibility, and water quality, and second place rankings in cost and capacity. Now, I'm a little confused because we're now being told that the Louisville Water Company proposal, the report did not find the Louisville Water Company proposal to be the lowest. And that the Kentucky, if you go on to page 25, where the recommended water supply alternative Kentucky River Pool number 3 is discussed, under the section labeled affordable cost, it states this option results in a unit cost for finished water that is reasonable and more economical than all but one other alternative. Okay. In your mind, that one other alternative, was that the Louisville Water Company proposal?
The revised proposal that did not include the reserved capacity, yes.
Okay. Now, the report was completed in February of 2004, is that correct?
Yes.
Before that report was completed, was there a draft report that was circulated to everyone?
Certainly.
Okay. And at that time, I assume it was being reviewed by all the parties involved, is that correct?
Yes.
And was this done prior to the actual creation of the water district, the Water Supply Commission?
Yes.
So you had a larger body of members than you do with the Water Commission, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm assuming, and I could be completely wrong, but did those entities also bring their technical personnel with them?
I think their individual representatives were there, but to the extent any additional technical personnel were there, I don't believe so.
Well, let's do it. You all got the report, and I say you all. It should be Kentucky American got a copy of the draft
Certainly.
report, right? Kentucky American reviewed it, is that correct?
Certainly.
Okay, and it was just not, I assume since you were the representative, you were the representative for Kentucky American,
Yes.
is that correct?
Yes.
You reviewed it on behalf of Kentucky American, is that right?
Certainly.
Did you also feed it out to various members within the Kentucky American companies so that they could look and comment?
The report itself, yes.
Okay. And did you get comments back from them?
I don't think I got any comments back from
Do you know if, or do you have any reason to believe that other utilities did not take the same action that you took inside, as far as farming it out and getting comments from their personnel?
No.
Do you recall if at any time when the draft report was being discussed, if anybody talked about this apparent discrepancy in the evaluation of the Louisville Water Company proposal?
Well, no, and I think that's exactly the point, is that none of the members of the BWSC actually saw the proposal from Louisville Water Company. What they saw was O'Brien and Gear's interpretation of that, and that was my understanding of what O'Brien and Gear, after hearing a number of the members talk about it, tried to clarify the interpretation of the proposal.
Okay, and the clarification itself that O'Brien and Gear submitted, that was about 18 months after the final report was issued. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was that after the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission had made the tentative move to go towards the Pool 3 solution? Or was it before? Do you recall?
I think the clarification was made, I think they had already elected to pursue the Pool 3 option. Like I said, the letter's dated, I think, October, November 2005.
Okay. Now, Bryan and Gear had been selected to assist the consortium.
Yes.
And that was were they or was that firm subsequently selected to serve, I guess, as the commission's engineer or consulting engineer?
No, their role is defined as program manager. They certainly are not tasked with doing any design.
Okay, and in terms of program manager, what exactly is the firm's duties?
Well, we would have to look at exactly the scope of services, but they generally provide technical information, technical review of different alternatives as called upon.
Okay. Do you know if O'Brien and Gear had specifically been solicited to supply a review or some type of re-examination or response to comments that had been made by members?
I don't remember the specific timing. There was certainly, there was a workshop. I don't think there was a specific task that they were asked to do to update, other than they said, based on the comments, I just think there was some conversation during a number of the meetings, and they came back where they were in attendance and said, this perhaps has not been clear.
So correct me if I'm wrong, then, if I'm to take the October 12, 2005 letter correctly, essentially this letter revises the February 2004 report, and where those places where there was an assertion that the Louisville Water Company had the lowest cost option, that should actually be deleted.
Well, no, I think, though, it needs to be qualified that the lowest cost option did not include the reserve capacity. And I think that was what they were trying to convey in the letter, was that certainly the way that the cost had been presented by the Louisville Water Company did not include the reserve capacity.
Okay, correct me if I'm not following one thing. I thought that the purpose behind the study was to compare apples to apples.
Yes.
So you're saying that when the report was submitted, O'Brien and Gear had failed to comply with that one basic doctrine and compared apples to apples?
Yes.
And a year and a half later, they fixed the problem?
Yes.
Let me switch for a moment to Versailles, because I'm a little confused on that also.
Okay.
It's Kentucky American's position that time is of the essence, is it not?
Yes.
We are very close to having significant problems in central Kentucky if additional sources of supply are not put into play.
Yes.
Is that correct? Now, as I understand it, Versailles is at least suggesting to Kentucky American that it has some additional capacity that it could make available to Kentucky American.
That has been suggested, yes.
That's okay. And the offer was made, as I understand it, by Versailles?
Yes. I mean, there was a joint meeting with the BWSC representatives, Kentucky American and Versailles, and they simply said we have capacity available.
Okay. And who actually initiated the meeting?
I think it was some members of the BWSC, but I don't recall exactly.
But you've never received any overtures directly from Versailles stating we've got even a phone call from their public works director?
No.
And the extent of Kentucky American's review of the proposal so far has been what?
Well, again, I mean, there hasn't been a proposal made. They said there was capacity available. They certainly identified that there were a lot of transmission, I guess, distribution problems in getting the water from their plant out to any connection. I don't know if a review had been made on what that would entirely take. Kentucky American looked at its facility of being able to take water and what would be required, and chose not to pursue it any further.
So as of this point in time, that's not, the Versailles option, if it was an option, is off the table?
Yes. I mean, it's not being pursued by Kentucky American at this point.
Okay. And was the only discussions, just that one discussion, that meeting that had been arranged by the Water Supply Commission?
I think there were some, like I said, there were some follow-up conversations with between the different engineers, the consulting engineers, on what facilities would be required. It had been mentioned to me again recently by a member of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission as still being perhaps a viable interim solution, but that's been the only conversation to date.
And when was that conversation?
It was mentioned sometime in early November, November 7th.
And the actual discussions that had occurred between Versailles and Kentucky American and the Water Supply Commission, when did those occur?
Oh, I'd have to go back and look at my calendar on those.
Just if you got a ballpark.
I want to say it was spring of 2006, maybe.
So it would be safe to say that in the last year and a half, there's been no further investigation of that option.
That's true.
Okay. One more item, and that deals with, you've made a lot of mention of the partnership between the Water Supply Commission and Kentucky American. Mm-hmm. There's been no partnership agreement executed, has there?
Not an operating agreement. I would say there certainly have been now 2 agreements executed between the 2 parties.
Now, there was an agreement to provide for a design study to look at the possibility of adding additional capacity.
Yes.
At the proposed facility. Is that right?
Yes.
And now there's a potential option, or the Water Supply Commission has the option of going ahead. of purchasing that capacity under certain conditions.
Yes.
You were at the informal conference that was held in March of 2006.
Yes.
When Mr. Rowe announced that Kentucky American was going to proceed with the proposed facilities.
Yes.
Didn't at that time he state that Kentucky American would go it alone if it had to?
Yes.
That it couldn't wait forever for the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission to make up its mind or get funding?
Yes.
So I guess I'm just wondering, in terms of the response, I think at that time he mentioned the responsibility of Kentucky American to its customers and ratepayers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is the responsibility that Kentucky American has to its ratepayers, is that greater than what it would have to its partner in terms of looking at potential other options that may be offered, even at a late date, by the Louisville Water Company?
I mean, I guess to the extent that continuing to review other options with its partner would potentially delay moving forward, then, I mean, Kentucky American sees that its obligation to its customers is its highest priority.
Thank you.
All right, anything further, Ms. Bridwell? All right, Ms. Bridwell, you may step aside. Thank you very much. All right. We have, I was told yesterday that we have a couple of experts that have planes to catch. I know one early in the morning, and I don't remember when the other one was. Is it late this afternoon, or is it in the morning?
What we would like to do, Your Honor, if it's suitable, is have Mr. Walters be available for cross-examination as soon as we come back from lunch.
Okay, is he the gentleman that has to leave at 6 in the morning?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
Okay. Was there somebody else that had a plane to catch as well, or did I dream that? Okay. I'm sorry?
3 in the afternoon.
Well,
Or 4.
I tell you, by the time, Mr. Spinard, by the time we get through Kentucky American's witnesses and then we move to Louisville's witnesses, Mr. Rubin may well be in jeopardy with respect to his flight. So I'm inclined, if the parties don't have an objection, to let Mr. Rubin go out of order so we don't have to have him to. Now, you may not want to do that. I mean, you may have some strategic reason why you don't want to do that. I don't know, but I'm certainly, all I'm saying is the commission is prepared to accommodate Mr. Rubin if that's what you want to do.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. May I get back to you after lunch?
Yeah, that'd be fine. So at the very least, then, we'll do Mr. Walters right after lunch, out of order.
Thank you.
And then you can let me know, Mr. Spinard, whether or not you want to do Mr. Rubin right after that, because once we get into the Louisville witnesses, and I don't know that we'll even get to the Louisville witnesses before the end of the day, it's not looking too good, I really don't want to interrupt Mr. Salent's case presentation. So what I'm saying is I'd prefer to do Mr. Rubin either now, this afternoon, or at the end of Louisville Water Company's case.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Yes, sir. We'll tell you after lunch. All right. Thank you.
Okay, we will be adjourned then until 20 minutes after 1. I'll tell you what, let's make it 1:30. That gives everybody a little more than an hour. 1:30. All right. We will be back on the record. Case number 2007-134. Let the record reflect that all parties are present and represented by counsel. Okay, Mr. Ingram, you want to go ahead and call Mr. Walters around? Well, while you're doing that, go ahead, Mr. Walters.
Call Mr. Lou Walters to the stand, please.
All right. Mr. Spinard, what did you want to tell me with regard to Mr. Rubin?
We appreciate the commission's offer, and we'd like to take the commission up on its offer that we put Mr. Rubin on after the completion of this witness.
Okay. All right. Good. Mr. Walters, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Tell me you're ready, Mr. Ingram.
Mr. Walters, would you state your name for the record, please?
Lewis M. Walters.
And could you tell us your occupation and your business address, please?
I'm the Assistant Treasurer for American Waterworks Company, Inc. My business address is 1025 Laurel Oak Road, Voorhees, New Jersey.
Mr. Walters, have you filed direct testimony in this proceeding?
I have.
If I asked you the same questions in that testimony here today, would you give the same answers?
I would.
Witnesses available for cross, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right. Mr. Salant?
Yes, sir, we have a few questions.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Walters, would you agree with me that it is easier for a public entity to obtain tax-exempt financing than it is for a private entity to do so?
I don't know if it's easier. No, I would not agree with you.
You would not agree with me on that proposition?
We would, as Kentucky American Water, we would have the opportunity to apply for tax-exempt financing.
I understand. I guess what I'm asking is, do you think that a public entity, one not investor-owned, would find it easier to obtain tax-exempt financing from whatever the source than it would be for a public entity such as Kentucky American Water, which is investor-owned, to do so?
All other things equal, yes.
So all other things equal, you would anticipate it would be easier for a public entity to obtain that tax-exempt financing, correct? Yes. Okay. Would you agree with me that the greater the amount of tax-exempt financing available for either the Tool 3 alternative or the Louisville Water Company proposal, that would result in the lower net present value of either alternative?
I'm going to restate your question if I could.
Please.
Tax-exempt financing is cheaper than taxable financing, certainly.
Mr. Walters, could you speak up just a little bit, sir? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay. Tax-exempt financing is cheaper than taxable financing. Accordingly, if you finance via tax-exempt financing, the net present value would be cheaper.
Would you agree with me that it is easier for a public entity, as opposed to a private entity, investor-owned, to obtain grant money from entities such as, for example, the federal government?
I'm not familiar with applications for grant money.
Okay. From the General Assembly of the Commonwealth of Kentucky?
Not familiar with that.
From the Kentucky Infrastructure Authority?
Again, not familiar with that.
From the Kentucky League of Cities?
Not familiar with that either.
And from the Kentucky League of Counties?
Again, not familiar with that.
In testimony the other day, I heard, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that American Waterworks, which as I understand it is the parent company of Kentucky American?
That's correct.
Okay. That its credit rating has recently been downgraded. Is that correct?
One of the two credit rating agencies that rates American Waterworks lowered its ratings on American Waterworks.
Would you anticipate that that would increase the cost of American Waterworks borrowing?
Again, all other things being equal, a lower credit rating does translate into higher cost of borrowing.
Which credit rating agency was that?
That was Moody's.
What did they lower it from?
Moody's lowered the rating of both American Waterworks and American Water Capital Corp., the financing entity, from BAA1 to BAA2, one notch. At the same time, Standard & Poor's came out and affirmed the rating of American Water and American Water Cap Corp. at A minus.
Okay, thanks.
Let me refer you, if I could, to your testimony at question. You only filed direct testimony in the case, I believe, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. If I could refer you, please, to question 6 of your direct testimony. And can you tell me whether or not the Pool 3 project, the project is described in Kentucky American's application in this proceeding, been updated since your testimony of $160 million for a 20 million gallon daily capacity and $170 million for a 25 million gallon daily capacity?
That's what I filed. I believe those numbers have been revised.
Okay, can you tell me what those numbers have been revised to?
Another witness would have to provide that information.
Is that other witness someone who's already pre-filed testimony in the proceeding?
I do not believe so.
And you don't know what that revision is that?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know whether it's up or down?
I believe it's lower.
Does that estimate reflect the bids received for the project in November of 2007?
Sure. Again, when I filed this testimony back in March, these are the numbers that I work with. I have not been involved in updating or doing the bid work.
Can I refer you, please, to question number 9 of your direct testimony? Does Kentucky American, do you have a question there?
Yes.
Okay. Does Kentucky American still plan to finance the Pool 3 project, the project described in its application, with 60% debt and 40% equity?
That's the targeted ratios that the company would utilize, yes.
Do you know what percent of this debt will be tax exempt?
Again, that depends on the company's ability to secure tax-exempt financing, and we would do as much tax-exempt financing as we could. The balance of it would be through taxable financing.
But at this time, you don't know what percent of that debt will be tax exempt, is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Salent. Mr. Spinard?
No questions.
All right. Mr. Talley?
No questions.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Chairman, I just wanted to, if I could ask, Kentucky American,
If you would, I'm sorry, and you don't even have to sit down, but if you would just stand,
How's this?
follow that mic's working.
I just needed to find out if Mr. Miller was going to be testifying.
If you want him to, yes.
Well, let me just ask, I just have one question.
Yeah, go ahead. We just had trouble
Certainly.
with the IT people, and you asked a question yesterday from back there, and I'm not sure that what you said got fully on the tape, and so that's the reason I'm having you come up front.
I appreciate that. My name is Tom Fitzgerald. I'm representing the interveners, Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions. I just needed to check to see whether you're the appropriate person to ask this question. If you're not, tell me who you believe it is. I had asked Ms. Bridwell earlier if there is no equity participation by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission in the Pool 3 project. Do you know how that changes the calculations regarding the cost of the project to the average ratepayer?
Again, that would not be my area.
Okay.
I believe that would be Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller, then I'll pose that question to Mr. Miller. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Bain, do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Bain, I've never known you to be this quiet. Mr. Hughes, do you have any questions? And Mr. Barbary?
No, sir.
Mr. Woocher?
Mr. Honor. No questions.
Okay. Mr. Ingram, you wish to redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Walters. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Spinard, would you like to call Mr. Rubin around?
Yes, the Office of the Attorney General calls Scott J. Rubin.
Would you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name,
Scott Rubin, R-U-B-I-N,
and please state your business address.
333 Oak Lane, Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania.
And have you been retained by the Office of the Attorney General for this proceeding?
Yes, I have.
And what is the scope of your testimony?
I have been asked to review the application filed by Kentucky American Water Company and to render an opinion concerning whether it should be granted a certificate of public convenience and necessity for the proposed Pool 3 project.
Okay, and you have filed both pre-filed direct testimony as well as pre-filed rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at this time, do you have any additions, modifications, or corrections for the testimony that you have filed?
Yes, there are two. First, in the direct testimony, there's a typographical error on page 15, line 3. Near the end of that line, there are two words, entire, the, which should be reversed. So the sentence, or that line would read, that needs to be compared to the $158 million capital cost of the entire Pool 3. The other is a correction in the rebuttal testimony based on a correction identified by Louisville Water Company in its model after my testimony was prepared. They identified a double counting of the costs associated with the UV treatment in the Pool 3 option. Eliminating that double count from my analysis reduces the net present value of the Pool 3 project by approximately $20 million. So on page 5 of my rebuttal, where I refer to the cost of that project, or the net present value, as being $293.1 million, the number is closer to $273 million.
Now, with those two changes, if I were to ask you all the questions contained in your pre-filed direct testimony as well as your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, are your answers today the same?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and with that, I tender Mr. Rubin for cross-examination.
Okay, we'll start with Kentucky American.
Mr. Rubin, I don't know that I've ever passed an opportunity to ask you some questions, but I'm going to do that today.
Okay. Mr. Salient.
Oh, well, shoot, that means I'm up. Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have some questions for Mr. Rubin. Mr. Rubin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I wonder if I could refer you, please, to your direct testimony, page 16, lines 7 through 8.
Yes, I have it.
Okay. I don't quite have it, but I will show you. At those lines, you testify that, first, it is not all clear that LWC, the Louisville Water Company, could either construct the pipeline or sell the water at the price of $1.71 per 1,000 gallons. Can you tell me, please, what is the basis for your testimony in this regard as to the constructability of the Louisville Water Company pipeline?
My concern stems from I guess the late 1990s, when Kentucky American and Louisville Water Company were proposing a similar type of pipeline, and as I understand it, there was a great deal of difficulty in siting the pipeline, actually finding a route for it that would meet the concerns of the State Transportation Cabinet as well as the other entities that were involved. And I know a great deal of work was done at that time trying to find a route for the pipeline that could be permitted. It doesn't appear to me that Louisville Water Company has done or has undertaken a parallel effort at this time. So I just have concerns about whether the pipeline could be sited along the route that Louisville Water Company has proposed.
Do you believe that the constructability of the pipeline is a risk to be managed by the Louisville Water Company, or Kentucky American?
Both.
You've been in the hearing room throughout, I believe, the proceedings in this matter, correct?
Yes.
And you have heard some testimony with respect to the water supply contract dated as of, I believe, November. Can I have a copy of that? 1998. 1998, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at that contract at all? Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony?
I reviewed it very closely at the time it was entered into, or around that time. I did review it again prior to preparing my testimony, but that's been a couple of months, so I haven't seen it recently.
Do you know whether the cost of that contract would be lower than the Pool 3 project described in Kentucky American's application in this proceeding?
I'm sorry, I have to ask you what you mean by cost.
Net present value or delivery of the ultimate product, the water under that contract. Would that be cheaper delivered under that contract than what Kentucky American can deliver the water under its proposal in the application?
I did not do a net present value analysis of that contract. As I remember that contract, the pricing terms were fairly complex, and at a relatively low volume of water being taken, the cost per 1,000 gallons to Kentucky American would have been quite high. And as the water volumes approached the capacity of the project, they would have gotten at least into a more reasonable range. To do the kind of analysis you're talking about would require...
So you haven't done that analysis?
I have not done the analysis for this case. I did do analysis of that contract in a prior case.
Let me ask you this. Do you consider a proposal by the Louisville Water Company to the Blue Grass Water Supply Commission to be the same as a proposal by the Louisville Water Company to the Kentucky American Water Company?
Can I ask you to repeat that?
I'll try to slow it down.
Yeah, please.
Do you consider a proposal by the Louisville Water Company to the Blue Grass Water Supply Commission to be the same as a proposal by the Louisville Water Company to Kentucky American Water Company?
No.
Can I direct your attention, please, to page 16 of your direct testimony, lines 18 through 19?
Yes, I'm there.
And there you testified that third, and by far most important, LWC has not made a current proposal to KWAC. Do you consider it reasonable and prudent for the Kentucky American Water Company to bring its application before this commission without requesting a current proposal from the Louisville Water Company?
Yes.
Why?
There are a few reasons for that. The first is that Louisville Water Company has made a series of proposals to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission or its predecessor to set out what its pricing would look like. In addition, Louisville Water Company has a published wholesale tariff which Kentucky American or anybody else could use to at least get an estimate of the cost that Louisville Water Company would charge. Further, has been a great deal of opposition to the Louisville pipeline over the last 10 years. And it's that opposition that made Kentucky American essentially go back to square one and begin a more regional planning process, which is something I had advocated for quite some time. And I think when you look at all of those circumstances together, it was reasonable, or it is reasonable for Kentucky American to do what it did here.
Do you believe in a competitive environment? If the Kentucky American were operating in a competitive environment, do you believe it would have sought a proposal from the Louisville Water Company before deciding to embark upon the construction of the facilities described in this application?
I cannot answer that question because I cannot imagine a water utility in a competitive environment.
Do you consider the constructability risks adjacent to an interstate right-of-way to be the same as within an interstate right-of-way?
The risks are not the same, but they are substantial.
Which would be less?
I don't know. It depends on the precise route. But there are substantial risks under both of those scenarios.
Let me direct your attention to page 18, lines 20 through 22 of your direct testimony.
Start lines 20 through 22?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm there.
And there you state, I am very concerned about KWC's failure to even attempt to evaluate and implement serious conservation programs, including programs to control its growing non-revenue water problem. Do you know whether or not Kentucky American increases its allowed return on rate base through the implementations of these programs described in those lines of your testimony?
I'm going to have trouble answering your question because when you use the phrase allowed return on rate base, to me that's a term of art in the rate-making arena, and as I understand that phrase, your question doesn't make any sense. So if I don't want to be rude, but if you could maybe rephrase the question without using that term.
What do you mean, what do you define return on rate base to mean? How do you understand that term?
Well, I think you said the return on rate base is the amount that a utility is authorized to earn on its capital investment. It's either expressed as a percentage return or as a total number of dollars that you get by multiplying the percentage by the capital investment.
Well, what I'm asking you is whether or not the pursuit of these conservation programs that you've described result, however, either through an increase in the return on rate base or through increased revenue requirements, does it result in increased revenues to Kentucky American?
Well, again, I'm not trying to parse things too much, but most of the programs, most conservation programs that I'm familiar with would result in increasing the utility's expenses, but not its capital expenditures. Well, if you just let me finish, if its expenses increase, that has no impact on the utility's return on rate base, and the utility does not receive any additional profit from doing that.
I think you've answered my question. Do you believe that Kentucky American can develop conservation programs that can be successfully implemented prior to the World Equestrian Games in 2010?
Yes.
Why do you believe so?
I believe it because there are dozens of water utilities around the country that have implemented successful conservation programs in much less than 2 years.
I believe in the conditions that you specify in your testimony, there are 3 of them. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Why would conservation be considered a second and not a first condition prior to the construction of a Pool 3 project?
I'm not sure. I think you might be reading something into this that's not here. The 3 conditions I listed are not.
They're not in order of priority.
They're not in order of priority. They are 3 things that I believe need to be done. The first one is deals specifically with the construction project. The second deals with conservation, and the third deals with planning moving forward. So
let me ask it this way. Do you believe that before the Pool 3 project should be undertaken, Kentucky American should first see how successful it is in implementing the conservation programs you describe in your testimony, or that you refer to in your testimony?
No.
Would you recommend that the entire capacity of the Pool 3 project be considered as immediately and fully used and useful for rate-making purposes?
I have not done that analysis.
Do you have an answer to that question, even apart from having done that analysis?
My answer is it's an interesting question that needs to be examined, but I have not tried to do that.
Do you have an estimate of the additional profit that should be allowed to Kentucky American if the Pool 3 project is allowed?
No. In my testimony, I recommend that Kentucky American be limited in the amount that it can include in rate base for the project to what its filed cost estimate is in this case. If you took that number and applied the authorized rate of return, or at least the equity component of that, that would get you to a profit number. I don't know what authorized return on equity the Commission will find to be reasonable if and when that project comes into rate base. And there's also the question you raised of, is the project fully used and useful at the time it enters service? I haven't looked at that question yet.
So the estimate that I've referred to, you haven't done that estimate?
No.
Excuse me just a second, Mr. Slim. I want to ask you a question at this point. Yesterday, when Mr. Rowe was being questioned by Mr. Spinard, I think he indicated that Kentucky American could live with your conditions 2 and 3, but could not live with condition 1, which you say the company should agree to limit the amount that it can include in its retail rate base for the capital cost of the project. Were you in the hearing room? Did you hear him say that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is that a deal breaker in terms of your testimony? I mean, is that what?
Mr. Chairman, I can speak for myself. I cannot speak for the Office of Attorney General. In my opinion, when I heard Mr. Rose say that, that was a very serious concern to me. Kentucky American essentially is asking this commission to find that it is undertaking a reasonable least cost project, but it is not willing to stand behind those cost numbers. My testimony, or that portion of my testimony, is designed to say, if we believe the numbers that are on the page, then I agree this is a reasonable least cost project. But if Kentucky American is not willing to stand behind those numbers, then I can't reach a conclusion about whether this is, in fact, a least cost project. So I guess in my opinion, the company's inability to agree to that condition is, I'm not sure I'd use the term deal breaker, because I'm not making a deal with anybody, but it is a very serious concern to me.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Okay. Do you have an estimate of the additional profit that should be allowed to the Kentucky American Water Company if a connection to a pipeline from the Louisville Water Company at the intersection of Interstate 64 and Kentucky Highway 53 were approved?
My answer would be the same as what we discussed a minute ago with the Pool 3 project. The profit is a function of the amount that's included in rate base, the return that the commission authorizes, and what portion of that project is deemed to be used and useful.
So you haven't even looked at that issue. Not necessarily being critical of that. You just haven't looked at that issue.
Well, in the analysis I did for my rebuttal, I did, do a 20-year present value analysis that looks at, in order to do that analysis, you need estimates of the capital costs of both projects. You need an estimate of what the rate of return will be. So I've done that type of analysis, but that's different from saying what should they actually be authorized to earn when the project enters service.
So then if I were to ask you what should they be authorized to earn with respect to such construction, you would not have an answer to that question. Is that right?
That's correct. But I'll just say it's premature to get to that point. I think it's appropriate at this point to say, well, what's the maximum amount they should be allowed to include in rate base when the project enters service? That's something I'm very comfortable talking about. But that's different from saying, now translate that into an actual number of dollars in profit they should be allowed to earn.
Would you anticipate that the amount that Kentucky American would own, would you anticipate that the amount of the profit that Kentucky American would be authorized to make from such a connection would be greater or less than the amount associated with the Pool 3 project?
Using the capital cost estimates we have in front of us today, it would be less for the Louisville pipeline project than it would be for the Pool 3 project.
What is your estimate of the additional profit that should be allowed to the Kentucky American Water Company if a connection to a pipeline from the Louisville Water Company at the western intersection of I-64 and Fayette County line, the Fayette County line, were approved?
My answer is the same. I don't have an estimate of the amount of profit they should be allowed to earn.
Would you anticipate that it would be more or less than the amount associated with the Pool 3 project?
Again, based on what we know today, I expect it would be less.
Are you aware of the status of the initial public offering of the Kentucky American parent company?
Generally, yes.
What is that status?
The ultimate owner of American Waterworks, which is RWE, a German holding company, has announced its intention to undertake an initial public offering of the common stock of American Waterworks Corporation. I believe that has been approved by all of the state regulatory commissions that need to approve it. An offering statement has been filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Within the last 2 weeks or so, maybe it's 3 weeks, RWE announced that it is putting the initial public offering on hold. The statement I saw expressed some concerns with the volatility of the U.S. stock market and whatnot, but basically they've put off the initial public offering for an unspecified amount of time. And that's about all I know.
Stock market stabilized today? I'm sorry.
I don't know that for sure.
Just. Would you anticipate that the approval or disapproval by this commission of the Pool 3 project would have an impact on the earnings projections of the Kentucky American Water Company?
It would have an impact. It depends on the time period you were looking at. During the construction period, it would decrease Kentucky American's earnings. After the project enters rate base and rates increase and they begin earning a return, then it would increase their earnings.
Would you anticipate that these earning projections would have an impact upon an eventual sale of Kentucky American Water Company?
I'm going to interrupt for just a second because we're doing a complete record, but starting to get concerns as to relevancy. So either a little additional groundwork on the relevancy for his testimony, because he was retained for a specific purpose, or alternatively, just basically have an objection. He's here for a purpose, and we're happy that he's cross-examination on the scope of his testimony, but I'm starting to get nervous that we're drifting outside that scope.
I'll move on. I'll move on.
I just need to state for the record, Your Honor, the Kentucky American Water Company has never been and is not for sale.
I'll move on.
Okay.
Before filing your direct testimony in these proceedings, Mr. Rubin, did you speak with any representatives of the Louisville Water Company about your testimony?
No.
Before filing your direct testimony, did you speak with any representative of Kentucky American Water Company about your testimony?
No.
Did you have any conversations or exchanges of communication with anyone at Kentucky American Water Company whatsoever about your testimony?
No.
Before filing your rebuttal testimony, did you speak with any representatives of the Louisville Water Company about your rebuttal testimony?
No.
Before filing your rebuttal testimony, did you speak with any representative of Kentucky American about your rebuttal testimony?
No.
And you had no written correspondence?
Correct. The only exchange of information has been through the formal discovery process in this case.
Was the scope of your employment by the Attorney General to evaluate the Kentucky American Water Company proposal described in its application for a certificate in this case?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Were you retained by the Office of the Attorney General to evaluate the Kentucky American proposal described in its application?
Yes.
Was that the full extent of the scope of your employment by the Attorney General, was to evaluate the Kentucky American proposal set forth in its application?
Initially, it was when Louisville Water Company became actively involved and filed testimony. I was also asked to evaluate that and obviously to prepare the rebuttal testimony that we see here.
Does the Pool 3 alternative proposed, or does the Pool 3 proposal by Kentucky American provide for drought protection and growth protection, or for only drought protection?
It's both.
So it provides for both drought and growth protection. Is that correct?
Yes.
under the proposed growth scenario set forth in your, I believe, rebuttal testimony of 6 million gallons daily plus 1.25 million gallons daily per year, what does Kentucky American do when the 20 million gallon daily plant capacity is exceeded in the year 12, that is 2022, I believe?
Well, first, under the scenarios in my rebuttal testimony, I'm putting both the Louisville Pipeline and the Kentucky American Pool 3 project on. Both of those are evaluated at 25 MGD, which is the same basis R.W. Beck used. So built into those numbers are 5 MGD for the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. So when we're starting at 6 MGD, that's 6 MGD for the combination of Kentucky American and the Water Supply Commission. So it's not exceeding 20 MGD, but exceeding 25, which is that becomes the point at which something would have to be done.
Okay. Well, here I'm not really. Let's focus on 20 million gallons a day. Okay. Let's assume the plant is built to 20 million gallon. The treatment plant of 20 million gallons daily, and not 25 million gallons daily. Okay.
Okay. Well, that's.
And I'm not talking about costs. Okay. Here, I'm talking about what does Kentucky American do if the growth scenario that you propose in your rebuttal testimony of 6 million gallons daily plus 1.25 million gallons per year, or 1.25 million gallons daily growth per year, what happens when the capacity of the plant, the 20 million gallon plant I'm asking you to assume is built, is exceeded in the year 12, that is 2022? What does Kentucky American do then?
Well, I'll be happy to answer your question once we get the facts right.
Okay, let's try to get the facts right.
In my testimony, the 6 million gallons per day, plus whatever you want to add to it, is a combination of Kentucky American plus the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, assuming that a 25 MGD plant is built. If you're now asking me, well, what portion of that is Kentucky Americans, the answer is about 80%. So instead of starting at 6 MGD, you'd be starting at just under 5 MGD. Instead of growing at 1.25 MGD per year, you'd be growing at about 1 MGD per year. So that's why I want to make sure we're not misunderstanding what those numbers mean in the testimony.
I understand what you're testifying. I think I'm going to move on to another question. Well, let's say under your scenario of just a 20 million gallon treatment plant is built, and, what'd you say, 5 million gallons daily, plus a 1 million gallon per year increase. Does that mean then that the plant capacity runs out in 15 years under your scenario?
That it would reach maximum capacity in 15 years, yes.
And that would be what year? 2025?
Yes.
Then what does Kentucky American do?
Well, hopefully prior to that point, and well prior to that point, it would evaluate its other options. From what we know today, it looks like it could expand the Pool 3 plant by at least 5 MGD if it started at only 20, and probably more than that, with more than adequate water being available in Pool 3 to meet those demands.
You're making that assumption that there's more than adequate water available in Pool 3. That's
to get to 25 MGD. I think that's a very reasonable assumption to make. Everything I've seen in this case and in discussions I've had with the Kentucky River Authority make it pretty clear that water is available in Pool 3.
Well, let me go back to my hypothetical where we agreed that the plant capacity runs out in 2025, okay? Have you in your rebuttal testimony or your direct testimony, done an analysis to consider a second phase of construction cost in that year 2025 or prior thereto in order to address the need that will then exist in 2025?
I have not done that because, and again, just so we're clear, I'm not making a demand projection. I was testing the, if you will, the economic models to see what happens if Kentucky American's demand projection is off, and they actually need more water than they project, or they need it sooner than they project.
So it's correct then that you have not done an analysis of the second phase construction that we've just been talking about and compared that to the Louisville Water Company pipeline proposal. Is that correct?
That is correct. And, sorry, just so we're complete on that, I also have not done that kind of analysis for the Louisville pipeline option.
You haven't done either side of the coin.
Right.
Okay. Do you know whether or not public financing of either the Kentucky American Pool 3 option or the Louisville pipeline proposal reduces the cost to ratepayers?
In my rebuttal testimony, I discussed that, and it really depends on what you assume about the public, about the financial requirements on the public entity. The big variable, if you will, is the interest coverage requirement they would have to meet. In my analysis, I used what I think is a reasonable kind of standard interest coverage requirement, and assuming that the cost to Kentucky American ratepayers, at least over the 20 years that all the economic analyses have looked at, would be about the same, whether there's public financing or private financing.
So you would not agree with, are you agreeing with me or disagreeing with me that the more public financing associated with whatever proposal, the Kentucky American proposal or the Louisville pipeline proposal, that results in decreased cost to the ratepayer?
I am disagreeing with you. I would say not necessarily.
But it could. There are circumstances where it could. Not necessarily means there are circumstances where it could, at least to me.
Well,
or is it always no? I'm sorry.
Any of these analyses start with certain assumptions. Okay. The analysis prepared for Louisville Water Company started with an assumption about the interest rate for public debt and the interest rate for Kentucky American's debt. If we take those two assumptions as the starting point and then apply a reasonable interest coverage requirement on the public debt, then it's basically a wash. The cost is the same.
Can I ask you to put aside the interest coverage requirement? Just put that aside for a minute.
Well, you can ask me to, but then I would not have a reasonable analysis of the impact on customers.
I would be asking you to make an unreasonable assumption in that case. Is that what you're telling me?
Absolutely.
Okay. Bear with me for a minute and make that unreasonable assumption, okay? Do you agree with me that the more public financing available to either the Pool 3 project or the Louisville Pipeline project, the cheaper the one will be with the more public financing to the ratepayers?
I will state that the stated interest rate on public debt is lower than the stated interest rate on debt that Kentucky American could issue that is not tax exempt. But that does not necessarily mean that the cost to ratepayers will be less if public debt is used.
Just as, what do you define? What do you define as, what is interest coverage requirement? What is your definition of interest coverage requirement?
The interest coverage requirement is I'll give you a sort of off the top of my head definition rather than looking one up for you. But it's essentially a requirement that the borrower have cash flow in excess of the debt service requirement. And that cash flow can come, that cash flow typically is calculated as revenues minus expenses, but then you add back in depreciation, which is not a cash expense. And if there are other significant non-cash expenses, you can probably add those back in as well. So I think that covers it.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this: is that a little like saying that, let's say, I make borrower A makes $50,000 a year, and he wants to buy a home that costs $150,000 a year, and the bank requires him to make $150,000 a year. Is that in order to get a loan? Excuse me. The bank, borrower A makes $50,000 a year. Okay, assume that for a moment. He wants a loan to buy a house for $150,000. The bank says to him that in order to get that loan for $150,000 at this interest rate, you have to make $50,000 a year. Is that $50,000 a year? Is that the equivalent of what you're talking about, the interest coverage requirement that you've just defined for me? It's what I have to make in order to get the loan to buy the house?
No, the interest coverage requirement, well, there are two possible ways this comes into play. First, there could be an actual coverage requirement as part of the bond indenture. And if that, and that would be applied on an annual basis, where each year the borrower must have cash flow in excess of some stated amount. Okay, and if they fail to do that, they would then be in default of the loan. The other way it comes into play is when you look at what's reasonable, what's expected, what does the borrower need to be financially viable, and we get it at that answer by looking at what other similar borrowers do within its industry.
Well, I understand, but you told me that the definition of the interest coverage requirement is a requirement that the borrower have a cash flow in excess of the debt service requirement. That says to me that I got to make a certain amount of money in excess of what I got to pay the bank in order to buy the house.
I agree with what you just said, but that's not the question you started out asking.
But you agree with what I just said?
Yes, that you have to have a certain amount of money coming in excess of what you have to pay to the bank.
Okay, then we'll come back to that. And that's interest coverage requirement. Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Under what pricing scenarios, if any, do you believe that the Louisville Pipeline proposal offers a more cost-effective solution than the Kentucky American proposal in this matter, if any?
I'm sorry, I missed the very beginning of your question. I understand you're asking me to compare.
Under what pricing scenarios, if any, do you believe that the Louisville Water Company proposal offers a more cost-effective solution than that proposed by Kentucky American in this case?
Okay, I do not know what you mean by pricing scenarios.
Okay, that's fine. Have you performed an analysis of the rate, let me ask you this way then. Have you performed an analysis of the rate impact on Kentucky American customers of the Pool 3 plant as compared to the Louisville Pipeline proposal?
I have not done an analysis that brings it down to the rate that the customer would pay. The analysis I did stops at the, in effect, an estimate of the annual revenue requirement and then the net present value of that, but I haven't brought it down to the individual customer level.
Would you acknowledge the Louisville pipeline proposal under certain assumptions, such as the amount of public ownership, can cost significantly less than Kentucky American's proposal in this matter?
No.
Do you believe that the Kentucky American Water Company fully explored all reasonable options of water supply for central Kentucky?
Can I ask you within what time frame?
Prior to the time that it filed the application in this proceeding.
Yes.
What about in the year before it filed its application in this proceeding?
That's a hard one for me to quantify. I'd say over, and this process has been going on for about 20 years. During that time frame, I believe that all reasonable options have been explored. Some options were explored early on, were found to be not feasible and weren't really looked at again. For example, building a treatment plant in Pool 6, which can't help meet drought demands. So was that looked at in the last year? No, but it was looked at several years earlier and was found not to be feasible, so it was abandoned. So it's a little, if we cut the time period off at 1 year and assume nothing else happened before that,
you can't answer.
I can't really answer that one.
Competitive environment, would you anticipate that a company in a competitive environment, would you anticipate that it would, even at the last minute, take advantage of a low-cost alternative, even though it hadn't considered it before? Just assuming that it presented itself, would you not anticipate that a company in a competitive market would take advantage of a low-cost alternative rather than pursue a more expensive alternative?
I cannot make that assumption. I have seen plenty of companies in competitive environments make really stupid decisions. And I've seen plenty of companies in non-competitive environments make very smart decisions. So I just can't assume that.
I understand. Why do you think that Kentucky American changed its position in 1998 from promoting the Bluegrass Pipeline as the low-cost option to where we are today?
I've thought about that a lot. I believe that, well, as you probably know, I did not support the Louisville pipeline option back in the 1990s. Because and there were a number of reasons for that. But the major reason for that was that I felt that Kentucky American had not explored a regional solution to the water supply problem. There were several other reasons as well. When in the late 1990s, especially after the Lexington-Fayette Urban County Council issued its resolution, I think that forced Kentucky American to take a step back and say, well, wait a minute, we're not the only water user in central Kentucky. We're not the only one that's dependent on the Kentucky River. Let's actually sit down and talk with our neighbors for a change. And I think when they did that and went through that process, they found that there were other potential ways to address the problem, that they weren't the only ones having the problem, that there was other expertise available, within central Kentucky, and as a result of that process, which took a lot longer than I would have liked, but, you have to provide some time for these things to work themselves out. But the result of that process was an option that continues to rely on the Kentucky River, that several water suppliers in the region appear to be willing to support, and that appears to be less costly and at least as reliable as a pipeline to Louisville Water Company. So that's, in a nutshell, I think that's how we got where we are.
What factors other than cost have contributed to your conclusion that the Pool 3 plant is the best solution?
Well, I have not,
if any.
I have not tried to determine what the best solution is. So I want to make sure we're clear about that.
Okay.
Kentucky American has filed an application to undertake a particular project. My task, if you will, was to determine, is it reasonable for that particular project to be undertaken? And part of that reasonableness determination is it appear to be a reasonable least cost project? And my answer to that is yes. That depending on the specific, demand scenarios and whatnot that you use, the cost of that project is either slightly more expensive, the same, or slightly less expensive than the other option that has been identified, which is the pipeline to Louisville Water Company. So I'm not saying this project is better than that one. I'm saying this one appears to be reasonable.
Let's look at page 8 of your rebuttal testimony.
I'm there.
At page 8 of your, I'm sorry, I'm not at your rebuttal testimony yet. Actually, it's page 8 through 9.
The direct or rebuttal?
Rebuttal. I was in the direct. You testify, beginning at line 1, under base conditions, 6 million gallons daily of water, the first year increasing by 0.5 million gallons daily per year, the Pool 3 project would be approximately 15% more expensive on a net present value basis than the Louisville pipeline option. Would you agree with me then that that means that the Louisville pipeline option would be about $38 million cheaper on a net present value basis, just under this assumption? I'm trying to put a number to that 15%, or to that 15%.
Well, that number changed. That's the change I discussed, where there was in the R.W. Beck analysis that was initially provided, there was a double counting of the UV costs. So instead of
Wait a second. Hold on, Mr. Slint, let him finish.
So instead of the difference being, I think you said about $38 million, which was about right, the difference is really only about $18 million on a net present value basis. And I haven't calculated the percentage, but instead of 15%, it would be down to around 5 or 6%.
So depending upon whether or not, so it's either 18 or 35 million, but you're telling me right now with the UV consideration, it's down to 8, that the pipe.
Yeah, well, just so we're clear, there are two issues about the UV treatment in this case, and I want to make sure we're clear. Kentucky American came back, in the rebuttal stage of the case and said, oh, well, we've done some more testing. We're not going to need UV treatment. That's not the change that I made. Okay, my analysis of the Pool 3 project still includes UV treatment in there, but it only includes it once. When I was using R.W. Beck's model, they included the UV cost twice, which I hadn't caught when I prepared my testimony. They caught it subsequent to that, said, oh, you need to make this correction. When I make that correction, that's when the cost difference comes down to $18 million, about, a 5 or 6% difference. If we were to take out UV costs completely, then that would take another $20 million off of the cost, and the cost of the two options would be essentially identical at that point.
But that's not what you've done. You have not taken out the UV cost completely. Is that correct?
I have not, because I'm not an engineer, I'm not a water quality expert. I don't have an opinion about whether the UV treatment will be required or not. And if it's not, then the cost of the two options under the base case would be the same.
And the they you're referring to that made that correction that resulted in your taking that 15% number down to 5 or 6%, and the $38 million number that I was talking about down to $18 million is R.W. Beck. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, assuming there's going to be some UV in there, but it's not going to be counted twice, as R.W. Beck pointed out, your testimony here then would be that the net present value of the Louisville pipeline option would actually be about 5 to 6%, or translated $18 million cheaper, just on the basis we've been talking here, than the Pool 3 project, correct?
Yes.
Now, let me go to page 10 of your rebuttal testimony. And I'm going to refer you to lines 11 through 14 of your rebuttal testimony. And there you testify that all of those costs appear to be within the margin of error and contingencies built into the cost estimates. For example, the construction costs include a 20% contingency, and the reasonable cost estimates for both options fall within that 20% range. Now let me ask you this, on the basis of that testimony. Do you believe it is appropriate to apply a 20% construction contingency to the entire cost of the Louisville pipeline proposal?
I do not have an opinion about that.
You don't have it. Would you believe it would be appropriate to apply some part of the 20% construction contingency to the cost of the Louisville pipeline proposal?
As I made clear, I'm not an engineer. I cannot tell you if 20% is the right contingency to apply to this type of construction project. There must be some kind of contingency, because we know these numbers are not precise. But I can't tell you if 20% is the right number.
All right, let's assume for a moment that a 20% contingency were appropriate, as you've referenced in page 10 of the rebuttal testimony that I just referred to. Would it be fair to characterize your testimony as stating that because the base condition Louisville pipeline cost is approximately, let's say, 5% or 6% less than the Pool 3 alternative, that the two projects fall within the range of the 20% contingency? And are they thus roughly equal as a consequence?
With that 5 or 6% difference under the base case, with all of the assumptions and estimates that are built into this type of modeling, I would say that those two options are essentially the same. You make so many simplifying assumptions and guesses about the future and so on, that if you come out, we're within, what, $18 million on a almost $300 million cost over 20 years, that's essentially the same.
Well, let me ask you this. Would it not be possible that the Louisville pipeline might even be 5% more expensive than the Pool 3 alternative proposed by Kentucky American?
That is possible, yes.
Is the opposite also true?
Yes.
And if that's the case, could the Louisville Pipeline project not potentially be as much as 20-something, maybe in excess of 25% cheaper than the Pool 3 option proposed by the Kentucky American Water Company in this matter?
I do not see how that follows from what you just asked me.
Good try. Good try, Mr. Cement.
We'll go further into the brief. Now, let me direct your attention. Do you have Ms. Bridwell's testimony there?
I have both her direct and rebuttal here. I think I have all the exhibits, but I'm not sure of that.
I'm going to ask you, if you would, to look at her direct testimony. Would you agree, if you look at Table 2,
I have Table 2.
and if you look at Column 1, entitled Demand, would you agree that that table reflects an annual maximum demand growth of approximately 0.55 million gallons daily per year? You do 75.33 and 86.60. In order to get to those over that period of time, it's going to be an average demand growth of about 0.55 million gallons daily per year. Would you agree with my math?
It would have been easier if you'd pointed me to the years you were talking about first. I was trying to go 5 years at a time, which is why it was taking me so long. Yes, I'll accept that.
Okay. Now, let's go to page 2. I'm going to go back to your rebuttal testimony.
I'm sorry, you're in my rebuttal?
Yeah.
On page 2?
Yeah.
Okay, you'll have to give me a minute. Yes, I have it.
And there you state that the model's results are very sensitive to the amount of water that is needed. Making a relatively small change to the amount of water has a dramatic effect on the results. It's line 11 through 13 of your rebuttal testimony. Now, let me go to page 9 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 4 through 9. And there you state, what happens if KAWC needs more water than the base case assumption? And you state, if KAWC needs more water than the base case assumption, then the Pool 3 project becomes the more cost-effective option. If the initial demand is 6 million gallons daily, the demand increases by 1.0 million gallons daily per year, with a maximum of 25 million gallons daily. The net present value of the two options are essentially identical, 302.9 million of Pool 3 and 302.3 million of the Louisville of the LWC pipeline. Now, when you so testified in your rebuttal testimony, are you not there assuming a 1 million gallon daily annual increase when Ms. Bridwell is assuming a 0.55 million gallon daily increase as reflected at Table 2 of her direct testimony?
Not exactly, no.
Why?
The numbers in Ms. Bridwell's testimony are just for Kentucky American. The numbers in my testimony are for Kentucky American plus the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. And again, assuming that Kentucky American represents about 80% of that total, then the 1 MGD for the combined Kentucky American plus the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission would be about 0.8 MGD for Kentucky American compared to the just under 0.6 MGD in Ms. Bridwell's testimony.
So what you've done is, by adding Bluegrass, you've effectively doubled the demand. Isn't that correct?
No.
Well, you're assuming a 1 million gallon daily per year increase, and Ms. Bridwell, you're saying is 0.55 million gallons daily.
Okay. Let's take a step back.
Okay.
In my rebuttal, I started with the analysis done for Louisville Water Company by R.W. Beck. In that analysis, the base case is an initial demand of 6 MGD, increasing by 0.5 MGD per year. That's for a 25 MGD plant. That 25 MGD plant assumes 20 MGD for Kentucky American, 5 MGD for the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. So the base case used by R.W. Beck, 6 MGD for the combined entity, is essentially 5 MGD for Kentucky American, 1 MGD for the commission, increasing by 0.5 MGD per year. That's about 0.4 MGD for Kentucky American, 0.1 for the commission. So the base case is assuming 0.4 MGD demand increase for Kentucky American. Ms. Bridwell is assuming 0.55. Okay, so right away there we have sort of a disconnect at the beginning. Now, what I've done is take the R.W. Beck analysis and say, well, what happens if those numbers are off? Okay, instead of 0.5 MGD per year, which is on a combined basis, that's less than Kentucky American's projected annual demand growth. And I said, well, let's flip it and say, what if the actual demand growth is a bit more than Kentucky American projects? Instead of 0.55, in essence, I'm using about 0.8. Okay, so it's about 50% higher than Kentucky American projects. What happens to the cost? The cost of the Louisville pipeline option increases dramatically by almost $50 million on a net present value basis. The cost of the Pool 3 option increases by, if I don't mess up the math, but it's about $9 million.
But let me ask you this. Let's just assume for the moment that we simply use Ms. Bridwell's number of a 55 million gallon daily annual increase. Would that not result in concluding that the Louisville pipeline is approximately 15% less expensive than the Pool 3 alternative on a net present value basis?
No. And I have to remind you that that 15% number is not an accurate number. That included a double counting of the UV costs. So we're down to 5 or 6%.
I understand.
And it's based on, as I just said, an increase of Kentucky Americans' demand of only about 0.4 MGD per year.
I understand.
Instead of the 0.55.
I understand. Now let's go to your rebuttal testimony at page 2, lines 8 through 10. And let's look at, as I said, your rebuttal testimony lines 8 through 10.
What page are you on?
Page 2. There you state that the model makes the unrealistic assumption that the Louisville Water Company option would be financed entirely with public debt and that there would not be any debt service coverage requirements on such debt. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I assume by public debt you mean debt incurred by entities that are not investor-owned?
Yes. Maybe tax-exempt debt would be a better term for it. So.
Now, why would you assume that it would be, why do you assume that it would be unrealistic for the Louisville, to assume that the Louisville Water Company option would be financed entirely with public debt? After all, isn't it correct that there are a number of publicly owned municipal utilities who could participate in the ownership of the Louisville pipeline, including the Louisville Water Company itself and the Frankfurt Plant Board, for example?
Well, two things. As I understand it, Louisville Water Company has not made a commitment to finance most of the pipeline project. I'm sure I'm going to get the exact numbers wrong, but I believe Louisville has said that they would build roughly the first 12 or 15 miles of the pipeline, and then after that it's up to Kentucky American and any of its partners to build the rest of the pipeline. So I'm focusing on the rest of the pipeline, that roughly 35 to 40 miles.
From where to where?
I can't tell you that off the top of my head. I'm sorry. From where, I mean, generally from where Louisville Water Company says this is as far as we're going to build it, to where it becomes the requirement of somebody else to build it. And Kentucky American, or the projections are that Kentucky American will take about 80% of the water from that pipeline and will want about 80% of the capacity in that pipeline. And given that set of circumstances, I think it's unrealistic to assume that 100% of that pipeline could be financed with tax-exempt debt, when 80% of it is going to a privately owned entity.
Would you agree with me that between from Jefferson County to Franklin County to Fayette County, that there are a number of public entities that could participate with the Louisville Water Company in the construction of that pipeline, who are all not investor-owned, that is public entities?
There are entities that are involved in discussions. I don't believe any of them have made a commitment yet. And that's, it sounds like your question is assuming that Kentucky American could use 80% of the capacity of the pipeline in Franklin County, for example, and still have that pipeline be 100% financed with tax-exempt debt. And I don't know that that's the case.
Well, I'm not
in fact, I
I'm
believe
just
that
asking
that's
you
not
whether.
the case.
Well,
I'm just
excuse me for just a second. I would like, just as a courtesy for our witness, to be allowed to finish.
Yeah, I think that is appropriate. Let's let him finish his answer, Mr. Slint.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I was finished, but I'm not sure how much overlap we had there. The basic statement I was trying to make was that I think it is unrealistic to assume that Kentucky American could have 80% of the pipeline's capacity and have the pipeline be 100% financed with tax-exempt debt, regardless of whose service area the pipeline might be passing through.
And I'm just asking whether or not it's unrealistic to assume that the Louisville Water Company might be able to have the pipeline entirely financed with public debt, given that there are public entities all the way between Louisville, Franklin County, and Fayette County who are public entities, such as, for example, the Louisville Water Company itself and the Frankfurt Plant Board.
Well, in my opinion, that is an unrealistic assumption to make. I discussed that in my testimony. think the sort of the governing requirement, though I'm not a tax lawyer, is that there is a restriction on the use of tax-exempt debt to assist privately owned entities. And the general restriction that I'm aware of is that if more than 20% of the project is for a private purpose, then there are restrictions on the use of tax-exempt debt. It doesn't mean you can't do it at all, but there are some pretty significant restrictions, including a cap on the total amount that a state can issue in any 1 year. And this project is of such a magnitude that I have serious questions about whether the entire project could be financed with tax-exempt debt.
Mr. Chairman, may I take a minute?
Sure.
Honor, we have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Talley, do you have any questions?
No questions.
All right, Mr. Fitzgerald, do you have some questions?
Yes, Mr.
Why don't we do this then, Mr. Fitzgerald? Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break, and then when we come back at 3:25, we'll start with you. Here, thank you. Hold on one second. It was quick. I could have waited on that. Sorry. All right. We'll be back on the record in case number 2007-134. Let the record reflect that all parties are present, represented by counsel. Mr. Fitzgerald, you may question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rubin, I'm Tom Fitzgerald, and I represent the interveners, Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions. Good afternoon. If I am unclear in any of my questions, please don't attempt to guess at what I'm trying to ask. Just tell me to rephrase, and I'll be happy to do that. Before I start, Mr. Chairman, I had mentioned this to David. I'm a little at 6s and 7s because I didn't expect Mr. Rubin to be on until tomorrow, and I don't have his direct testimony from the 93-434 case. So if that becomes an issue, I may need to do a very quick supplemental request for clarification. I don't anticipate that.
We'll work with you.
Okay, and I appreciate
Is Mr. Rubin going to be here tomorrow? I mean, I know his flight doesn't leave until tomorrow afternoon, right?
He's going to be here tomorrow morning.
But he'll be here tomorrow morning in case of that.
That's wonderful. Then we can just resolve it at the time. That's perfect. Mr. Rubin, in reading over the 93-434 testimony that you gave on behalf of the Attorney General's office, it appeared that you did not believe that, at the time, that the 1930 drought of record was the appropriate event for planning purposes. And I'm just paraphrasing. Do you now believe that the 1930 drought of record is the appropriate event for purposes of water supply planning?
Well, let me answer from today first, and then I think I can try to clarify where things were whenever that was, 10 years ago or so.
Okay.
Yes, I do believe that the drought of record is appropriate to look at for planning purposes. especially in light of what Central Kentucky has experienced over the last 10 years, where there have been two very serious droughts. And as I understand it, the analysis of data from this year is not completed yet, and there's, I've at least heard some indications that this year might end up being either close to the drought of record or the new drought of record, depending on how the analysis comes out. So at this point, I have no qualms with saying planning for a drought equivalent to 1930 is a reasonable thing to do.
Okay, did I understand properly, or understand correctly that at the time you testified in 93-434 that you did not believe that to be the case?
Well, that's the next place where I'm going. I haven't really focused on that testimony in a while. I did review it the other day, but as I recall, in that case, I was concerned about the level of risk. It's almost a risk-reward type of analysis. There's always a risk of failure of any system. And by failure, I mean inability to deliver what everybody wants to be delivered. You know, whether you're talking about trucking or, you know, electricity lines that go out during a storm or whatever, there's always some level of non-performance built into a system. And I was questioning, based on what we knew at that time, whether it made sense to spend an inordinate amount of money to achieve a moderate level of risk reduction. Where I am today is we're still talking about an awful lot of money, but I think we're talking about a risk that is much more apparent than just a 1 in 100-year drought. You know, we've had two very serious droughts within 10 years in central Kentucky, and that puts things in perspective, I think, more than talking about planning for a drought that will only happen once every 100 years.
Okay, now I'm confused. Your testimony in 1994 was that the 1930 drought, as I understand your testimony, was you had predicted 1 in 130-year event, roughly.
That sounds about right.
And at the time that you testified, in 1994, and this is a quote, and I apologize, it's a quote from your direct testimony, or from actually the transcript of the hearing, and I don't have it in front of me. But I did write it down verbatim, that there was no justification for constructing a major supply augmentation project at this time, and that was in response to the proposal to do a pipeline. And let me finish my question. And that taking action to reduce the risk of less than a 1 in 100-year drought did not justify a 30% rate increase. That was the position that you espoused and that the Attorney General's office filed in their brief at the time. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. We are now talking about a project that is proposing a 50% rate increase addressed to the same goal. How is it more reasonable now than it was in 1994?
Okay. Well, first, I don't know where the 50% rate increase number comes from.
Oh, let me explain that, since it seems to be an issue. The previous testimony, I thought you were here for it, was that the average customer, which has a bill which is somewhere in the nature of $20 a month, would have a $10.14 increase for an indefinite period to fund the project, and that's where it comes from.
Yeah, I can check the numbers if you like. I have them in my computer, but I think the average residential bill now is more than $20 a month. And that's why I was unclear where that 50% came from.
Just going on the data requests that were provided by the applicant in the record here. I'm not sure where yours were from. I'm just using the data request responses. But let's assume, for the purpose of the question, that it is a 50% or roughly 50% increase.
Okay. And what I'm, well, let me, I guess, outline the concerns that I have about the current state of the water supply in Kentucky American service area. Right now, Kentucky American is projecting within a couple of years, well, actually, I'm sorry, Kentucky American already has experienced maximum day demand in excess of its treatment capacity. Kentucky American has experienced, or Central Kentucky has experienced two very severe droughts within the last 10 years. I'm not sure exactly where they come out on the scale. I believe the drought in the late 90s was somewhere between the 50 and 100-year drought. The books aren't closed on this year's drought yet, but my sense is that it's going to be at least that severe. When you start having a 50-year drought twice in 10 years, that tells you that things are changing. And some of the climate change people I have talked to who've looked at the water supply industry say, oh yes, things are changing, you will be impacted. So just to sort of put that all in a very brief kind of summary, I believe that today there is a water supply deficit in Central Kentucky. Under severe drought conditions, Kentucky American cannot even come close to meeting customers' reasonable demands. And by reasonable demands, I mean after curtailment, after outdoor water use restrictions, and so on. So there's a serious concern there. Kentucky American cannot safely meet its maximum water demands today under non-drought conditions. There is a need to do something here. I did not feel that way 10 or 12 years ago. In fact, at that time, I believed that conservation measures as well as improvements on the Kentucky River could extend the time period by several years, at least by several years, before anything would have to be constructed here. Unfortunately, that time has gone. Growth has continued to occur in Central Kentucky. There have been some improvements on the Kentucky River, and I applaud the Kentucky River Authority for that. But those improvements are not enough, and something has to be done.
Okay, if I could deconstruct your answer. The maximum daily demand, you said they've already experienced a maximum daily demand in excess of treatment capacity. That's a treatment issue, is that not?
It's a treatment issue coupled with a source of supply issue. You have to have both.
Achieving maximum daily demand in excess of treatment capacity is a treatment issue.
And you have to have the water to treat. You need both.
When they exceeded their treatment capacity, did they have the time that you are aware that they exceeded their treatment capacity? Was it a supply problem, or was it the fact that they were pumping more than they were pumping at and temporarily above the rated capacity of their treatment?
I'm sorry. Okay, you're asking me something a little different. At the time when they exceeded it, yes, it was a treatment constraint.
Okay, and the way to address a treatment constraint is to expand your treatment capacity, all other things being equal.
If there is a reliable source of supply, then it would be prudent to expand your treatment capacity.
And the reliable source of supply, you mentioned that there was, you think that this year, I'm not sure who you talked to, maybe you could illuminate me, but whoever you talk to thinks that this summer's drought might have been equal to the 1930 drought of record. Is that your testimony?
It's not exactly what I said. I said it might end up being the drought of record. It doesn't make it equal to 1930 because the Kentucky, things are so different today than they were in 1930 in terms of what the Kentucky River can do and in terms of demands on the river.
Okay, what constraints did Kentucky American Water Company have to put in place this summer to address this drought? Are you aware of those?
I'm just very generally aware that there were some restrictions on outdoor water use.
And so in the severe drought conditions that were encountered during this summer, we had to curtail lawn watering?
And other outdoor uses, yes.
Okay. Were those mandatory restrictions, do you understand, or were they voluntary restrictions?
I don't know.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that the essential water uses of the community were met with the existing supply, notwithstanding the severe drought conditions?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. You don't consider watering lawns every other day to be essential uses?
No.
Okay. Do you believe, do you believe that Kentucky American Water Company has in place an appropriately aggressive conservation program?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that they have done everything, based on the testimony you've heard, and based on the fact that you've lived with this case for I don't know how many years now, do you believe that they've done everything that they should do to reduce unaccounted for loss in their system?
I don't know.
Okay. At the time that you testified in 1994, I believe, you indicated that more should be done for leak detection than was being done. Are you aware that they've done anything more than they had in that regard?
I don't know, and that's I think that's the same answer I just gave you.
Okay.
I haven't examined Kentucky American's leak detection, meter testing programs, other things that would be a component of reducing non-revenue water.
Okay. Do you remember the Brock and Caldwell study that was done on conservation in support of, I guess it was 1993, 1994?
I remember there was one, and that's as far as my memory goes.
Will you accept my representation that they indicated that a unaccounted for line loss of 11.8 was what should be the target for the system?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Did you hear the testimony of Ms. Birdwell that the line loss is fluctuating and has been as high as almost 15%?
I did, yes.
Okay. If I reduce line loss, does that allow more availability of treated water for delivery to customers?
Yes.
As you understand the deficit, you mentioned there's a treatment capacity issue. Is that one that could be resolved by augmenting treatment availability at Pool 9, assuming the supply is there?
If you assume supply is available, then increasing treatment capacity is relatively straightforward.
Okay, and relatively inexpensive in terms of building new capacity?
If that's the comparison, yes.
Okay. Do you think it's prudent before the commission approves a project that will result in an increase of, according to the filings, 50% in the rates of the average residential ratepayer for a generation, that they require the utility to do everything, to use best practices to reduce the target deficit by reducing line loss and implementing conservation and demand management before they approve new capital construction?
No, not necessarily.
You don't?
Not necessarily.
So you think that you should be allowed to build to address a deficit that could potentially be moderated or lowered through implementation of conservation or line loss measures?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I guess I'm wondering, you indicated that a new conservation plan should be provided, but you didn't say that that should be addressed before they're given approval to engage in a capital construction project ranging into the millions and millions of dollars. And I guess I'm mystified. Should we not try to moderate or reduce that target deficit in order to avoid saddling the ratepayers with a cost that might be avoidable?
Well, if I thought those costs were avoidable, I would agree with you wholeheartedly, and that's, in essence, what I recommended 10 or 12 years ago. Where things stand today, I do not believe those costs are avoidable. Kentucky Americans' average daily demand under normal conditions in a normal year exceeds the safe yield of Pool 9 under drought conditions. Well, the safe yield by definition is under drought conditions. Okay. There is a serious supply constraint right now that I do not believe a conservation program or an aggressive water loss reduction program can completely eliminate. It will certainly help, and it will help avoid the need for the next project after this one, which is why I strongly recommend that that should be one of the conditions that the Commission places on its approval in this case. But I do not believe that those programs can eliminate the need for a new supply project for central Kentucky.
But could they not allow deferral or a downsizing of the scale of the project?
Well, those are two different things. Deferral, I think the answer is no. That you need to do something today to ensure a reliable supply, especially during drought conditions. Could it result in a smaller project? Perhaps, but then you get into economy of scale issues. And you're talking about a 20 MGD project that's scalable up to 30, depending on conditions. Would it make sense to reduce that to 10 or 15 MGD scalable up to something else? I don't know. And I expect that the upfront savings would be relatively small compared, and then that would have to be offset by increases in unit production costs when you have a smaller, less efficient plant. So I don't know the answer to whether it could be downsized and whether that would be cost effective, but my gut says that there probably isn't a whole lot of savings in there.
Why earlier did you compare average day demand to safe yield under drought conditions as being indicative of the deficit? Are you comparing apples to oranges there?
No, the safe yield is just that. It's what you can safely rely on to withdraw from that source of water.
Under drought conditions?
Well, the safe yield, by definition, is calculated under stressed conditions.
Right.
Just like when you calculate what an electric transmission system can do, you look at it when it's stressed, not under normal conditions. So when we look at what a body of water can safely and reliably provide, the engineers tell us we do a safe yield calculation. Mm-hmm. Here's what it is for Pool 9. It's 35 MGD. Kentucky American, on an average day, is withdrawing in excess of 40 MGD from Pool 9.
And what is the average available yield of Pool 9 compared against the average demand?
The average available yield?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea.
Do they have problems in meeting that from a supply standpoint?
They have problems meeting it when they have to curtail usage during
Under drought conditions.
under drought conditions.
So there you're looking at the gap between the drought day demand and the drought yield, or the safe yield of that pool.
Sure. I mean, you frankly, you don't care about the ability to meet water demands in the month of February. There's lots of water and there's low demand. That's not the issue. And, so when you look at annual averages, they're not telling you anything meaningful, really.
Well, that's why I was wondering why you were using that as a comparison point for indicating that there was a supply problem in central Kentucky.
Oh, because that's extreme. If you're talking about average daily demands in excess of the safe yield, that to me is a very extreme comparison, because you would expect average daily demands to be much less than the safe yield. And only during stressed conditions would the demand start approaching the safe yield. Here, we have, we're well beyond that point.
And they are attempting to plan for what? As you understand it, what is this plant attempting to build in order to provide? The 20 MGD.
The 20 MGD is designed to, as I understand it, do two things. First, it's designed to increase capacity available on the maximum day under non-drought conditions. So it deals with the deficit in treatment capacity.
Right.
And in a sense, that's almost a side benefit of the project, as I understand it, because the major benefit of the project is that it will increase the safe yield that's available.
Under what conditions?
Well, as I said, by definition, safe yield is under stressed conditions.
Okay. And so you're looking at, under stress conditions, about what is the demand relative to the safe yield. Mr. Ingram before used 55, in his question to Ms. Bridwell, used, or I guess it was her response to his question, said that in drought conditions, their target is 55 MGD, or their projection is 55 MGD. Do you recall that?
In Ms. Bridwell's, make sure I give you the right reference here, it's Table 2 of her direct testimony.
Right.
She shows 55 MGD as the drought average day demand in 2010.
Right.
By 2030, that's in excess of 63 MGD.
Right.
If we subtract from that the 35 MGD safe yield from Pool 9, the 20 MGD essentially meets the drought average demand in 2010, but still falls short of meeting it in 2030.
Okay, so this project will not meet within their target planning period, what they project to be the drought demand.
Well, the 20 MGD will not meet that.
Right.
As I understand it, the plant is being designed so that it can be increased in size up to 30 MGD. And if you go from 20 to 30, and all of that's available to Kentucky American, which is not clear, then that would allow you to meet the 2030 demand, but with very little margin beyond that.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that in a second, but you mentioned that, have you done any independent analysis of what the safe yield is of Pool 3 under the same drought conditions?
No.
Have you had any independent discussions with the Division of Water outside that might call into question what Ms. Bridwell's testimony, written testimony was, which is that they've indicated that it may be as low as 25 MGD?
Well, that's
before restrictions are imposed?
Yeah, that's not the way I heard her testimony, but I have not had any discussions with the Division of Water about that. We did have some discussions with the Kentucky River Authority, excuse me, but not with the Division of Water.
Do you know which of those agencies sets the safe yield? and controls water withdrawal permitting?
Oh, I know the Division of Water is the entity that issues the permit, the withdrawal permit, and the Kentucky River Authority is the entity responsible for maintaining the facilities on the river.
Right, the dams and locks.
Yes.
So then, the opinion of the Kentucky River Authority with respect to what's available in Pool 3 under drought conditions in terms of safe yield is really not determinative of what is going to be available.
No, and I hope I didn't suggest that it was.
Well, you suggested that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, that there may be there may be additional water available there, and I'm just trying to nail down the fact that all that we know right now is that there is the Division of Water has issued a permit for 20 MGD under certain months and 6 MGD for the rest of the year for that pool. And I'm unaware that there's any other evidence in the record regarding a potential to expand the safe yield of that pool to 30.
Well, I think we have to be a little careful with the terms that we use. There's a difference between the permitted capacity and the safe yield. As I understand it, the Division of Water is not going to issue a permit for more than they're asked to issue it for, and they may issue it for a lot less. But just because that's the permitted maximum does not mean that that's the safe yield.
No, I appreciate that, and if my question confused the two, I apologize for that confusion. But to get back to the point, do you know whether the safe yield of Pool 3 exceeds 20 MGD?
I do not know.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. If you could turn to the data request that CAUSE filed with the Attorney General's office that identified you as the respondent.
Yeah, I do not have those with me.
Oh, I will give it to you. And folks, it's data request 4. And let me go ahead. I'm just going to show it to council for a second, and then I'll show it to the other council. What I was asking, I'm going to ask whether he had quantified the. Oh, cool. Whether he quantified it, I want to just find it if it is quantified. Okay, reduction. Okay. What else? I just got a couple of questions for this. One of them, I kind of bracketed the answer there that I was interested in. In data request 4D, you responded, and I'm just paraphrasing, that it should be possible that you had not quantified the reductions achievable from the implementation of conservation measures and leak detection. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. I guess my follow-up question is it possible to do that kind of quantification?
Yes. As part of a conservation program, you would have, well, maybe quantification is too strong a word, but you would at least have estimates of the savings you would expect.
We're not the first community to think up the idea of conservation as a way to mitigating a demand, are we?
No.
Okay, so there's other communities. We can look at the sorts of measures that have been put in place, the cost of them, the anticipated or the demonstrated reductions. Is that? Do we have other communities we can look to that to see what sort of measures have worked and do work?
Yes.
Okay. And so when Ms. Bridwell earlier said that it's, when I asked her if she knew what sort of reductions had been achieved through the conservation program, she says it's very difficult to pin those down on conservation. It could be other things that have caused the reduction in per capita consumption that they've seen. Is it possible, in fact, for certain conservation measures to identify target reductions and to measure those?
Yes, it is, and they can be measured with some precision. I obviously can't speak for Ms. Bridwell, but I think she was responding to a question about changes over a fairly long period of time, like 10 or 15 years. And, particularly since the mid-1990s, there have been a lot of changes that have occurred with federal restrictions on plumbing fixtures and changes in demographic patterns and so on. So it might be difficult to say, well, why has demand changed over the last 10 or 15 years? But it's very possible, and it's done frequently, to determine the impact of a particular conservation program that's implemented.
If you could turn to data request number 3, I had asked, Cause had asked, to explain in detail what the phrase aggressive conservation measures means. I think your testimony on page 4 of your direct pre-file testimony was that it should be possible to further reduce water consumption through aggressive conservation and leak detection, but it would not eliminate their source of supply deficit. And I'm wondering if you could look at the answer, and the answer was that, very appropriately, you had not developed a specific conservation program for KAWC, but you were generally aware of the types of aggressive conservation that have been used at other water utilities. And if we could just go through the list, do you know whether Kentucky American has appliance and plumbing fixture rebates?
It does not.
Do you know whether they do coupons?
Well, the coupons and trade ally programs are part of the appliance and plumbing fixtures.
Okay. I'm sorry, there's a semicolon there. Do you know whether they do xeriscape programs?
To the best of my knowledge, they do not.
What about conservation pricing?
No.
Water budget pricing?
No.
Targeted commercial and industrial programs?
I believe they have some, but it's primarily of an educational nature rather than what I'd call a more aggressive type of program, where they actually, so it depends on how you characterize it, but what they're doing I would not call an aggressive commercial and industrial program.
Do you know of any other program that they're doing beyond what Ms. Bridwell testified to and what they've supplied in data requests?
No.
Okay, so they're at the meeting yearly with the industrial customers was what they indicated is their conservation program for industrial customers. Are you aware of anything else that they didn't report?
No.
Golf course and other irrigation restrictions, including the encouraging or requiring the use of, I guess that'd be gray water, non-potable water?
Correct.
Do you know whether they do that?
To the best of my knowledge, they do not.
Okay. Programs targeted to low-income customers and public housing, such as in-home retrofits and leak repairs.
I don't believe they're doing that.
Okay. Fair to say, then, that you would not characterize their existing program as aggressive?
Correct.
Okay. Tepid, maybe? I withdraw that question. I think I may be done, but let me just check real quickly. You've been very patient with me. Have you reviewed the most recent Louisville Water Company proposal that was contained in the direct testimony, Mr. Heitzman?
Yes.
Okay. They have proposed essentially a treated water pipeline that could serve Kentucky American and members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Is that, in your estimation, a regional solution?
It has the potential to be, yes.
Okay. Because the other proposal here has a pipeline that would serve the very same people. Is that true?
Yes.
So if that's a regional solution, then a treated water pipeline is equally a regional solution.
Yes, and the only reason I said it has the potential to be is it requires other water suppliers in the region to agree.
Oh, okay.
And that's true with both projects.
You're
Until
aware-
people put their money in and say, yes, we're participating, then it just has the potential to be a regional solution.
Okay, and are you aware that the city of Simpsonville has sent in a letter supporting the treated water pipeline option?
No, I was not aware
And
of
that the US 60 Water District has done so also?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Are you aware that the city of Frankfurt has indicated, the Frankfurt Plant Board has indicated that they intend to go to a Louisville pipeline?
I have seen correspondence from Frankfurt. I'm not sure I'd characterize it exactly that way, but
An intention, at least at this point, an expressed intention?
I would hate to characterize it, but they certainly have expressed a preference for a pipeline from Louisville rather than the Pool 3 project. And
You're aware
without
that-
having it in front of me, I wouldn't characterize it beyond that.
Are you aware that Bluegrass Water Supply Commission has also indicated that in order to meet their needs, that they are anticipating a pipeline to Louisville?
No.
Um,
Well, and when I say no, that is, it's not just I'm not aware of it, that is not my understanding of what the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission has said.
Okay, well, okay. When's the last time that you saw any of the presentations that they've made concerning their long-range water supply plans?
I've seen a number of them. I can't tell you the date of the last one I saw, but it's certainly within the last month or two.
Okay. Okay, I believe that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Rubin, and Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yes, sir. Do you anticipate needing Mr. Rubin to come back in? Okay.
We're copacetic.
He's
I
going to be
appreciate
here.
it.
Okay. Mr. Bain, questions? Mr. Hughes? Mr. Barbary? Okay, come on up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rubin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barbary.
Let me clarify a couple of things. One of them is an assumption on my part. Is it safe to say that your recommendation to place a cost cap on this project, that would essentially be the same regardless of what project was before this commission?
Yes.
Let me clarify the testimony about the ultraviolet, the necessity of the ultraviolet treatment equipment. If I understood what you ended up saying, there's a definite need to reduce the $293.1 million that you had originally projected as the cost on page 5 of your rebuttal testimony by approximately $20 million.
Yes, that eliminates a double counting, just an error in the R.W. Beck
And
model.
then if the commission was to determine that the proposal was to go forward, but ultraviolet treatment was not necessary, that would in turn reduce it by an additional $20 million?
Approximately, yes.
Is it fair to characterize your testimony in this matter is that it may be cheaper to actually construct the Louisville pipeline, but it in actuality ends up being more or less a wash with respect to the cost and operation of the two proposals?
Yes, the big difference is you're really trading off the upfront capital cost against what Louisville Water Company would charge to purchase water. So Louisville Water Company would charge, in round numbers, at least twice as much as it would cost Kentucky American to produce the water itself. So once you start buying a certain amount of water, the costs equalize, and then if you keep going, it becomes more expensive to go with Louisville than it would be to produce the water yourself, even after paying for all the capital costs.
let me ask you a question related to that. It's my understanding that you tried to compare as best you could, although I understand it's very difficult to do that in this particular case, apples to apples with these two proposals with respect to rebuttal testimony. In other words, it's my understanding that the initial base amount of 6 million gallons a day, as well as the 0.5 million gallon a day incremental increase on an annual basis, the assumption was the same for both proposals. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you heard Ms. Bridwell testify earlier that she believed under the, I'm going to call it take or pay. I don't know if that's actually the way of describing it, but she indicated that they would have Kentucky American would have a need from inception for 10 million gallons a day in order to reserve 20 million gallons a day of capacity. Do you have any idea what the effect of having to purchase 10 million gallons a day from Louisville Water Company would be, as opposed to the analysis you performed in your rebuttal testimony?
I can get close. After I saw Ms. Bridwell's rebuttal testimony, I looked at what would happen if 12.5 MGD had to be paid for from the outset, because that's assuming half of the 25 MGD for Kentucky American plus the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. And that would increase the cost of the pipeline option from, or the net present value from about $255 million, as I discussed in my rebuttal, up to about $277 million on a present value basis, and that's about $4 million higher than the Pool 3 option under base case conditions. And then obviously as more water is needed, when you go out 15 years or so, then the two models, or the cost of the pipeline becomes even more.
You have testified, I believe, that regionalization.
Hold on one second, Mr. Barber.
It's a tape.
Okay, go ahead.
You testified that regionalization is an important concept for this commission to consider. Is that correct?
Well, both for this commission to consider and for water suppliers to use in their planning, yes.
Is your ultimate recommendation to this commission, does that change at all if in fact the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission does not end up following through by the, I guess I'm going to call it the drop dead date that was proposed earlier in this proceeding? In other words, if you were to assume the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission did not follow through on its end of the bargain with respect to obtaining some percentage of the equity or the use of the water, does your conclusion change?
No, it doesn't. I would be unhappy if that happened. I think there is a need throughout central Kentucky, and that several water suppliers could benefit from a regional project. But if that doesn't happen, Kentucky American still has an obligation to serve its customers, and still needs to do something.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Rubin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wuchik.
Let me start out by asking, have you testified as an expert witness in very many certificate cases? Let me preface that by saying I went through your CV, and it appeared that, and I'm just looking from the title, that you only testified in one case that specifically referenced a certificate of convenience and necessity.
You'd have to refresh me on which case that was. Was that a Delaware case?
No, I believe it was one from Maine. Just one second. It was The Bangor Gas Company LLC petition for approval to furnish gas service in the state of Maine.
Okay. Yes, that's right. And I think there was a Delaware case. I'm not sure if it was technically a certificate case, but it did involve a water utility that was having service problems and was looking at ways to resolve those problems, and the commission was looking at restricting its ability to expand service until problems were issued. So I'm not sure that was technically a certificate case, but it did involve the utility's ability to expand its service area.
Okay, so this is the first case in which you've testified as an expert witness as to whether new facilities should be built, in terms of a utility actually asking for approval for particular facilities to be constructed?
I think so. And, if you say this case, I'm assuming that embodies the earlier dockets that have been incorporated here, since I've been involved here since, I think, 1994 or 1995.
The earlier cases, however, didn't have a particular project that was in the final stages where the commission was asked to either approve or to deny the construction of a project. Is that correct?
I don't remember what was involved in the earlier pipeline cases, in terms of the legal posture of it.
As I recall, the original source of supply case, since we've had several of them, but I think 94 or 93, 434, that case did not have a certificate of public convenience and necessity being sought in that case, did it?
I don't recall.
Okay. And the reason I ask that is, in the one case you did appear as a expert witness, did you propose a cap in that case?
I did propose a cap in a West Virginia case. I don't recall. I know I was not cross-examined in that case. And I know the case settled before I was cross-examined. I don't recall if my testimony was actually filed in the case or if it, settled right around the time the testimony was going in. I think I filed testimony and the case settled before hearings. Okay. And I did propose a cost cap in that case.
Okay. In terms of the cost cap, did you do any research to determine the authority of this commission to impose such a cost cap?
I did not, no.
I believe in response to an information request from Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions, you stated that you were not aware of a cost cap being imposed in any case involving water utilities. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's more, I'm just not aware. I did not do that research.
Okay. And you mentioned in your response that cost caps are used in the electric utility industry?
Yes, and in fact, the West Virginia case I referred to was an electric case.
And are you aware of other cases in which that was imposed?
Yes.
Okay. In those cases, was there specific statutory authority for the imposition of such a cap?
I cannot speak to every case. I was involved as an attorney in cases that imposed cost caps on electric facilities, and in the cases where I was involved as an attorney, there was not specific statutory authority for the commission to do that.
And the commission imposed the cap?
Yes.
Even though there was a lack of statutory authority?
Correct.
Are you aware of any Kentucky cases where such a cap has been imposed?
I have not done that research.
You had recommended 2 additional conditions besides the imposition of a cap. And let me step back a second. As to the cap itself, you stated that one of the conditions should be that Kentucky American agrees to the imposition of a cap. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's assume for the moment, let's not assume, Mr. Rowe has stated Kentucky American does not agree to the imposition of a cap. Is it your position or that of the AG that if Kentucky American does not agree to the imposition of a cap, the Commission should still impose a cap?
Well, again, I cannot speak for the Office of Attorney General. I can give you my opinion, which is that the Commission should impose the cap, and then it is up to Kentucky American to decide whether it wants the certificate with that condition or whether it rejects the certificate with that condition. I heard Mr. Rowe's testimony. It was disappointing, but I have heard other utility executives refuse to voluntarily agree to conditions that the utility then accepts once the Commission imposes it on them. And I don't know if that's what Mr. Rowe's concern is, that he can't voluntarily do it, but if it's imposed, they might be able to comply with it. So I would continue to suggest that the Commission impose the cap and then see how Kentucky American responds.
Just out of curiosity, the cap is, at least to my mind, something that has not been tried before in this state. Would the imposition of a cap and the need for the utility to consider that result in any delay in the project that is being placed before the Commission?
I do not know. I would hope not.
You had recommended that as a second condition to granting the certificate that Kentucky American, develop an aggressive program to reduce non-revenue water. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is part of that some type, would that be different from a water conservation program, or that would be part of the water conservation program you wanted to develop?
In my way of thinking, they're two separate things. A conservation program is designed to reduce end-use consumption, if you will, on the customer's side of the meter, where non-revenue water is designed to reduce, I'll call it the loss of water on the utilities side of the meter.
Okay, so would that, is your proposal then to focus simply on the utility side of the meter, or should the Commission also be focusing or require Kentucky American to also focus on the customer side of the meter?
No, my proposal is for both, and I apologize if that second condition has too many clauses in it, but I suggest the development of a conservation program consistent with best practices, including a program to reduce non-revenue water. So I'm suggesting that both be done, both program on the customer side of the meter and a program on the utility side of the meter.
In your testimony, you don't specifically provide any programs, but you, I think in response to a information request, again, from Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions, you mentioned a number of particular items that might be included in some type of conservation program. Would that be correct to say?
Yes, and those were specific to the conservation part of the program.
Okay, and those included conservation pricing, is that correct?
As something that should be examined, yes.
Yes, sir. And water budgeting pricing?
Correct.
And would you agree that both of those subjects are items that could be addressed in a that they're related to utility water rate design?
They are, but where it goes beyond what you would typically see in a rate case is that you would need to develop estimates of the water savings that would result. And that really requires conservation program design expertise, which I don't have. I consider myself a rate design expert, but I couldn't tell you how much water you would save if you adopted a certain type of pricing program.
You know, or do you recall, you were a witness for the Attorney General in Kentucky American's current rate case, were you not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, did the AG propose any type of conservation pricing or water budgeting pricing in the last rate case?
No. And I think that's for the reason I just said, which is you need to develop an understanding of how much water would be saved by doing that, and that's expertise I just don't have.
There was some questioning earlier about whether it was reasonable for Kentucky American to consider or approach the Louisville Water Company for a proposal after it had already made the decision to construct the facilities at Pool 3. Do you recall that?
I recall the general topic, but not the specific
You were
questions.
asked whether it was reasonable or not for Kentucky American not to approach the Louisville Water Company for a proposal, and I believe you gave 3 reasons for why it was not unreasonable for Kentucky American not to approach the Louisville Water Company. For a lot of negatives in that sentence, in the question.
I hope my answer didn't have as many negatives, but I recall the question.
You listed one reason why Kentucky American's conduct was reasonable, was the opposition to the Louisville Water Company pipeline that occurred in the late 1990s.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, there is currently opposition to the proposed water treatment plant and pipeline in this proceeding, to the facilities that are proposed and that are before the Commission. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you distinguish for us why the opposition in 1990 was a critical factor and it's not a critical factor to the existing pipeline in this case? Or let me rephrase that question. In terms of the Commission making a decision and looking at the various factors, how does it distinguish the opposition to one project from the opposition to another as a critical factor?
Yeah, and just so we're clear, when I answered that question earlier, I was not talking about what the Commission should consider in deciding what's in the public interest. I was talking about why it was reasonable for Kentucky American to take a certain action. Okay, and given the level of opposition to the Louisville pipeline, including the Lexington-Fayette Urban County Council's resolution opposing that pipeline, I believe it was reasonable for Kentucky American, with its regional neighbors, to look at options other than the Louisville pipeline. So that was the context of my earlier answer. But I'm not saying that the Commission should ignore public opposition to either option. I think there's substantial opposition to both approaches, and there's substantial support for both approaches. Thankfully, I'm not the decision maker here. I don't have to weigh those two. Unfortunately, you have to weigh those two. And I can't tell you how to do that. So I don't know if that's much of an answer to your question, but public opposition and public support are important concerns that need to be weighed along with cost, feasibility, ability to meet the need, flexibility to meet future changes, scalability, all of those other concerns.
Well, that still leaves open the question, if you're looking at it, how much weight you give to such a factor. And you're saying that you don't really have an answer to the amount of weight that should be given to that factor?
I cannot help you with that, I'm sorry.
Okay, so if you had an instance where you had two projects that were basically the same in terms of the cost-benefit analysis, and there was, in one respect, opposition to one project as opposed to the other, is it your position that that opposition would be the deciding factor to weigh towards one alternative, all other things being equal?
Well, I think the answer to your hypothetical is yes. I've never seen a real-world example where everything else is the same. There are, in my experience, there are always differences among different options. Some options do things better than others. Some do things worse than others. So I think in the real world, you're always weighing the benefits and detriments of each project, and public support and public opposition are part of that equation. But I wouldn't pretend to be able to tell the Commission how much weight it should put on any one factor or how it should, balance public opposition against other very important considerations.
Well, let me ask one more question in this area, and is how do you quantify it?
I don't know, and I frankly don't think you can.
You've been subject to lengthy cross-examination, and I must be honest in saying that at certain points I was a little bit, I may have faded in and out, but I thought at one point, I've jotted down a note that at one point you referred to both projects or both proposals as possibly being reasonable least cost projects.
I don't think I said that.
Okay. Well, let me...
I may have, but I don't think so.
And I'm not suggesting you did, but the Attorney General, in response to an information request to cause, talked about the criteria that should be used, and it's the Attorney General's response to cause information request, data request number 2.
Yeah, I do not have that with me. I think a copy's coming here.
Okay.
All right, yes, I have it now.
Okay, and in that response, there's, I guess, the criteria that sets forth in terms of whether the project, a proposed project, is in the public interest. And included in that, I'll just read, should be, well, the criteria and standards used by the Office of Attorney General are whether the proposed project appears to be in the public interest, including whether the proposed project consistent with the provisions, I guess that should be is consistent with the provision of reasonably least cost, efficient, safe, reliable, and affordable service to KAWC's customers. Now, would you agree that that is the appropriate criteria to use?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. Help me with this. When someone says that X solution is the least cost solution, can there be more than one solution that is the least cost solution?
Well, I usually use the phrase reasonable least cost solution, and that reasonable to me says that we know there's some margin of uncertainty in these financial and cost projections, especially when you're looking out over 20 years and you're making all kinds of assumptions about energy costs and treatment costs and employment costs and all the costs that go into these studies. If two options come out very close to each other, within a few percent, I think it's fair to say that either of those options would be a reasonable least cost option. So I think, at least the way I use the term, yes, it would be possible to have more than one option be a reasonable least cost option.
Would you agree with the statement that one alternative may not be the least cost method of resolving the problem for which facilities are proposed, but in taken with the totality of the circumstances, it is reasonable and therefore would be an appropriate solution?
I think that's possible. I'm sorry, the answer is yes. I think that's possible if you have factors that cannot be quantified in dollars and cents.
Well, let me try this a different way, just to make sure I think we're both in agreement. But if you have two projects, one produces a lower cost, but the other project, there's a reasonable basis to go with that alternative as opposed to the least cost. Are you saying it would still be appropriate to go with the, quote, non-least cost?
Well, what I was trying to say, probably not very artfully, is that the first thing I would do is to try to make sure that I have quantified financially everything that can be quantified, including, for example, risk. What you just described is something I've seen fairly, I don't want to say frequently, but in studies like this where you're comparing various options, they'll say, well, this option is preferable because it's more feasible or because it's easier to site or to build. And in my mind, those are factors that should be quantified financially. And I think when you go through the exercise of doing that, you're likely to end up with a least cost option that really is the best option. But there may be certain factors that you just can't quantify. I'm having trouble thinking of an example offhand, but certain types of environmental impacts or things of that nature.
Some of those factors would, for example, be potential opposition that might somehow delay the final implementation of a project.
Well, again, delay is a factor that has a dollars and cents cost to it. So to me, that's something that you should try to quantify and build that implicitly or build that explicitly into your cost analysis rather than treating it as something else that's out there.
Well, let me ask, have you done that with the proposals that have been presented in this case?
No, I have not.
And to be fair to you, has anyone else that submitted testimony done that quantification?
Thank you. I was going to add that. No, no one else has done that either. And, well, I'm not sure it would, well, I shouldn't say that. I was going to say I'm not sure it would make that much difference here. But I shouldn't say that because I just haven't done the analysis.
You mentioned earlier that you had had some discussions with the Kentucky River Authority officials.
Yes.
You've sat through both days of the hearing, and you've heard some questioning asked about the condition of Dam 3 and Locks 3 and 4. In your opinion, is it reasonable to go ahead and build the proposed facilities if there's been no geotechnical study either prepared or reviewed regarding Dam 3?
That was one of the concerns that I had and that the Office of Attorney General had. And I think for that reason, among others, a meeting, I guess I'd probably call it a tour more than a meeting. We we went out and looked at Dam 10, Dam 9, and Dam 3 with officials from the Kentucky River Authority to get a sense for, at least to help me understand exactly what I was looking at. And as part of that, we were obviously able to have discussions with these folks and understand the condition of the facilities. My understanding of Pool 3, and in fact, I think I asked flat out, I said, can this provide a reliable source of water based on the way it is now? And said, well, based on the way it is now, we're not sure. And this is obviously my paraphrase. Obviously, the dam is still standing. It's not in danger of falling down anytime soon, but they recognize it needs to be replaced, and they're working on replacing it. And once that dam is replaced, they expect a very long life for the dam, and there should not be any concerns about the reliability of the supply. If the Kentucky River Authority were not planning on replacing or substantially rehabilitating that dam, I would have some substantial concerns about relying on Pool 3.
Do you believe it's reasonable then, do you know the current status of funding for the proposed replacement projects?
I simply don't know.
Do you believe it would be reasonable for the placement of the proposed facilities by Kentucky American if Kentucky American does not have a clear understanding of the current funding status of those projects, or if the funding status is not certain at this point for the replacement of that dam?
I understand your question, but I don't recall exactly how it was phrased, so I don't know whether to answer yes or no.
Let me rephrase it, because the more I think about it, it was very poorly phrased. If Kentucky American does not have, well, let's rephrase it. If the funding status for the proposed restoration or replacement of Dam 3 is not clear or certain at this point, is it reasonable for Kentucky American to proceed with the construction of those facilities in light of the uncertainty regarding the funding for the restoration or replacement of the dam?
Yes, it is reasonable for Kentucky American to proceed. I think what we've seen over the last 10 years is that the Kentucky River Authority will do its job. And that doesn't mean that it will be able to do everything it wants to do exactly when it wants to be able to do it. But I think the authority has demonstrated the ability to identify projects that are needed for the future of the river, that they have demonstrated an ability to prioritize those projects and obtain funding for the highest priority projects. So I think it's reasonable for Kentucky American and for this commission to assume that the Kentucky River Authority will continue to do its job, and that if Kentucky American is going to be using Pool 3 as a significant source of public water supply, that will move that project up on the priority list for the River Authority and for the agencies it turns to obtain funding. And as I said, I've been led to believe that there is no immediate danger from relying on Pool 3, but you might not want to rely on it for the next 20 or 30 years without some substantial work being done there. And I believe the Kentucky River Authority will do its job and make sure that work gets done.
And the reassurances that you were given, who at the River Authority gave you those assurances.
I knew you were going to ask me that, and I do not recall the names of the people we met with. Council may recall those names.
David Hamilton and Earl Gully. David Hamilton's there. Pardon? Gully, Gulley.
Well, I would ask you this next question, but I have a feeling that it would be deferred to your counsel, so I'll simply request if the Attorney General could furnish us the names of the persons they spoke to and what their positions were at the Kentucky River Authority. Was there any correspondence or any documents that you were...
Hold on just a second. Mr. Spinard looks a little bit perplexed.
I am. We'll give you the names and the details of it, but suggest in terms of if you have any questions about what they said to Mr. Rubin, today's the day to ask, because I'm not sure that data response, other than that we talked to Earl Gully and David Hamilton, and they're employees of the River Authority as far as official positions of the River Authority. That's through their board and their resolutions and things like that.
But do you know what, well, let me ask, I'll ask for witness then. Do you know what the two employees that you spoke with, do you know what their positions were?
I don't recall the exact titles. I believe one is an engineer for the River Authority, and the other is the title Lockmaster, perhaps, basically in charge of the physical operation of the river. But I don't want to mislead you either. I'm not suggesting that they gave us any assurances about any future funding or future projects or anything of that nature. They were there to, answer questions we had about what was happening on the river this year, given the drought conditions, and it was early October when we did this. And to answer questions we had about the condition of facilities, not about what might happen in the future.
Got just one additional line of questioning. Going back to your characterization of regional projects, would it be correct to say that the focus is on the consumers, and by consumers I mean wholesale utilities, that might be purchasing or need a source of supply, that a project is only regional if the wholesale customers essentially are grouping together to resolve a regional shortage?
I think so, at least in the context of central Kentucky. I think that's right. In other locations, a regional solution might be bringing everybody under common ownership, so they're all served by the same retail supplier.
So,
but that's not what's being proposed here.
You would not characterize a regional approach as being one where a utility rather, and I'm not speaking of any utility in particular, I'm just pulling an assumption, a utility rather than producing or constructing new production facilities would simply look in the area and see if it could meet its needs from existing facilities?
Oh, that
would meet
definitely a type of regional approach, yes.
So, and I guess you may have been asked this before, to the extent Kentucky American had previously looked to the Louisville Water Company as a solution to its source of supply problem, that would meet the definition of regionalism?
It could meet someone's definition of regionalism. My definition in the context of central Kentucky is to look at the water suppliers along the Kentucky River, who are pretty much in the same position. They're all relying on a river that has certain constraints. And is there some way for them to work together to come up with a solution that helps all of them. I mean, I guess in sort of in the abstract, you could take one of those suppliers and say, well, I'm going to divorce myself from my neighbors and talk to somebody 50 or 60 miles away. I don't consider that a regional approach, but, someone else might.
Thank you. That's all we have.
Mr. Spinard?
Well, yes, but just for clarification, to make sure, does the commission staff want anything else in terms of a request?
No, I believe you've resolved, you've answered what we've asked for.
Okay, all right. At this stage, we don't have any recalls.
Okay, Mr. Ingram? You have any other questions?
Mr. Rubin, I want to follow up on a couple of questions, particularly one that Mr. Fitzgerald asked you. Are you aware that there is in this record a resolution from the Greater Lexington Chamber of Commerce supporting the Pool 3 project?
I may have seen it, but among the thousands of pieces of paper, that's not one that stayed with me.
Same question with respect to the Jessamine County Chamber of Commerce?
Same answer.
City of Nicholasville?
That one sounds more familiar. So.
Warren County Chamber of Commerce?
No, I don't recall that one.
Warren County Industrial Authority?
Don't recall it.
City of Owenston?
I think I recall that one.
Warren County Fiscal Court?
No.
Jessamine County Fiscal Court?
No, I don't think I recall that either.
A couple of quick questions about your suggestion that Kentucky American try to achieve a lower unaccounted for water. And assume, if you will, that it is cost-effective to reduce the unaccounted water from 15% to 11%. Okay?
Yes.
That 4% reduction would reduce the 2010 max day of 75.33 MGD by only 3 MGD, would it not?
Or less, yes.
Or less, yes. That's. Thank you. And with a treatment plant deficit of 10.33 in 2010, a reduction of 3 or less MGD still leaves a treatment plant deficit, does it not?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Swint?
I just have one question.
Okay.
Well, maybe two. Is it the proposal by Kentucky American here requires the construction of a water treatment plant? Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it correct that the proposal by the Louisville Water Company does not require the construction of a water treatment plant?
It's my understanding that that treatment capacity exists today, but might not exist over the entire 20-year period. So, again, if I'm recalling correctly, there may be a need to at least expand existing treatment capacity in order to provide a firm capacity commitment for the next 20 years.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Fitzgerald, do you have anything further?
Chairman, I do.
Okay.
To refrain the fools rush in, I do have a couple of questions. Mr. Rubin, in 1994, is it fair to say that you opposed the pipeline project in part because Kentucky American had not employed aggressive conservation, had not done leak detection to the extent that you believe they should, and had not employed the sort of demand management that you thought they should?
Among other reasons, yes.
And in 1994, in your rebuttal testimony, you indicated in your conclusion that Kentucky American Water Company should not be permitted to construct a finished water pipeline to Jefferson County The Kentucky River Authority has done its job, taking into account the needs of all those who rely on the Kentucky River, and has concluded that users of the river would benefit from the installation of valves and crest gates. And you believe that that was a more feasible, cost-effective solution than a pipeline?
You're asking me to recall something that happened a while ago.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
would you like
I think
to
that's
reread
right.
it?
If you have it, sure.
Yeah. This is in docket number 93-434. It's captioned rebuttal testimony of Scott J. Rubin, and it's on page 16.
You need to see that, Mr. Spinard.
I just need to get the date. Can you clarify the date?
It's dated April 30, 1997.
Okay.
And, yeah, that's one of the questions I had, because there were two phases to that case. So. And if you could ask me your question again.
Okay. Do you recall having provided that testimony in that case?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated there that is it correct to paraphrase, your position at that point was that the Kentucky River Authority proposal for the installation of valves and the crest gates was a more reasonable proposal than constructing a pipeline to purchase finished water from Louisville?
Yes, and reasonable measured in several different ways.
Okay. Have they constructed the crest gates?
No.
But they indicated at the time that they were planning to do so. Is that correct?
Well, I'm trying to remember exactly where things were in 1997, and I'm having some trouble. I think they had plans to do it. I know the first stage of what they were going to do were the valves, and those have in fact been done.
Right.
The crest gates were going to come next. There were no firm plans at that point. I don't think any of the environmental assessments had been done, or any of that type of work. Sorry, I'm going to pause here because I can't think with that beeping. So. Yeah, that would probably work. Are you set? Okay. Yeah, so the simple answer to your question is no, the crest gates have not been built, and I think it's for that reason that Kentucky American is not proposing a project that relies on Pool 9. Because those crest gates were really required to enhance the supply at Pool 9. That has not happened, so they've had to look elsewhere on the river.
Okay. I guess my question, and what I'm having a hard time understanding, is how in 1997 you provided testimony indicating that a pipeline project which will have a 30% rate increase was not appropriate because the Kentucky River Authority was going to take care of the problem with the crest gates, and it didn't happen. And now you're indicating that a pool-free project that is relying on the continued maintenance and replacement of a dam by that very same agency is a reasonable alternative. And I'm having a hard time, if you could explain to me why the Commission should be more certain now that those improvements will in fact be made than back in 1997.
Sure, I'd be happy to try to explain that. The Kentucky River Authority, I think, has done a very good job of doing what it said it would do. Dam 9 is being completely reconstructed and is going to ensure the reliability of the supply in Pool 9 for a long time into the future. For reasons I haven't fully explored, crest gates were not an option that was implemented at Pool 9. I expect it's because of environmental concerns and concerns of adjoining landowners and so on. And that means that while Pool 9 will have a reliable supply of water, it will not have an increased supply of water. So something else has to be done to meet the water demands of central Kentucky. Kentucky American and the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission are now looking at Pool 3. Pool 3 is in very much the same condition that Pool 9 was in 10 years ago. There's a reliable supply of water there. There's a dam that needs a lot of work. The Kentucky River Authority recognizes that that work needs to be done. That work may include crest gates to enhance the supply. It may not. The environmental assessments and so on have not been done to increase the impoundment behind that dam. But even if the amount of water behind that dam is no different than it is today, there is sufficient water supply there to support the project that Kentucky American is proposing in this case.
Not through 2030, through 2010, is that correct?
Well, I think you may have misunderstood what I just said. I said there's sufficient water there to support the project that Kentucky American is proposing in this case.
20 MGD.
20 MGD, well, 25 MGD when you include the Water Supply Commission.
You know what they've asked for in this case?
Kentucky American has asked the Commission to approve the project, what I call the worst-case project, which is that the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission does not participate in the project. So that would be 20 MGD, which, and I don't understand the intricacies of Kentucky law, but it's my understanding that that's what a certificate of public convenience would be needed for, is the portion of the facility that will serve Kentucky American. I'm not sure if a certificate's needed for the portion of the facility that would serve the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. That's what I just don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I think you've already answered this, but if they were to attempt to increase the available supply in Pool 3, you don't have any reason to believe they wouldn't have to go through the same environmental assessment, the same consideration of the potential impact on adjoining lands that they did in Pool 9.
I would expect that all of those concerns and others would be raised.
And at this point, you don't know what the impacts would be because that study has not been done. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know where the source of money that is now being was requested? Kentucky American requested that Dam 3 be prioritized. Do you recall seeing that letter?
Kentucky American requested? I don't recall that.
There was, I believe it's of record that Kentucky American has sent a letter to the Kentucky River Authority asking that they prioritize improvements to Dam 3.
That there is a letter.
Okay. Do you know where? Are you aware of where the Kentucky River Authority reprogrammed the money from in order to accelerate the work on Dam 3?
I do not know.
Would you be surprised to learn that it was from Dam 9?
I would be very surprised to learn that because construction is underway at Dam 9.
And that if they reprogrammed that, it might potentially slow the reconstruction or the improvements on 9?
That would shock me because construction is underway, crews are on site, they're pouring concrete. I can't imagine that project being delayed for another project. It might be delayed for, budgetary constraints.
Mr. Chairman, it's a matter of record, and we will, Stephen Rader's testimony in front of, unless I misunderstood the testimony, in front of the Legislative Committee, and we'll make reference to that. I think it's a matter of, if we do refer to it in post-trial briefing, we will provide a copy to everyone else. But I think the testimony speaks for itself, and it's a matter of public record. I don't have any additional questions. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Tower, I think that I skipped over you. Do you have any further questions, Mr. Rubin?
No questions.
All right, Mr. Bain, Mr. Barbary, Mr. Hughes, Mr. Woocher.
Just a couple, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Rubin, if you assume that the Kentucky River Authority will do its job by rebuilding the dam at Lock 3, but due to the lack of funds, the rest of the dam repairs the cost of the dam repairs are assessed to Kentucky American due to its use of water from that pool. Would you change your opinion regarding the Kentucky River being the preferred solution to the source of supply situation?
No. My understanding of the way the Kentucky River Authority gets its funding is through assessments on water withdrawers from the river. So I assume that that's how the project will be paid for. And I also assume that that work will be done on Dam 3 anyway. It might be done a little later, but I think as has been stated today, that dam is beyond the end of its useful life. The work needs to be done. Whether Kentucky American is taking water from that pool or not, the work will be done, and as a significant user of the river, Kentucky American will pay a large portion of the cost. Either way.
Do you know if there's still plans to build crest gates on Dam 9?
I don't know the status of that. I believe the dam is being designed to support crest gates if that option is pursued in the future, but I don't believe there's a definite plan one way or the other. So I think it's an option that has been considered in the design of the dam, but I don't think there's a commitment to do it.
Going back a moment to your answer before, the water withdrawal fee that is assessed by the Kentucky River Authority, is that fee simply limited to recovering the administrative cost of the Kentucky River Authority?
I don't know. I don't know what the money's used for.
Let me see if I understand then. You're saying you don't know if the withdrawal fee is used to finance any other cost, including any type of improvements to the locks or dams?
Well, I made the assumption that maybe I shouldn't make, that those who withdraw water from the Kentucky River pay for the costs of supporting the Kentucky River Authority. If that's not true, if there's some other source of money that's being used to pay for the construction projects or the design work or the assessment work, that's fine. I mean, that means that's coming out of general tax revenue or somewhere else.
Okay, well, let's go back to the original question then, and just, as it was phrased originally, assume for the moment the Kentucky River Authority has to assess Kentucky American directly for the cost of the improvements. If both cost of those improvements to Dam 3 and Locks 3 and 4 are assessed to Kentucky American, does that change your opinion regarding the Kentucky River being the preferred source of supply?
I don't think so. It would change the dollar amounts, but if I'm remembering right, what I've seen is that the cost of that project is maybe in the $10 million range as a capital cost, and if that's true, then that might change the life cycle, the present value cost over 20 years by, I can't do this in my head, but I'm guessing it might change it by $20-25 million, roughly the same order of magnitude as that double counting of the UV costs, and maybe a little more than that, but that still puts it, within 10 to 15% of the cost of the Louisville pipeline option. Now, if I'm way off on the cost, then yes, it might have an impact.
Thank you. That's all we have. Thank you.
All right, anything further, Mr. Rubin?
Chairman, just to clarify, Damon indicated that they may have reprogrammed that money from 10 instead of 9, so I will try to get clarification on that and bring that in tomorrow.
Okay.
We don't need anything else from Mr. Rubin
All
in
right.
that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. All right, Mr. Rubin, you may step aside.
We would ask if he can be excused if there's no further need for him.
Yeah, I thought he indicated he was going to be here tomorrow. I mean, is he needed after this afternoon? By anybody?
No, sir.
Okay, well, he's free to excuse then.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
John, on that issue, we'd also ask for Mr. Walters to be excused for the rest of the proceedings.
Does anybody have any further need of Mr. Walters? All right, thank you, Mr. Ingram. He may be excused as well. All right, let's go ahead and take about a 15-minute break. We're going to go, I don't know how long. We won't go past 7. We may not go that long, but we need to plow a little more ground. Who's going to be next, Mr. Ingram?
Mr. Finland?
Okay. All right, well, we'll take a 15-minute break and come back at 5:30. Inquire of the attorneys. We had, gentlemen, we had talked about starting at 10 a.m. in the morning, and the reason for that was that we had another matter to take up at 9, and we have worked it out such that our hearing officer is going to go in here in hearing room 2 and take care of the other matter that Commissioner Clay and I were going to have to address, and so we're able to start at 9. Does that pose any problem for anybody?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, let me then amend the hearing schedule, if you will, to reflect that we will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning instead of 10. And Mr. Finland, would you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yep.
Mr. Ingram, go ahead.
Would you state your name, please?
Richard Svenland,
Who do you work for?
Integrated Science and Engineering,
Where?
105 McIntosh Crossing, Fayetteville, Georgia.
Have any water problems there?
We've got our issues down in Georgia. Yes, we do.
Did you used to work in the American system?
Yes, I did.
Have you done work for Kentucky American Water?
Quite a bit of work.
Have you provided direct and rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, I have.
If I asked you the questions contained therein today, would you give me the same answers?
I have one change to make in my rebuttal.
All right, sir, what is it?
It's question number 6, which was what is the status of the U.S. Army Corps 404 permit?
Yes, sir.
In that response, I indicated that we had a verbal, and it was in the mail. We all know how that sounds. We actually did receive that permit, and it's been filed with the commission.
Is that all the changes you need to make at this
That's the
time?
only change I had.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Mr. Slint?
Just a few questions. Mr. Spenlin, have you been here for the entire course of these proceedings?
Yes, I have.
I'm sorry. For the most part. Is it correct that the transmission line from the water treatment plant that Kentucky American proposes to build is going to be a 42-inch transmission line?
That is correct.
Okay. Is a 42-inch transmission line capable of handling a 25 million gallon a day plant?
Certainly.
Can it handle a 30 million gallon per day plant?
Yes.
Can it handle a 35 million gallon per day plant?
I did not design it for 35. I think we possibly could squeeze it and make that work.
Would you do that by simply increasing the
We would be replacing pumps.
speed of the water? Okay.
Yes.
Could it handle a 40 million gallon per day treatment plant?
Yes, Mr. Ingham, I guess, indicated that I would provide the answer to that, and I worked on that last night. What my concerns are for going to 45 with that single 42-inch line are the pressures that we would see and the horsepower needed to push that water all the way into Lexington. And it's my feeling that's kind of a waste of energy. I wouldn't push 45 through that line. I guess there could be some difference of opinions on, if you look at some of the typical industry standards for head loss per 1,000 feet, we were generally on the lower side of that. But what I've done when I laid out that line, I looked at surge components, I looked at pressures along the route, and I looked at horsepower needs. And we sized it at 30 million gallons per day.
Okay.
And that was also in one of my data responses.
But with the modifications you talked about, it could handle a 35 million gallon per day treatment plant?
I believe it could. The pressures start making me very nervous. If you give me a minute, I ran through some numbers. The discharge pressure at the intermediate booster station at 45 MGD would be in the range of 278 PSI, which is extremely high.
He said 35.
Excuse me, 35. I did not run the numbers at 35. I ran them at 30 and 45. I could interpolate that real quick if you need me to. But at 30, the discharge pressure is 178 PSI. So you can see it's quite a bit of pressure on that line.
PSI doesn't mean a whole
excuse
great
me.
deal to
That's
me.
pounds per square inch.
Okay, well, I understand that. I'm just not sure. Beyond that, I don't understand much. But let me, okay, so I just need to try to understand. Can handle 30 million gallon per day treatment plant. You've told me that, correct? Can it handle a 35 million gallon per day treatment plant? The 42-inch?
I'm looking at another set of numbers here real quick. Yes.
And can it handle a 40 million gallon per day treatment plant?
We would need to add a second booster station somewhere in that pipeline, and we would need to replace pumps at the station that's in this case and at the water plant.
But with those booster stations and those pumps, it could handle a 40 million gallon per day
Now,
treatment plant.
personally, I don't like that criteria, that sizing. I would parallel it, pull an offshoot somewhere, go to a different direction towards Lexington to try to get that flow somewhere else.
I know personally you don't like it, but I'm just asking whether or not it could handle it with the modifications you've described.
It could. An analogy I like to use is that this is like the running your car at 8,000 RPM. It can do it, but I don't like to do it a lot.
Okay. And I suppose your answer to could it handle a 40 million gallon per day treatment plant, the 42-inch
That's still pushing the limit in my opinion.
Pushing the limit.
Yes.
But within the limit?
If I had to do it on an emergency day, I'd do it. Would I do it every day of the year? Absolutely not.
Let me now, do you have a copy of, I'm just going to refer you to one page of Exhibit A to the application. That's page 41. It's a copy of the...
I don't have a copy.
Could you all maybe provide him with a copy?
You don't have any extra?
Oh, do we? Oh, okay. It's an exhibit to the application. I believe it's Exhibit A to the application.
Yes, it's filed separately.
The plans?
He has them.
The Gannett Fleming.
That's the
I think
plan
we've got the
specifications.
copies.
We got it, we got it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Slynn, he's got it in his hand.
Okay, do you have page 41 of that Exhibit A?
No, not yet.
Could you look at page 41?
Which volume, John?
I understand I've frankly only got one page of that Exhibit A. I believe it's Exhibit A to the applicant. Do we have copies of this? No, just this page. Okay.
Is it table 14?
No, it's entitled 12.0 UV Disinfection, Future.
That's in the basis of design report?
Yeah, just one minute.
Apparently, Mr. Depp's got them in his hands here, so let's just look at it that way.
Yes. This is my copy. Yep.
It's part of the
Okay, you got it there, Mr. Svenlin?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Slint. Question.
Do you want me to mark this something?
Well, no, I don't think, we had talked about marking it for identification, but, and I started doing that with the cause exhibits for identification, but we haven't done it with the others, and I don't know if maybe cause more problem than,
Just thought maybe they'd want,
yeah. Should have done it from the beginning, but I didn't do it, so. This is Exhibit A to the application. Everybody should be able to find it.
And do you have page 41 now?
Yes, I do.
And is it entitled 12.0 UV Disinfection Future?
Yes.
And is it correct that at page 41, which is Exhibit A to the application, which I understand is prepared by Gannett Fleming, are the engineering specifications of the facilities to be built by Kentucky American as described in this application, does it provide that space is provided for future installation of an ultraviolet UD disinfection facility within the water treatment plant, WTP? Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. At page 7 of your rebuttal testimony, do you testify that after 15 months, and let me give you a chance to get to it. Page 7 of your rebuttal testimony. Let me get to it. You testify at lines 22 through 24 that after 15 months of monitoring, August 2006 to 2007, cryptosporidium has yet to be detected?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it true that the final classification of the source water will be based, is it true that the final classification of the source water will be based on a full 24 months of sampling of cryptosporidium?
Slow down. Slow down, Mr. Slint. I can't understand you, and I know the court reporter can't. So if you would, just slow down a little bit.
Is it true, or is it correct, that the final classification of the source water will be based on a full 24 months of sampling for cryptosporidium? Is that correct?
Subject to check. I don't know that LT2 standard by heart. Our water quality folks have been monitoring that pool and pool 2 as well, because we have another intake for Ellington down there.
Okay, but if that is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So if that's the right number, yes, we'll monitor for 24 months.
Okay. If 24 months is required, is it correct that 24 months of monitoring has not yet been completed?
That is correct. We started monitoring in August 2006 as soon as we had the option for that property secured.
And let me refer you to your direct testimony. At page 13, question 29.
Okay, from there?
I'm not quite, but I will be. Did you testify there that space was designed in the plant basement area where ultraviolet light, UV, could be added at a later date should regulations continue to push water utilities in that direction?
Yes, I did. Let me add something to that. This site is fairly steep in grade from front to back, and so we've had to design this plant in a stair-step configuration. When we did geotechnical work on site, the rock wasn't where we hoped it would be. It's a little bit deeper. In that design process, we ended up with the basement. I said, hey, let's make that basement useful for something in the future. That's what we've done.
In your direct testimony at page 10, question 21, you testified regarding site selection. That is where the water treatment plant described in Kentucky American's application.
Question 20 or 21?
21?
That's a different question.
What do you mean it's a different question?
Well, I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
Okay, at question 21, you were asked, how was the ability to obtain Ohio River water considered for site selection? I'm assuming that that question is in reference to site selection for the treatment plant?
Yes.
And you testified that each site selection was considered in terms of how Ohio River water could be supplemented to the site, and KAW determined that none of the sites offered a distinct advantage in this regard because any site closer to the Ohio River is necessarily further from KAW's central division and vice versa. Did I read your testimony correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Let me refer you, if I could, to your rebuttal testimony, question 5. Have all the permits now been received from the Kentucky Division of Water that are necessary for the construction of the facilities described in Kentucky American's application?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And have all such permits been obtained from the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet?
No.
No. Which ones have not?
I believe we're waiting on the Transportation Cabinet's Districts 5 and 7.
Have all permits been received from the U.S. ACE?
Yes.
Do you know what was Kentucky American's maximum day demand on June 13th, 2007?
June 13th,
Let me
2007?
refer you to your rebuttal testimony, question 9. I'm referring you to pages, to that question and lines 14, 15, and 16. You wrote or testified, to help put this in perspective, on June 13, 2007, over 7 years ago, KAW, in order to meet maximum hour demands on this day, had both treatment plants at maximum capacity and all available pump storage facilities online. So I'm asking you, with respect to that date, what was KAW's maximum day demand on June 13, 2007? 2000,
Yeah.
June 13, 2000. Do you know?
It's approximately 65. I can get you an exact number if you give me a minute to look it up. And the reason I know that number is that's the basis of all the hydraulic model work that we've done.
It would have helped if I had referred you to that testimony before I asked the question.
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Yes, do you have that number?
I will be there in a minute. Why is my computer not? Sorry, a little slow. That's the same number I have. Yeah, the number is 66.37 million gallons per day.
66 point what?
37.
37 million gallons per day. Was this demand exceeded during the drought of 2007?
Unfortunately, I wasn't with Kentucky American in most of 2007. I don't know their demands this year.
Okay. Would you know whether or not Kentucky American was able to reduce system demand by implementing water restrictions during the drought of 2007?
I do not know the answer to that.
Do you know whether or not the addition of finished water storage facilities can assist in managing maximum hour and maximum day demands on the water system during a drought, any water system?
Generally, we size water storage tanks for maximum hour, and we've done that since 2000. We've added quite a bit of storage. For maximum day, you may be able to squeeze by 1 day on a max day, but generally that's not the way we size tanks.
So water storage facilities would be addressed more to address, or would be constructed more to address maximum hour demands as opposed to maximum day demands? Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct.
Let me refer you to question 11 of your rebuttal testimony. Actually, I'm going to skip questions about that. Let me refer you instead to Swinland rebuttal question 13 on the same page.
Okay.
Has Kentucky American received the USACE 404 permit and the KDOW 401 permit for the Pool 3 project?
Yes, we have.
Does the route of the pipeline along Ironworks Pike in Scott County require 404 and 401 permits?
Yes, it did.
Since Kentucky American has already applied for and received these permits for this route along Ironworks Pike in Scott County, would it take an additional 19 months to secure 401 and 401 permits along the same route?
I don't know if I understand the question. We submitted a single complete package for our 404 permit, which covers the intake in the Kentucky River all the way to the tie-in at Ironworks. That's our permit. That's what was approved. Anything different would have to be, I guess, amended by the Corps.
Okay. Let me refer you to your direct testimony. And I'm going to ask you some questions about your answers to your questions numbers 17, 30, and 31 in your direct testimony.
Okay.
Has Kentucky American received the KPDES discharge permit for discharge of treatment plant residuals, sludge breakdown, and backwash waste into the Kentucky River?
I don't know the answer to that question. There are several permits involved with that. They're not all lumped into one.
Okay. So you don't know yet. You don't know the answer to the question I just asked you, just to be clear. Okay. Do you know whether or not this permit requires any special monitoring or treatment of these wastes before it's discharged in the Kentucky River?
Generally, the NPDES permit or the KYDES permit always requires monitoring. At our other plants, it involves chlorine residual monitoring, pH monitoring, and suspended solids monitoring. I would envision that to be the exact same for this permit.
Will Kentucky American need to transport the plant's waste residuals off-site to a landfill?
That is an option, but we've actually optioned land to dispose of our solids on property we've optioned.
Let me now refer you to question 13 of your rebuttal testimony. Specifically, let me refer you to what I refer to as subparagraph 3 on page 6 of your rebuttal testimony, line 10 through 11.
Okay.
I believe there you testify that state grants and loans could invoke NEPA requirements and cause further delays with respect to the Louisville Water project as described in Mr. Heitzman's testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If that is true, would not state or federal grants and loans to the West Water Supply Commission cause the same delays with respect to the Kentucky American proposal described in its application in this case?
I don't believe so. We already have that permit in hand, and the NEPA requirements for that permit have been met.
Of course, Bluegrass Water Supply Commission has obtained no state or federal grants or loans at this time. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
What is the 3%? I don't know the number. What is it? What's 8%? Let me go back to the very first, when I was talking about the 42-inch pipeline. This is, I think, my last question. In order to use the 41-inch pipeline to handle a 45 million gallon per day treatment plant, at what speed, feet per second, would the water be required to travel in that pipeline to handle that capacity of treatment plant?
I ran through those numbers last night, and let me see if I can find them. You said 45 MGD through the 42-inch line. It's approximately 7.5 feet per second.
You said 41-inch line, right, Mr. Salant?
41-inch, yes, ma'am.
What, do you mean 42?
It's a 42.
There's been no testimony about 41.
It's 42, I'm sorry. I've got it written down here somewhere. Yes, 42. I have no further questions, Mr.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Spinelli?
Yes, just a few. I want to try to clarify some things. This goes back to the Exhibit A, Volume 3. This is the cadet flooding report. There is on page 5, and if you want to see it, I'll bring it to you, but in the interim, I'm trying to understand an entry. Hydraulic capacity of underground piping and other facilities not easily expandable MGD, and there's a value of 40 associated with that. Can you explain that?
Yes. I guess this was more fundamental engineering design, but 10 state standards always requires that you lay out how this plant will be expanded. Okay, and generally the rule of thumb is you kind of mirror the plant. You kind of flip it over and you double it, and you say, okay, if I need this much for 20, boom, I probably would need this much room for 40. Now, I didn't go to 40. I don't think that's needed, but I did make sure the site could theoretically handle 40. Most of the piping in the plant is designed for these numbers above that, 20 max, 30 ultimate. But there are a couple pipes that are in the basement area of this plant that will be impossible to get to. When we build filters onto this plant, we're going to be going down one side, and I can't go back in the future for the maybe 15, 20 feet of pipe and replace that underneath the plant. So for a very small section of the plant, we've sized that piping, and actually in some of the cases it's a flume, it's not necessarily a pipe, but we've sized that for 40 MGD for the place that we could never ever get to in the future. So that's what that number's there for.
Okay. How familiar are you with the administrative regulations dealing with the distribution system? Because I think I'd like to ask a question by analogy. Are you familiar with the requirement that Kentucky American maintain a certain minimum pressure in its distribution system and a certain and not exceed a certain maximum pressure? And if you're not, that's fine.
I believe it's 30 minimum, 150 max.
Right. Now, by analogy, are you aware of anything in the Kentucky regulations or under state law that deals with minimum and maximum pressures associated with a transmission pipeline? Because there's different, for example, in your testimony, you're saying that these things can be run at certain, you can essentially turn up the water. Are there any regulatory limits? For example, let's just use the 42-inch pipeline. What are the regulatory limits associated with minimum and maximums? Can you condense that down?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't believe there's a maximum on a transmission main. The way I understand the maximum pressure is it's anyone's meter. Okay, so any customer's water meter, you have to provide that water under 150 psi, and we typically handle that through a pressure regulating valve at the meter setter.
Okay.
On the flip side, there is a minimum pressure requirement of 20 psi during the worst case flow conditions. Generally would be during a fire or a huge water use. And the requirements for minimum pressure have to do with the fact that as long as you have water, theoretically it could leak out, you have less likelihood of water wanting to leak back in that could cause some public health issues. We've made sure that we aren't below 20 at any point, so that one's met no matter what. But the 150 we possibly could exceed in the future on the transmission main, but there's no services planned off this line. If we needed to provide service, they would have meter, pressure reducing valve, some to that extent.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Talley?
No questions.
Okay, Mr. Hughes, Mr. Fitzgerald?
Just a hand.
Okay.
Mr. Spindler, I'm Tom Fitzgerald. I'm representing the interveners, Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions. If I ask a question that is unclear, would you please don't try to guess at it, just tell me to rephrase it, okay? And if you're not the appropriate person, direct me to Mr. Miller, because he seems to be the default person who's going to get stuck answering every question that nobody else wants to answer. We've designated him.
Yes.
In page 11 of your direct testimony, your pre-file testimony, you indicated that the plant was expandable in 5 MGD increments. Is that correct? Do you recall that?
That sounds, I'm not there yet, but that sounds right. I purposely picked a 5 MG module because I knew the size this plant was going to be at issue, and I wanted to have flexibility in how this plant laid out.
Okay, and is there a maximum amount of incremental growth that this plant will sustain the way it's designed?
Well, as I just said, we size everything for 30.
Yeah.
A couple pipes under the plant that we can never get to are 40.
Okay, so theoretically then, without having to replace the pipes under the plant, you could go up to 40?
Theoretically.
Okay. In your timeline in your testimony indicated that you had met with the Division of Water in March of 2006 in order to discuss the project. Did you have any indication from them that of what whether they believe there would be a problem in drawing the amount of water that you proposed to draw from Pool 3?
No. As a matter of fact, in that meeting, representatives from the group that does the permitting were there, and they gave us a verbal that the permit was coming.
Okay, so they indicated that they thought at that point that you could get the 20 you needed.
Correct, and actually, and then plus some.
Okay.
We mentioned to them that we were talking about this would be expandable in 5 MG modules. We kind of discussed the number 30. They said that seemed reasonable.
Okay. And it was the following month that you had GRW overfly the Monterey to the Ohio River corridor. Is that correct? Okay. Do you know whether in the NEPA compliance, the compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act, that was undertaken to support the Section 404 permit and the related 401 certification that you've received, do you know whether that NEPA compliance included the footprint of the plant and the pipeline through the entire route, or just included the impacts on navigable waters at the plant and in the crossings of the various streams?
We met on site with representatives of the Corps. We showed them the intake site, we showed them the water treatment plant site, and we drove the entire route with them.
Right.
They told us at that point the plant, from their vision, did not impact any waters of the U.S.
Okay.
Okay, now we still submitted everything to them.
Right.
Everything was sent to them.
Okay.
Certainly the intake was working a navigable stream. They reviewed that.
Right.
And they reviewed all the crossings, the ephemerals, the perennials, all the different intermittent streams, all those type of things.
Okay, all the stream crossings, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so I guess my question is, well, let me ask this. Did you undertake and submit an environmental assessment or an environmental impact statement?
No, we did not.
Okay. Did they categorically exclude the project from NEPA documentation?
I don't know if I understand that.
Okay. Under the National Environmental Policy Act, there are 3 levels of environmental documentation. One is categorical exclusion, and that's reserved for a category of activities that the agency believes are minimal in terms of their impact. Second is an environmental assessment. The third is a full-blown environmental impact statement. Okay. Do you recall what level of environmental documentation the Corps required or provided when they issued their decision?
My understanding is that we got a permit under a nationwide permit, 12, and there's a witness here, Cy Whitson, that could help me out with this answer later.
Is Mr. Whitson going to testify?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good, because I'll ask him then the scope of, I'm trying to just understand whether the scope of the NEPA compliance included the terrestrial impacts or just the jurisdictional waters of the United States.
Fair enough. Now, we did do additional work over and above what was needed for the waters of the U.S. and the wetlands. We did cultural resource work. We did some historic preservation work. And we did endangered species work. And Cy can talk about all those issues.
I've read the rebuttal testimony, which I believe includes the description of the environmental or the endangered species work. But my question, have you completed the cultural resources assessment for the entire pipeline route?
I believe we have. I don't know the exact answer to that.
Okay. Has
Janet
that been,
Fleming was...
I'd like to make that a data request. We have asked previously about it, and if one has been completed, I'd like the record to be supplemented so we could review that, if that's possible, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
The reason I ask, Mr. Finland, is on page 34 of Ms. Bridwell's direct testimony. She indicated that among the 3 pipeline routes selected, Southern route, which is the route selected,
yes,
was the least impact, except that it impacted the most cultural resources of the 3. So I'd like to see that cultural resource studied. Have you reviewed the completed study?
No, I have not. As I said, I left American in March this year. I did not see the final product.
So should I address that, do you think, to Mr. Woodson?
I believe that'd be appropriate.
Or Mr. Miller, we could stick it on him, right? Do you know whether any hydrologic studies have been done of the potential impact on groundwater along the pipeline route?
I believe none have been done. It's been my experience that we don't do those for water main jobs. I've seen them done for deep sewer line jobs. Generally, we're going to be 8 feet or less, and I don't believe we impact groundwater at that level.
Well, if you have a fracture flow aquifer that is close to the surface, there's a potential for impact.
Then that wouldn't be a groundwater source, that'd be a surface water source.
Well, if it is a fracture flow source in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, that is a near-surface secondary permeability aquifer, it is in fact classified as groundwater.
Now, I am aware of one property that has, I guess we received some letters about a spring, and Quest Engineers, I think someone mentioned Gannett maybe had done something, but Quest Engineers actually had looked at that for us.
Okay, and do you think that among the many properties that are going to be potentially impacted is the only property that has a spring or a shallow well in this entire pipeline route?
That's the only one that we've been made aware of.
Okay, have you waited to be made aware by citizens as opposed to surveying for the presence of springs or wells?
Generally, our pipeline route is right on the edge of the road for most of the route. So we didn't go behind people's properties looking for springs, no.
Well, you're assuming that all their springs or wells are on the back of their property?
Well, we didn't see little houses that we normally would see, or a little spring house.
You've driven through road cuts, have you, on highways?
I don't know, what do you mean by driven through road cuts?
You've driven through places where road cuts have been made into hills?
Yes.
You've seen water exiting from the sides of those road cuts?
Certainly.
Through fractures?
Yes, I have.
Is blasting going to be required as part of, for any of the properties along this pipeline route?
I don't know what you mean by the term required.
Will you need to blast in order to put the line where you want to?
It'll be up to the contractor that builds the project. We generally do not dictate means and methods.
But you tell them how deep you want it?
We tell them how much cover we want on top of the pipe.
Okay, and so, well, typically, are they going to pile cover on the pipe, or are they going to bury the pipe?
Oh, they're going to bury the pipe.
Okay, and so you leave it up to them if they encounter bedrock?
Correct.
That they'll decide if blasting is going to be done?
That is correct.
Okay.
And there's requirements in the specifications that are filed a part of this case of what they have to do if they're going to blast. Now, what we've seen historically in this area is some contractors use a trencher. Some contractors use very large track excavators that can rip through this limestone fairly easily. Some contractors use a hoe ram.
Would somebody answer their phone? And let me also ask if anybody else has a telephone, put it on vibrate so we don't interrupt the hearing, please.
Are you familiar, do you know whether any of the lines that have been constructed in this area in the past have used blasting?
As far as Kentucky American lines that I was involved with while I worked there, we didn't blast any. We generally used a hoe ram or just ripped it.
Okay. Have you done any studies, to your knowledge, of the potential impact, vibrational impact, of utilizing that equipment as part of the excavation on any of the historic or cultural resources along this pipeline?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do you know whether you consulted as part of your cultural resource assessment with the Kentucky Heritage Council?
I believe they were contacted, yes. That sounds familiar.
Okay. Has National Historic Preservation Act consultation occurred?
I believe so as well, yes.
Okay. And has there been any notice given of the ability for consulting parties, the public or other agencies, to participate in that review?
I'm not familiar with how that process works.
I think Mr. Woodson might be able to answer that.
I believe he could, yes.
If he can't, we'll ask Mr. Miller. I'm going to ask the 42-inch main question a slightly different way. Is a 42-inch main needed to move 25 mgd of water?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
You can't do it with less?
Well, you could, but we chose not to pursue that route for energy reasons, for, generally came down to energy. I mean, we're using less horsepower.
A 42-inch line, does it incrementally cost more than a 36-inch line?
Well, certainly.
Okay. And so you've decided that the energy costs offset that and make it more economical to use a 42-inch line?
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to understand is according to Ms. Bridwell's testimony, the existing system, drawing from Pool 9, is running 25 mgd through a 36-inch line and does not appear to have had any major problems. So my question is, if it costs less for a 36-inch line than a 42, and we know you can run 25 mgd through a 36-inch line, why the bigger line?
I think it's unfair to compare pipeline to pipeline. The topography of that pipeline from the Kentucky River Station to our system is a lot different topography. We don't have anywhere near the pressures on that line that we would have on this line.
Okay, and so it's the additional pressures on...
Finish answering, please.
Okay.
So we were trying to minimize friction losses, which add up to pressure in the main. We've got some big dips to go under. The line from the river station, Kentucky River Station on Pool 9 to Lexington's a fairly flat gradient the whole way. And so our pressures are a result of friction loss, not necessarily static elevation. The other component is transients, surge. We did a surge model. CH2M Hill did a surge model for Quest Engineers on this project. And
Who did?
CH2M Hill. That's some abbreviation for something, but that's their name. CH2M Hill.
It's number 2 with CH, M, and Hill, right?
They're a nationwide engineering firm. They did a surge model for our pipeline project.
Okay.
And determined that we had the appropriate size main from a surge transient standpoint. We did not need to do any exorbitant surge suppression systems, anything crazy. They basically said our route was perfect for transients. Our velocities were good for transients.
Okay.
And that all confirmed the 42-inch size selection we made.
Okay, well, did they say that a 36-inch line would not be adequate in terms of transients or surge?
The velocities in the 36 would be a lot higher, and so the transients would be certainly a lot worse. They did not specifically look at a 36. We didn't task them to look at a 36.
Okay, so then we don't know whether they believe that for this particular line, not comparing it to the other line, but for this particular line, you didn't ask them whether a 36 would work as well.
That is fair.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any other questions, and I appreciate your answers. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Bain has left, and he indicated right before the break that he didn't have any.
Well, he was going to give me his proxy.
I probably need to call him up, confirm that. So he said he didn't have any more questions. Mr. Barbary, do you have any questions?
Your Honor, that depends. Lindsay, is he going to be your cost update person, or that's somebody else?
Cost update, no,
That's going to be Mr. Miller,
cost update in what respect?
as far as the overall project cost.
I can't hear. Let me change this tape for one thing.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can't hear you back there.
Mr. Walker's the one who testified about cost.
Hold on a minute, gentlemen. But we've got a transcript to make here, and y'all are, and I certainly don't mind you addressing each other, but we need to get this on the transcript, because sure as we don't, there'll be a problem. So go ahead and ask your question, Mr. Ingram, Mr. Barbary.
I was under the impression, perhaps erroneously, that there might be some updated cost numbers provided.
Cost of what?
The cost of the project.
Of the whole project.
Well, that's what I'm looking for, is the overall cost, but to the extent he knows an element of that, that would...
Well, why don't you just ask him?
That's the first time I've ever known Mr. Ingram not to want to testify.
Well, he wanted to, he just didn't figure out a way to do it.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Barbary.
Good evening, Mr. Spindlin. My name is David Barbary, and I'm here on behalf of Lexington Fayette Urban County Government. I think I only have one question. I'm trying to ascertain whether in your relationship with this project you have any updated numbers as to any of the cost elements.
In my rebuttal testimony, question 11, I tried to address that somewhat, and basically my answer there was that Kentucky American had received bids for the treatment plant, the booster pump station, and the pipelines. Okay, now they're in the process of reviewing those bids. As you can imagine, there's a lot of equipment, there's a lot of options, there's a lot of selections that need to be scrutinized. At the time I was working on this rebuttal testimony, basically my understanding was that the project cost is the same. It has not changed. Now, subsequent to that, I believe Mr. Turner said that on December 3rd, they will be providing an up-to cost and the low bidder information for the components of this project, and that further cost information would be provided a couple weeks after that.
Okay, so this just clarifies what was represented the other day, is that to the extent there's additional cost information, that will be forthcoming at later points in time based on the opening and analysis of the bids.
That's correct.
That's the only question I have.
I think Mr. Woocher confirmed that was going to be done prior to the date that the hearing or the record's closed. And that we were assured that that was the case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Woocher, I think I asked Mr. Hughes and Mr. Talley if you had any questions. Do you? Okay. Mr. Woocher, do you have questions?
One question. Good evening.
Hello.
What is the status of Kentucky American's application for a permit for the beneficial reuse of solids?
To be honest, I don't know the answer to that question. I know they applied for it, And, I left the company, so I don't know if they've received it yet.
I'll just request counsel if you could provide us with an updated status on that application. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ingram, do you have redirect?
Only to this extent, Your Honor. I think earlier you inquired about essentially the flows in Pool 3, and my response was that Mr. Svendlin was the keeper of all that information, and he's here to answer any questions you may have about the flows in Pool 3.
All right. Mr. Svendlin, there's been some discussion about the ability of Pool 3 to accommodate this this plant that's the subject of this application, especially in light of this summer's drought. And there was some representation yesterday from Mr. Rowe and possibly Ms. Bridwell that there were some measurements that recurring measurements that have been taken at Pool 3 during the course of the summer. Do you know anything about that?
I'm not sure what you mean by recurring measurements.
Well, measurements taken every day or every week or every month, or I don't know. I don't know anything about how the measurements are done, and so I presume there's some scheme to measuring a particular area of a river to determine if there's enough yield there for withdrawal. So I just wish you would explain that to us.
Sure. What I've looked at is the USGS website publishes daily flow information. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't do every single lock and dam on the Kentucky River. It does, several as it moves upstream. There's data for pool or lock and dam 2, and there's data for lock and dam 4, and for the Elkhorn Creek as it comes into pool, I believe it's Pool 3. Okay. What I have done is I looked over that record. Now, this one, I guess, let me caution a little bit. The Corps of Engineers who reads the USGS that publishes that data, they put a provisional number on data that they have not yet approved yet. So the last year's data, all of 2007 basically, and some of 2006, has not been finalized. And the reason they do that is, if something gets damaged, they may need to make an adjustment. But they make a provisional reading. They put that on their website. Now, all the data prior to 2006, they've approved. They're saying that's the flow data. What I have done is I looked on that website, and I put up all that data. For Pool 2, which is one pool down, that's the flow data I have. The number I came up with to derive a 7Q10, and 7Q10 is the average of the seven lowest days over a 10-year period, and then I looked at the lowest 7Q10 value going back in time, and for Pool 2, that number computed to be 81 million gallons per day. I did the same exercise for Pool 4 plus the sum of Elkhorn Creek, which comes into Pool 3, which are all upstream of our intake. And the number I came up with that was 67.4 million gallons per day.
That's for Pool 4?
That is for Pool 4 plus Elkhorn. Conceivably, that would be the flow entering into 3, upstream of our intake. Now, the Herald Leader recently published information of around 73 million gallons per day is what they read, and I was able to confirm that number. I saw that on that website as well, and I assume that's where they got it. And that was the lowest in 2007, 73 million gallons per day. Now, that is provisional because the USGS has not finalized that number.
That 73 in your mind would be consistent with the 81 and the 67, which were the lowest. Tell me again, it was the lowest seven days in a particular year?
It's
it's the last 10 years?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the numbers seem to make sense there.
Okay. And what is the method of measurement that the USGS uses at these pools? I mean, is there actually a measuring device of some kind there, or is it done, how's it done?
It's a gauge.
A gauge.
And then they calibrate that gauge to a flow based on their methodology of how they calibrate it.
All right. And does the Corps of Engineers rely, and does the Kentucky River Authority, if you know, rely on those USGS measurements?
I believe that's the case. All the users on the river look at those numbers. At Pool 9, that's what we look at to determine if we need to start rationing down our withdrawals.
What about the Kentucky Division of Water? Do they rely on the USGS measurements?
I believe they do as
for their
well.
work? What other governmental or regulatory agencies of any kind that you're aware of rely on the USGS measurements that you just described? Are there others?
Not aware of any others, but they are their mission is to provide that data.
All right. Do you have any reason whatsoever to dispute or to doubt those measurements?
No, I do not.
And in your opinion, are those measurements the measurements that you have or the figures that you came up with were for Pool 2 and Pool 4 plus the Elkhorn. I mean, are you satisfied that the level at Pool 3 can be derived within some level of accuracy from the Pool 2 and Pool 4 numbers?
Yes, I'm very comfortable with that. And in addition, Gannett Fleming also did a safe yield analysis, and they said upwards of 30 MGD. That's further confirmation. And their analysis was stream flows only. It did not look into mining the pools or any of that nature. So there's even more water than that.
And if there were work done on Dam 3, the Kentucky River, to enhance the pooling ability, or the ability to hold water at Pool 3, would you expect that those numbers would increase?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
And give me, if you're able to, a general idea, a rough idea of the capacity of a water treatment plant that could be served by a pool this size that has anywhere from 67 to 81 million gallons per day. I mean, I know that would depend upon what DOW and others would permit in terms of withdrawal, but just give me an idea about what size water treatment plant could be.
You're correct in the Division of Water would determine that number, but if these were the data that I'd seen, it would be a lot higher than 30. It could be double it.
Okay. Do you have any concerns whatsoever that Pool 3 is insufficient to accommodate a 25,000 or 25 million gallon per day water treatment plant?
No, I do not.
All right. You have any questions, John?
No, sir.
Those are all the questions I have in regard to that. Do y'all have any follow-up questions?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Spindler, have you had any communications with the Division of Water concerning what they believe the safe yield of Pool 3 to be at this point?
You mean me directly, communications, or?
Yes.
Not me directly, only through my work with Kentucky American on this project.
Were you here when Ms. Bridwell testified?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and so and have you read the written documentation submitted by Kentucky American in this case?
Yes.
Okay, so you're aware of the written testimony that she submitted indicating that they have been told by the Division of Water that they have not been given any commitment that there's more than 25 MGD without restriction in that pool.
That is correct.
Okay. So USGS does not set the safe yield that Division of Water uses. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thanks. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
No, thanks for clarifying. Anything further, Mr. Svinland?
Got a good Irish name there, Mr. Svinlin. All right, it's 6:30, folks, and I think we're all pretty tired. Why don't we go ahead and take a break? Is Mr. Svinlin free to be finally released?
As far as I'm concerned, he is, but I'm not going to let him go home yet because I may need him to help me tomorrow.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, if there's nothing further then today, if there's nothing further to bring up to the commission, we will go ahead and adjourn for the evening, and we will start back at 9 a.m., and I guess Mr. Whitson will be your first witness. Be adjourned.